every point they can get to dispel any threat of relegation. That's a lovely off drive from Tom Wesley. It's going out toward the boundary. I think it's going to beat the fielder, and does, in front of the big scoreboard to our left. I'm looking over second slip's head, or as this the next ball by Allison, the first that Ed Barnard has bowled, and the first that Allison has received, and a lovely flowing cover drive, just waiting for the ball to come onto the bat. Indeed, as here's the next ball. It's nicely driven by Allison, 4 runs, and he angled that superbly, beating the short extra cover to his right and the mid-off to his left.
Bamber to continue into Allison, who whacks this through the covers for 4. It was part cut, part drive, if you see what I mean. A bit of a cross-batted shot. Bamber approaches Wesley, who's driving through the covers, and that should be 4 more. So this is the over in which they get on with things.
Rothesay bowls Atkinson, who does the perfect reverse sweep. Full on the stumps, takes a little bit of pressure off now as Rothesay bowls, and Atkinson is going to get a single here as he just eases this ball out on the offside. Gets the single, he goes to 50.
Leg side field as Webster's in bowls to Wesley, and Wesley cracks this one down. Now that might well go for 4, and has. The deed is done from an Essex point of view. They've achieved their 4th batting point.
With the success as Rothesay bowls, and that's a lovely shot. His use of the feet down the ground for 4. Just using his feet, a little push.
Yorkshire 22 for no wicket, 200 behind. Webster bowls, and that's caught at leg gully. So the ploy has worked. It's very well taken indeed there by Rob Yates.
Moves away from us now, and this delivery is swept away handsomely down to square leg for 4. This time a lot more venom in the shot.
He faces the first ball of a new over from Bo Webster, and he cuts this very fine for 4. On the inside of 3rd.
And this delivery is up, and it's driven handsomely through the offside. That should go for 4. That's the response. Rothesay wants more bowls. Pepper sweeps, and he sweeps well. I don't think that was picked up initially by Hannon Dolby out at deep square leg. He stood.
Around the wicket comes Rothesay, bowls to Allison, who fetches this one away to and over the square leg boundary. Fieldsman makes a good effort.
Final ball of the over. Hannon Dolby in down the leg side, and it's just evaded Kai Smith. A leap in the air from Hannon Dolby because he thought he'd snagged Allison down the leg side.
Hannon Dolby for 148. Next ball, bowling Bo Webster, correct myself. Bo Webster, not Hannon Dolby, who remains wicketless, poor chap, having bowled well nonetheless. For the runs he's made in the Championship this year and 2 T20 hundreds last season. As this one's down the leg side from Yates, and it's gone past Kai Smith. Was there a touch on it? There was. Neatly worked by Allison. Fine. Yeah, it's here's the next delivery, and Charlie Allison has played this ball stylishly away in the offside and all the way to the boundary. It's just, well, that's a historic moment. History is made as here is Pepper playing this ball down and over the fine leg boundary.
Well, they're in a great position.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Why not? Yeah.
Make it impregnable. Looking for a straight 6 here. Has he got enough on it? There's nobody at long off. So as a result, it'll be 1 bounce for 4. And Pepper on 49 can help himself to that 50th run into the covers. His 50 coming off 71 deliveries. It's included 8 fours, if I squint at that number, because it's very small. And at the end of the over, they're 498 for 5, Essex.
Comes in and bowls. That's going to be 4 runs, I suspect, as it's edged down to the 3rd man boundary, but so fine that fielder no chance of getting to that. 506 for 5, and Pepper races on very quickly to 58. Yates bowls again, and this ball is swept, and that's probably gone for 6, and has over square leg. Beautiful pick up from Pepper.
Mosley bowls down the leg side, and that's it. flicked away down to fine leg for 4. And a very well deserved 100 here by Allison. He raises his bat, takes his helmet off, salutes the fans. Yates, ball to Allison. Allison's down the ground, and that's over the boundary for 6. He used his feet, hit that one dead straight.
Ring of 5 on the leg side, 4 on the off. I said 3 a moment ago, it's 4.
And you can add some more to that.
Yeah, that's absolutely club. It may well be 6 over mid-wicket, and indeed is. So Charlie Allison moves up to 133.
Going for 1, will he come for the second? He will. And will he get there? He will. 100 to Pepper. Just pushing that ball into the offside. This has been a very good innings. Yates balls. And that's 6 straight back over his head, right in front of our commentary position. Just open up his body, hit through the line, Pepper. I guess to get 150 as well. Yates balls. Allison goes big. Yes, it could be out. No, it's a very good catch. Excellent catch taken out in the deep.
And bowls, and that ball is hammered away through the offside. That'll go to the boundary. And just a nice push off the back foot there. And the tight set field means that anything that beats the infield
Begins his second over into bowl to Rob Yates, who's driving beautifully straight for 4. Lovely shot from Rob Yates, very correct. And beat the infield. And Porter in round the wicket again to Yates, who gets an edge that'll go through the slip cordon and will rattle through for 4 at third man. A false shot drawn by Porter.
to complete the afternoon session. And nudged into the offside, won't be a run. It's Charlie Allison, arguably the man of the day for Essex. It's not Paul Walter, who made 86, and here's a lovely shot. Again, Snater really struggling to get his line away from leg side, and that was just clipped off the pads. And
as Cook bowls round the wicket, driven nicely by Yates, and that'll ease some of the pressure. Snater will give chase, but that's a nice straight drive for 4 for Yates. He's to 20.
Is in and bowls and is driven down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. Minimum of effort. Over pitch delivery. See how he responds. He's in though and bowls, and that's driven for 4. Even better shot, this one to the right of mid off.
Critchley in again to Yates, and he wraps him on the pad. Appeals for LBW, and it's been given. Rob Yates looks disconsolate, but he's been done there. There was a variety of pace and length from Critchley.
Porter round the wicket, no balls to him, and that's clipped away for 4. Beautifully passed off his legs. That's a shot of authority. He gets off the mark with that one. Nice half volley on the leg stump.
In again, and he's coming down the wicket here, Mosley, and he hits this long and proud and back for 6. Fine cricket books like yours being written. Critchley is starting you over, and Dan Mosley is whipping him wide of mid-on. Who's not going to catch that ball up, Paul Walter. Lovely timing from Mosley. It's his third boundary. Cook bustles in once more. Turn through square leg this time, Davis, with good timing. Cox will be able to haul it in, but they may well be able to get back for 3, and Alex Davis brings up his 50. Real captain's innings in the circumstances in the game, having...
when I've been watching anyway, that he's been on the field for any length of time, and he's never actually been in the team itself.
Critchley into Mosley again, who repeats that drive through extra cover. The chase is on for Allison this time. Can he cut it off? He can. That's a very nice piece of fielding, particularly late in the day, but 2 more to Mosley, and that is his 50. Might have to repeat the call tomorrow. Oh, that's turned, and there's an attempt for a stumping, and he's got him. He's overbalanced as Alex Davis, and Critchley makes a crucial breakthrough late in the evening, and Davis is absolutely beside himself with that.
Bamber absolutely surrounded, and defends, and he even has the temerity to pick up at least 2 runs as he leans forward. And in fact, they just settled for the single there. They could have had a second if they really wanted it, but the ball went off a thickish outside edge all along the ground, and that, gentlemen, is it for the
Boards here, and what started off as some light drizzle this morning has developed into some heavier rain at Chelmsford, which means we will have a delayed start to day 3 of the county championship match between Essex and Warwickshire. So when we get more news on that, hopefully we will get on air with some commentary at some point. So with Warwickshire due to resume on 140 for 2, trailing Essex by 462 runs. So fingers crossed, if we get some action, we can bring you that live on the BBC Sport website and app later on today. Going to update the BBC Essex listeners while we await news of a start time here and any revised times to the sessions. A few hardy souls have made their way into the ground, many of whom are taking shelter with that rain, which is falling heavier, and the forecast not looking good for later on today, but it does look as if we could get some windows of opportunity at some point on day 3. So we'll update BBC Essex listeners, and then we will be back with news later on if we get commentary to bring you on the BBC Sport website and app.
Steve Witkoff has arrived in the Middle East for talks with Israel as international outrage grows over the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Yesterday, Canada became the latest country to say it plans to recognise a Palestinian state, following France and the UK. Volunteers have restored a miniature railway at Pitsea, which fell into disrepair after shutting 7 years ago. The Basildon miniature railway at Wat Tyler Country Park is now running once again. It belongs to lifelong fan Dan Harrison, who's led months of work to repair the track.
That Warwickshire will have to wait to resume on that set score of 140 for 2, as you mentioned, trailing by 462 runs. And the question is, how much play will we get today with that weather forecast? Looks like this game, with the time lost and with the score as it is, will probably head for a draw, but no play so far yet on day 3 between Essex and Warwickshire, with rain around Chelmsford.
As and when there's play, there'll be commentary on.
It's a really, really exciting time for us. I mean, it's been the natural progression. I've been with Essex now 3 years. We started just as the cruise line partner, and then we became front of shirt on the 50 over, and now the natural evolution to take on the ground naming rights. It's just a natural fit, and we both want to grow, and we both want to become the best we can. There'll be benefits just for the members specifically, which will include some added value benefits over just a standard discount. There'll be a discount for the sort of wider Essex supporters, and then the naming rights that we've got at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, we will be able to reach out to the hundreds of clubs in the East, and we'll be able to engage with them as well, not just to come on board and experience Ambassador, but hopefully to take more involvement and interest in Essex themselves.
What's been really exciting around this is how the partnership has developed with Ambassador over a number of years, from the work they've helped us in the community around inspiring young people, through to how they've helped us in terms of activating match days, to looking at how we can really make the Ambassador Cruise Line ground a real hub for the region.
To have people on board that can share the vision that we're trying to do as well is really important. It's bigger than just the sponsorship itself. Like everybody coming together as one behind one cause, I think it really helps, and I think it's really important to what we're trying to do.
It's really exciting with one of the only women's teams to play all of our games at our home ground, the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. It should hopefully create such a buzz. It's really exciting, and we're really looking forward to the opportunity.
I think it's fantastic news for not only Ambassador but for the club as well. It shows a great partnership between the two organisations, and hopefully we can thrive together and make a partnership even better one going forward.
It's Wayne Noon, and in the scorebox for Parkinson, Mel Smith.
Good morning, better late than ever. Welcome to day 3 of Essex against Warwickshire in the County Championship. Victoria Polly from BBC Essex with you, alongside Richard Wilford and Roland Butcher, to take you through whatever action we get. And after a delayed start due to some rainfall here in Chelmsford, the players are now making their way out onto the pitch. 2 overs of the day lost because the drizzle that we had around earlier on this morning did just become heavier ahead of 11 o'clock, which meant the players and umpires weren't able to get out for the start of play. It is looking, well, I wouldn't say bright, but it is brighter than it was to start off with this morning. So we'll wait and see how long that lasts. We have got some yellow weather warnings in place for thunderstorms later on. So we'll keep an eye as to see how badly affected Chelmsford may be by that. But the main thing is the Essex team are back out on the pitch ready to field, and the Warwickshire pair are back making their way to the crease ready to get things underway, with Warwickshire resuming on 140 for 2, trailing Essex by 462 runs. Good morning to you, Roland.
Yes, Victoria, and good morning to you. And slightly overcast morning. We can see the heavy dark clouds surrounding the ground. Let's hope that they stay away. But the important thing is that we're going to get some play. And as you said, Warwickshire resuming the day on 140 for 2.
Well, we only had the covers on the pitch itself. The run-ups didn't need protecting, so it wasn't a massive rain shower, but it was just heavy enough to keep them off the pitch for, what's it been now, 40 minutes since the scheduled start of play. There are a few hardy souls who have made their way to Chelmsford today, knowing the forecast. Actually, it's probably more than I would have imagined. Certainly over to our left-hand side of the Felsted stand, those taking cover over there. Wise move as Sam Cook is ready to bowl the first ball of the day to Bamber, and that's a good ball outside the edge of Bamber's bat through to Pepper. Good movement for Sam Cook first up this morning.
Yeah, perfect way to start. You want the fast bowler to come straight in, hit at a length. That first delivery was spot on the length, and just went past the outside edge.
So Sam Cook bowling from the Graham Gooch end, bowling his 12th over of this Warwickshire innings. 30 runs from his bowling so far, yet to take a wicket. Both wickets have been to Essex's Matt Critchley, as Bamber, who's on 1, gets bat on ball this time, defends it back down the pitch to Cook for no run. We've got 3 slips in for Essex, and I was just keeping track because I think Nick Brown is still out on the pitch for Dean Elgar. Can't quite see it at the moment, but no, he is. So still that substitution in the field for Essex, which we saw much of yesterday as well. 140 for 2, the score remains then, as Sam Cook is on his way in over the wicket to Bamber, who plays that one back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, much fuller delivery there from Cook, bringing Bamber onto the front foot. And good conditions for bowling this morning. Said slightly overcast. Should be some movement. The ball is still relatively new, so Cook should be able to get some movement both in the air and off the pitch.
Good conditions, it seems, at the Oval as well. India 23 for 1 as Cook is in, and again that's just missing the edge of Bamber's bat through to Pepper. Good bowling this from Sam Cook. England won the toss at the Oval for the 5th time of the series, and they have their early wicket thanks to Gus Atkinson. Ollie Pope, remember, leading the side in Ben Stokes' absence. We'll see what the weather forecast is elsewhere around the country as well. How much play have we got going on, as Cook is in and Bamber plays that one out into the offside, thinks about a quick single, decides against it because Jamie Porter fields it at point for no run.
Yeah, Cook bang on target, making Bamba play almost every delivery. Jess has a little bit of movement here off the pitch. He's got 3 slips to back him up. Should be a tough first few overs for the batters.
Final delivery on the way then from Sam Cook, who's into Bamba, clips that one into the leg side, past the square leg umpire. It's being chased as they come back for 2 runs, and we see the first runs of the day, 142 for 2 at the end of the 42nd over, the first over of day 3.
Yeah, nicely played by Bamba, just drifting towards the leg stump, just clipped in front of square, gets a couple of runs, so he's on the move. It's at 142 for 2. Still trailed by some 460.
Alistair Cook and Jamie Porter.
So Jamie Porter will come into the attack. And right now he'll be bowling to Mosley with a purely semi-attacking field. Just the 2 slips in place. Quite a strong onside set field in terms of a straightish mid-wicket, is a mid-on, deep square leg and a long leg, and on the offside those 3 fielders stretching from backward point to mid-off with an extra cover saving the single. He's going to start off coming around the wicket, Porter. Right on. He's in and bowls, and this one is nicely played by Mosley as he gets into his wicket, turns it towards mid-wicket, looking for a single. There isn't one there. He stays on 54. It's 142 for the loss of 2, and really trying to bat their way into this game, Warwickshire. They were in the field for a long time. But that's over 600 runs scored by Essex. The bowlers need a rest as Porter is in now and bowls outside the off stump and coming forward and allowing that one to go through to the keeper.
Elsewhere in Division 1, the only game that does look like it's also being affected by a delayed start is between Worcestershire and Hampshire. There, Worcestershire 187 for 2 when they resume. In Division 2 as well, Gloucestershire against Middlesex is the only game delayed, but otherwise it hasn't been as bad as some might have expected in terms of not getting on the pitch.
Porter's in and bowls, and that's driven firmly by Mosley up to mid-off. He can't beat the fielder at mid-off coming around to his left, but it was a nice crisp drive to a pitched up delivery. He stays on 54 and almost going at a runner ball, so he's in. Certainly yesterday was in pretty good nick. He's got to start all over again today. It's a different day, totally different conditions at the start of the day's play, as Porter at the end of his mark runs in now, approaches the umpire and bowls, and Mosley goes onto the back foot and defends a good delivery on about the middle stump up to mid-on. Can't score. He stays on 54.
I've got the emails going, so if anyone wants to get in touch with us today, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk is the way to do so.
And Bamba, the non-striker's in. He's on 3. Mosley waits for Porter and bowls, and he's right forward to a full-length delivery. Has to defend a good ball straight back to the bowler. Good ball in there by Porter, just keeping the ball up to the left-handed batter, who yesterday was quite aggressive in his stroke play, particularly against the spinners. Now he's got to start all over again as Porter, with just 1 ball left in this over, his 8th, currently has none for 34. He's in now and bowls. Then Mosley again comes solidly forward, has to defend a good ball up to mid-off, end of the over, and a maiden over there to start with by Porter. At the end of it, it's 142 for 2.
Yeah, still some dark clouds around, and maybe not as heavy as they were earlier on this morning, and some in the distance, but it's one of those days where you've got grey clouds around, but you're still squinting a little bit in the sun, which is trying to break through. Can Essex get a breakthrough today? It was late on yesterday when Matt Critchley picked up that second wicket for Essex, working hard with the ball to try and find that. Were the hosts, Sam Cook, looking for his first wicket of the game. Starts a new over, in he comes to Bamber, who just knocks that one into the offside, straight to the fielder for no run.
Yes, that delivery just short of a length, as Son, as you say, trying to break through. As that happens, the light gets a little bit better. I'm sure the batters would appreciate that much more than dark clouds all around.
Yeah, both the Warwickshire pair have their tops on over their shirts as Cook is in. That's driven nicely by Bamber, and he may well get a boundary for his troubles here. Jamie Porter is in pursuit, but it's in vain. That's a lovely shot from Ethan Bamber for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think he was trying to hit that more towards the cover region, perhaps beaten by a little bit of pace, but he got it off the outer half of the bat. And with no third man in place, this outfield, even though it would have had some rain overnight, still very quick, and gets a boundary, moves to 7.
The ground staff done a really good job on the pitch. They were out there working on it this morning and have got it ready for us to start as Cook is in, and that one's defended by Bamber. 146 for 2 on the board. I'm going to put the sunglasses on now. This coat's coming off in front of us. This is positive signs, everybody.
Yeah. It may be a temporary one.
We'll take it.
But it feels a lot better once the sun just shows its head through the clouds.
Cook turns on his mark. He's on his way in. Sawdust in a pile behind him as he goes for the bouncer. Bamber ducks through to Pepper for no run.
Yeah, just too short. He had to pitch that one really short. Allowed Bamber the opportunity to just get out of the way quite easily. Wasn't really a threat. I'd like to see Cook try to get him to drive. In his 2 overs, he's been back of a length, which has been fine, but I think you should throw one up there. Give him the chance to drive.
Cook moves past the umpire bowls, and that one was an attempted drive, but it's edged into the leg side by Bamber. Just takes the single as it's fielded behind square leg by Jordan Cox. So they'll change around for the left-right combination. Mosley will take strike for the first time this morning to Sam Cook. That sun really is trying to creep its way in now. I just feel the slight change in temperature.
And it's much welcomed.
So a reminder that Warwickshire 147 for 2. As Cook comes around the wicket to the left-hander, dabs that one into the offside, just wide of third, being chased to the boundary. They'll come back for at least 2, and that will be all they will get because it's picked up in the field. And they move on to 149 for 2, trailing by 453 at the end of the 3rd over of the day.
Yes, Mosley gets his score ticking with those 2 runs. It's really nudging that to the vacant 3rd man position. Moves to 56. So Porter will continue, but he'll have the opportunity this time to bowl to Bamber. So he switches to over the wicket as the ground is bathed in sunshine, and as you said, spectators are removing their outer clothing in terms of overcoats, etc., and looking to enjoy this weather. So for Bamber, there's 3 slips in place. For Porter, he's now making sure the long leg is in position as well. So he's got 3 slips, backward point, extra cover mid-off, as Porter is in on balls to Bamba, and he's forward to pitch that delivery and just strokes it gently into the offside. It just goes to Allison there at extra cover, and there's no run. Bamba stays on 8. Porter so far his ball 8 overs, none for 34, striving for a wicket. He starts his run in, 44 on his back, in and bowls, and he beats Bamba outside the off stump with a good delivery. That one just held its line outside the off stump. Bamba playing inside the line. Fortunately for him, he didn't follow it. The ball went through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, best delivery we've seen so far from Jamie Porter. Maybe some positive signs for the Essex bowlers that they can make this Warwickshire pair play.
Bamba settles as Porter is in and bowls. Then he drives outside the off stump and misses. That ball may have just barely carried to the keeper, but an expansive drive by Bamba. Didn't get anything on that at all. Fortunately for him, there's 3 slips waiting, and that ball went through to the keeper.
And he just comes away from his crease just to set himself. Bamba. We've seen a couple of those just past the outside edge of his bat. That one where it's a swing and a miss. Just resetting here for Warwickshire.
Porter in, bowls, and this delivery brings Bamba forward. It's a defensive push. The ball goes out to cover point, and a good delivery there by Porter. The important thing about this over is that he's got the right line just outside the off stump. He hasn't strayed straight at all. He's kept it just in that channel outside the off stump, making the batter play all the time. Occasionally the ball coming in and then one holding its line outside the off stump. So Bamba bat a raise as Porter bowls, and he's driving, but not with any confidence. I think he was looking to drive that straight down the ground. A bit of ball on hand coming into the shot, and it ends up at mid-on. But a good piece of bowling here by the medium pace Porter. Looks as if he could bowl another maiden. That would be a good start for him. He's already bowled 1 maiden so far, the only over he's had to date. It would be even better for him if he got a wicket maiden, as he's in now to Bamba, in and bowls, and Bamba has to defend. He's looking for a single, and he will get it as Porter comes across mid-on much too deep to stop this single. So he gets the single, and he will take straight for the start of the next over. It's now 150. 150s on the board, 150 for 2.
So 10 runs added to the overnight score then for Warwickshire so far on this delayed day 3, 40 minutes later than planned. After the scheduled start, we got underway because of some light rain around the Chelmsford area, which has eased off, and it depends which forecast you believe as to how long it's eased off for, whether we will get any more at all. We'll keep our eyes on that, as well as the cricket. Victoria Polly from BBC Essex with you, alongside Roland Butcher. Richard Wilford will be joining us after midday as well. And even Dick Davis making a cameo appearance as well. So plenty of us to keep you company throughout day 3 as Sam Cook begins a new over from the Graham Gooch end. That's a swing and a miss there from Bamba, looking to drive, miss times through to Pepper again. Just a few danger moments for Warwickshire.
Yeah, Bamba really taking a chance there. That ball really was not a drivable delivery. It wasn't a full half volley, it was a length delivery. He's only just really come in today, so he's got to get everything right. And fortunate not to get an edge.
In comes Cook, and again that's outside the edge of Bamba's bat.
Yeah, that's a good delivery and just beats him. All ends up. There's no question about that. He was playing at that delivery, so uncomfortable moments for Bamba right now.
Remains 150 for 2. just darkens slightly again. Cook's on his way into Bamber, who misses that one through to Pepper.
Yeah, not good batting by Bamber, really. He's just wafting outside the off stump. Again, that ball was even short of a length than the previous ones that he's missed on the drive. He was driving that on the up. A little bit ambitious. But lucky for him, he didn't get an edge.
And he's on 9 from the 25 deliveries he's faced. Just a little stroll to square leg to compose himself as Cook is in over the wicket, and again that one straightens and it's through to Pepper.
That's a beauty. We can't do much about that. The only other thing he could do is to nick that, but that was a top delivery. And just good pace, good bunks, and for the 4th time in this over, the ball's gone past the outside edge. Cook must be wondering what he needs to do to get the edge.
Yes, there must be a whisker away for Sam Cook. He's making a change, bringing in Nick Brown, who's on as the substitute fielder in to the slip cordon. In fact, going out to Gully. Cook is in, and Bamber drives that one. He's found the gap that's just been vacated, and they'll come back for 2 runs. The first runs off this Sam Cook over. Bamber's on to 11.
Yeah, and Bamber finally getting a bat on it. Thought the fielder could have done a bit better, actually. He had the ball in his hand before the batters were looking to take the second run, but just couldn't get it away in time.
Jamie Porter now patrolling in the deep on the offside. 152 for 2 as Cook is in. Bamber dabs that one down. Porter's going to come in off the boundary as they come through for a single from the final delivery of the over. 153 for 2, trailing by 449, and Bamber will be on strike for the next delivery.
Yes, he did well to survive that over, because for 4 balls it looked as if he wouldn't, but the field change allowed him to, one, get those 2 runs, and then finally that single. Just wondered whether Essex should have kept the pressure on him and still just maintained the 3 slips and stopped the single so that you can actually bowl at him. But that's Porter's job now. He's start of his 3rd over today. He's already bowled 2 maidens in, bowls to Bamber, and he beats him outside the off stump. So it's not just from Cook's end. It looks as if Bamber is really having a tough time out there. He's played a miss today at least half a dozen times in the short period of time he's been at the crease. But that was a good delivery by Porter, and those 3 slips must be just there in anticipation that something will be coming and coming soon. Porter in, bowls, and Bamber is going to get runs here. He could probably get 4. He not in control of that shot, but it stays along the ground and goes down to 3rd man. There's no 3rd man in place, so he gets the boundary, and no reward there for a good delivery by Porter, as he's just coming forward and sort of half steered it. I'm not sure he was in really full control of the shot, but the result is 4. Score moves into 157 for 2. Encouragement given to Porter as the sun disappears again, as Porter is in and bowls. And that's a much better shot. That's a lovely shot, actually. Gets on top of the bunks and strokes it out to a backward point. Good chase, and in the process batter's cross for 2. So that's a much more confident shot by Bamber, just getting on top of that shortish delivery and punching it to point for 2. He goes now on to 18. The score moves to 159 for 2.
Yeah, he was much more in control of that shot, just didn't get the same reward for it.
Spoiling Porter's 3rd over as he's comes into Bamber and bowls. Bamber drives, he's going to get a single. as it goes to a wideish mid-off. Return comes in to the stumps, but in the process gets a single. So it now brings Mosley onto strike, so I would expect that Porter will switch. Thought he would go around the wicket, but he's decided to bowl over the wicket.
Yeah, just come across for a conversation with his captain.
I would think he would go around the wicket, and he's indicated to Bamber, the non-striker, that he's going to go around the wicket, and the keeper's decided to come on under the stump, so he's standing up. Two slips in place. They look very close to each other. They're not really covering a lot of ground, but let's see what Porter can do to Mosley. Now bowls, and Mosley drives. The ball bounces over the head of the bowler, but Snater comes around from that mid-off position, does the fielding. Score stays on 160 for 2. And Mosley really hasn't had much strikes today. Just added the 2 runs. He's been, for most part, being at the non-striker's end, just watching Bamber play and miss. He gets his chance now, as this delivery is cut away down to the boundary for 4. There's a short third man. He's got no chance of stopping that. It's powerfully put away by Mosley. He gets his first boundary of the day, moves to 60, and at the end of the over it's 164 for 2.
Well, I'm going to make way for Richard to come in alongside you, Roland, and fingers crossed, if the weather holds, I'll be back a bit later on.
Yep. Good to see you, Victoria, and hopefully you'll bring the sun with you when he comes back. But no success so far for Essex. They're toiling hard, but with a good degree of luck. Bamber in particular has been able to survive. He's played and missed on numerous occasions, to the point where maybe the bowlers are going to get a little bit frustrated if he keeps playing and miss. He's turning it into a fine art. Good morning to you, Richard.
Good morning. I mean, to be fair to Ethan Bamber, he's a number 10, so he's playing with the abandon that a night watchman often does. Short ball here that he's going to pull towards the square leg boundary. The fielder will give chase out there and stops it on the dive. There's Allison. They'll come back for 2. Bamber with 21. So, I mean, runs for Bamber are bonus and irritation for Essex, aren't they, as much as anything?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess he's doing a night watchman's job, which is not to get out and to try and nullify the opening attack.
Yeah, he'll have taken his average above 18 for the season with this innings. Modest returns, but sometimes he's batted higher up the order than he should as he pushes it out towards point. Porter will come across, but they slide through for another single. He's to 22, 167 for 2. He's found himself at times batting at 8. Which is a bit early for him, and Ian Westwood, when I spoke to him yesterday after play, said that one of the reasons that Vance Jani is playing in this game is they feel that their tail has been a little bit long at times, and when you've got all-rounders like Webster and Barnard, you can afford to put the extra batter in, so that's what they've chosen to do this week. It's interesting, we see the wicket keep standing up to Porter in the previous over. There's still no excitement about this surface in terms of the bowlers, isn't there? There's not a lot of help. As Cook comes in round the wicket to Mosley, who's forward in defence up towards mid-off.
Yeah, I mean, the odd ball will do something. It will go past the edge. As a batter, just really you just got to hang in there for a while. Then.
Yeah. There is some murky weather around, but at the moment it's high enough and light enough that it's not interrupting things. And for Essex to try and press home the advantage they've got in this game, they need cricket. They need to play as much as they can today. Cook in to the left-handed Mosley, who ducks under a short ball and then dips down to sort of waist height by the time it's taken by Michael Pepper, who admittedly he's a tall man as a wicket-keeper.
Yeah, it's not a bad short ball, actually, a good surprise one. But well handled by Mosley. He just got inside of it and ducked at the last moment.
Lots of eyes in the Warwickshire changing room on Dan Mosley in this innings. Was so positive yesterday, bringing up his half century before the close. That's too short, and that's going to be signalled as a wide.
Yeah, very, very short. That would have landed in his half of the pitch.
Yeah.
Went.
I think Mosley, I mean, it's wise not to be playing the hook at the moment. I think, as much as anything, as the senior batter at the crease, he wants to make sure that whenever the next delay might be, or if we do get through to lunch, he needs to still be there. So far, he's not been tempted, and this is a fuller ball that he pushes back down the wicket. Mentioned there's been a wide in this over. Josh Tongue, his first over of the Test match today. He conceded 12 runs, all in extras. 11 wides and a no ball.
Can't be serious.
The 11 wides were 2 5 wides and a single wide. He wasn't getting it on the cut strip for a while. He then bowled a maiden in his second over. Because that's cricket. An over of looseners. Cook just back of a length. In line comes Mosley, and he flicks it back to the bowler, and it bounces up, and he rather neatly flicks his leg up to lift the ball into his own hands to Sam Cook. That was a difficult one. End of the over, 168 for 2. I trust you passed a pleasant evening in the county of Essex last night, Roland?
Yes, it was. Some good friends. J.K. Lever and Mike Gattin and Clive Radley.
Wow.
And wives, so it was a good evening to chat about cricket in general, and obviously see one another, which we haven't perhaps seen often enough.
A meeting of some of the greats of Middlesex cricket there. And John Lever.
Yep,
friendly rival.
Putting the world to rights, but no, it was a good evening, a very good evening.
So the problem with putting the world to rights is that by the following morning the world's gone wrong again.
Right, Porter's trying to put this innings to right as he starts his run in now to Bamba, in now, and bowls. And Bamba's on top of this bowl and hitting it quite hard up the mid-off. Probably could have been a single there, as the fielder had to move a fair distance to his left, but maybe because he's on the back foot, he did attempt the single, but there was a possibility. He made good contact, short of a length delivery.
Shane Snager was giving every indication that he may be going to succeed.
He's trying to send a message to the captain that he's the man, but he's going to have to wait for the now as Porter bowls to Bamba and bowls, and Bamba's turning this into the onside to square leg. Can't score. 168 for 2. He's on 22, Bamba, so he's done his job as a night watchman. Obviously played and missed on numerous occasions, but the important thing is he has not been dismissed to get in a front line batter, so he's blunting the attack for the time being. He now has to do battle once more with Porter as he bowls, and he's onto the front foot and makes good contact with that delivery, plays it up to extra cover, can't score.
Like a lot of tail enders, at times he looks a good orthodox batter, and then there'll be other occasions, as you've seen this morning, where you realise that he probably isn't as accustomed to being out there as the others. But when he gets in line, he's got pretty decent technique actually, and a good eye.
And they've got a man back on the leg side for him, so a short ball should come at some point in time. And this one is a long, it is a short ball. He's hooked it straight down to long leg, but he's going to get a single. Tempted bouncer, he went for the hook and picked up a single, so he goes to 23. It's 169.
And Ethan will play the pull and the hook, and it has been his downfall on occasions, one or two top edges, but he will take it on. And again, you know, you tend to have license to do that as a tail ender. He's played one or two quite significant knocks. Certainly played his part in that incredible run chase when they won at Chester Street earlier in the year, chasing over 340, winning by 1 wicket. One of 2 massive run chases they've had, the 390 odd that they chased down against Worcestershire last week.
This delivery brings Mosley onto the front foot. Takes the bottom hand off the bat. As that ball just nips back from Porter. Mosley on 60. He really hasn't had much strike at all. Most of the strike has been taken by Bamber. He's had to watch. Clouds gather again here at Chelmsford as Porter in and bowls to Mosley, and he's onto the back foot and just punches it up to mid-off. Snater does the fielding. That was the final delivery of the over. The floodlights come on, and at the end of that over, Warwickshire 169 for 2, Bamber on 23, Mosley 60, and still trailed by 433.
There was a time that when floodlights came on in grounds, they'd take a little bit of a while to warm up, and then they'd go off bit by bit. But these ones are like the on-off switch in your lounge. They come straight on, and yesterday they weren't on for very long, because they'd been on for a few minutes, and then we had a brief break. We had a 25-minute break for rain yesterday. We didn't lose any overs as a result of that. It was under half an hour. Today we have lost 2 overs because of the 40-minute delay. And the forecast day is not very special for later in the day, but at the moment the worst of the weather is avoiding us. And locals to Chelmsford will tell you that happens quite a lot round here, that the clouds will part and leave the cricket ground untroubled. You say you more often than not it seems to be grey when you're here.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really come to Chelmsford and have one of those perfect days where there's just sunshine all day. It's always a bit like this.
It's the 9th over of the morning to be bowled by Shane Snater. He bowled 5 overs for 9 runs yesterday. Always bustles in with great energy, and he does so from the Graham Gooch end now to Bamber and beats the outside edge of the bat. And that was a lovely line for a first ball.
It was, but I don't think it's only Cook and Porter that Bamber's going to play and miss at. Bamber's saying, I'm going to play and miss at all of you, but you're not going to get me out. But he certainly got a good delivery first up there, and the result, played and miss.
As long as you only play and miss the ones that aren't on target, you're all right. I always think that's the key. Don't play and miss at the straight ones. 2 slips in place, and Gully is now tucked in a little bit, so he's effectively in a 4th slip position, Noah Thane. Backward point is Porter. Walter and Critchley, 2 rather tall slips against a tall wicketkeeper as well with Pepper. As Bamber awaits, and he's slightly turned around by that, angled in towards off stump, but he's defending it into the offside to the substitute fielder Nick Brown, without a first team appearance this season, but has fielded throughout the 49 and a bit overs of this innings. And Bamber being a good irritant, but I think on this surface with the Kookaburra it's not a surprise when batters become an irritant from down the order. There's been quite a bit of that around the country this week. Snater in again, and another swing and a miss as he tries an extravagant extra cover drive. I mean, if he middles one of those, it might be rather lovely rolling, but he hasn't quite looked like doing so.
Yeah, he doesn't look like nicking it either. I mean, he's wafting at it, and somehow he's managing to miss. As you said, he may connect one soon, and then it would look the shot of the day. But at the moment, he's not giving the impression of permanency.
No, that's fair to say. Snater in, and he gets into a rather better position to push this out towards Brown in the covers. He moves across outside off stump, just squeezes the ball out, and then goes on the wander.
Yeah, just occasionally he shells that aggressive manner and defends quite solidly.
It's when he chases the ball. Oh, we said that one or two of the Essex batters yesterday who were playing rather more convincing, but we're only in trouble if they started trying to chase things. If you wait for a poor ball, you'll get your rewards. That's a straight one from Snater that he pushes back, and Snater fields his follow through. Matt Critchley is limbering up, so it may not be too long before we see the leg spinner. He's taken both the wickets to fall so far, and he against Bamber could be an interesting matchup. Again, tail enders and spin are not always an even battle. through 9 overs in this session, which is more than we might have expected when we woke up this morning, as this is turned towards mid-wicket by Bamber, and it's picked up there by... no, not by Cox. It's no run. And there's some rain in the air now, and that rain I think is going to take us off pretty quickly. It is. So a maiden over from Shane Snay to the 9th over of the morning, and then we get a second interruption here, and if this interruption lasts more than 10 minutes, then it is likely to mean that we get an early lunch as well. In the 9 overs that we have seen, then the Bears have added 29 runs for the loss of no wickets. It's been an adventure for Ethan Bamber, but the night watchman is still there on 23. Dan Mosley has 60, but now we move into our second period of rain, and in a way it may not have been convincing on Bamber's part, Roland, but that mini session belongs to Warwickshire because they haven't suffered any further damage.
Yeah, that was the important thing, was not to lose wickets, albeit he played and missed a lot, but when you look at the bottom line, both batters who started the day's play are still at the crease, so you can see that he's done the job that he was expected to do.
So the rain not heavy, but it is enough to take them off. The umpires have paused halfway back to the pavilion because the rain is getting lighter again immediately. The clouds are coming. Oh, look, there's plenty of grey in the sky. The darker cloud is just passing over us. There's some lighter stuff to come, and it may well be that this delay isn't too long. They can take lunch at 12:30, but there is the slight danger there that you could find yourself taking your lunch whilst it's dry and then it starts raining. So they will have to bear that in mind a little bit. But umpires Lungley and Blackwell come back to the pavilion. It is just the minor covers that cover the wicket itself that have been put out. We haven't seen any additional covering at all since 10 o'clock this morning. But we will be back with you here via the BBC Cricket homepage as soon as play resumes, or we have a significant update for you. But as things stand, 9 overs of play have been possible so far this morning, and Warwickshire are 169 for 2, trailing Essex by 433 runs.
Welcome to the First Bus Test Track. We're here to show what it's like to be a trainee bus driver, the trials and tribulations of transport.
So just keep it nice and slow. So we drive it. Oh, there's one. We've killed one already.
I didn't know we were off there. You didn't set me steering wheel straight. Just forget about that one.
What was this one? This was the steering wheel. Okay, why is it not driving?
Because we're probably not in gear yet.
I actually don't have a clue where I'm going.
Sarah Hall.
There is.
Fair play. Fair play to the drivers out there.
I'm driving a bus.
Our first set of recruits will be players from our partners, Essex Cricket, with whom we've recently launched a branded bus in Chelmsford. The partnership aims to encourage the use of public transport to get to games, to reduce congestion in Chelmsford and promote sustainable transport in the city. Before they were allowed to take the wheel, each contestant had to complete a theory test, which will be factored into their score. Aiming to score the lowest, points were awarded each time any mistake was made, whether it be failing to indicate,
I'm going to signal to go all the way round,
braking or accelerating sharply,
The brakes are weird, aren't they? I don't like them.
or even knocking down one of our bright blue cones. But they won't be training in our brand new electric double-deckers like these. They'll be in our appropriately priced training bus. Let's see how everyone got on with their laps.
Do you understand where you're going at the moment when we do start off?
No.
Handbrake on.
Handbrake on?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't press drive, did I?
Oh no, don't say that. Don't say that. No, it's fine. It's actually fine. Yeah, they're fine.
That's a natural. You've done this before, yeah?
Not my first rodeo, this.
Woo, I'm off. Okay, so I want it this bit more this way.
Ooh, I'll go that way.
Oh no, this way. Okay.
Right, slow down, Eva.
It looks like we've caused such commotion that even the government has got involved. Here's local Transport Minister Simon Lightwood giving our course a go.
Oh gosh, no, I think I prefer to put this on handbrake when he's just outside. I'm sorry about the corns. So, wait, I'll let you do your turn you off thing.
Thanks for taking part, Simon, but maybe stick to the politics.
It's lucky you're good at cricket. Little recruit.
Yeah, I'd love to. What's the benefits? What holidays do I get?
You wouldn't feel confident with me driving your bus, I don't think.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Don't worry about that one. Don't worry about that cone.
Well, oh no, don't say that! Ah!
Oh no, she's
My grandma's going to miss her shopping. I need to get going.
Doris, with her shopping.
I was just getting too into it. Serves me right. Oh dear. I know. It's a lovely day for it though, isn't it?
Right. Oh, mind that cone there. Oh, here we go. Oh, that one's gone. Bonus points. Bonus points, baby. Come on.
There's one right in front of me.
You're miles away from it.
Am I?
And then we'll just put it where we started.
Right, neutral. Handbrake.
Well done.
Remember our drive.
Let's go over to First Dig for his analysis of how they got on. Congratulations to all contestants that took part today, and on that stop bell, that's all for this edition of First Bus Battle of the Buses. Thank you for watching.
We're working with Ambassador Cruise Line to recognise the unsung heroes at your cricket club. Those dedicated volunteers and staff who go above and beyond to make the game happen. To celebrate them, we're giving you the opportunity to win them a cruise with Ambassador Cruise Line. The winning club will also receive a coaching session from me here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground.
My unsung hero is Keith Young.
Derek Richardson.
Mark Grove. Derek Harding.
Patrick Wald. Lisa Turner and Dick Turner.
My grandpa, Malcolm Price.
Ryan, he is someone who, no matter how old or where he's at, or if he's got anything wrong, he'll still go out and put all the boundary flags out, setting up the entire clubhouse. He's always very, very supportive.
Since I've been involved with this club as a professional, he's the dressing room attendant. He fills many roles. He always goes above and beyond.
He was the one who kind of helped me realise my love for the game and gave me all the right tips when I was a little 10, 11-year-old me trying to hold a cricket bat.
I remember a game when I was 14 years old, he was rolling towels onto the wicket to try and dry it so that we didn't get relegated. He was the first 11 captain when I was growing up, but he was more than that. He's the heart and soul of the club, does everything. Unsung's exactly the word I'd use to describe him. The unsung heroes and the volunteers around club cricket are actually the heartbeat of what we're trying to do. They're the ones that are introducing young kids to the great game of cricket and hopefully bringing on the next generation of superstars that are going to represent England.
The volunteers, the people that quite often give up their time, a lot of organisations wouldn't be able to operate without those people. So there are a huge amount of unsung heroes that probably don't get the credit they deserve, and I think without those individuals, club cricket, village cricket, it wouldn't operate.
Volunteers are really important to cricket clubs, especially with someone like Keith who created such a welcoming environment and fun environment for me to be in. That kind of creates the love for the game for a lot of people.
Nominate today.
Help us celebrate
the unsung heroes of cricket.
Ladies and gentlemen, the latest news from the middle. Weather permitting, we are looking at a restart at 25 to 1. And we've lost a further 5 overs from the day's allocation. So with a bit of luck, a restart at 25 to 1. Lunch still to be taken at 1 o'clock.
Is there anything over this side that you can get?
Yeah, there's a one this end. I had a burger from it yesterday, it was alright actually. It was alright.
They're going to come out in 10 minutes.
I'll probably do the same.
Let's see what's there.
I was a very healthy soldier last night in that I didn't go for a drink. I went to the supermarket and I got some sushi and some yogurt and a couple of cold soft drinks.
You must have felt terrible this one.
I felt a lot better for it. Oh yeah. We finish early today. I saw a few. Yeah. I saw a few of the best players in town. Ollie Hannah was saying absolutely knackered. It's in those 2 days. Yeah, those 2 days.
You can spend 150 hours in the field. Even if you're not bowling, you're looking at.
We have 2022. World Cup 2022, so 24, 28.
At the top of those stairs, there's a
I'm kind of glad he's top, otherwise he probably would have come for a pint and I didn't really want to have a pint. So it worked out quite well. I started on the second week when I was really listening to music. So.
Yeah.
To listen to some music I like listening to for ages, so it's very good.
It's very frustrating sometimes because you think they should be playing and they get off. And then the weather come back and also they might come back and then they go off again.
No, Nick. Again, this is weather in my hands.
Hoping to at least get one.
Let's see if we wish for a week. I think I'm trying to get Critchley on the same and see if we can
This is how they play this.
I think in terms of watching what's going on, it depends on for them to bowl this in. Then you can see how the balls will
It's swinging as well.
But when I watch it, I like to watch it this way round. Some people like to watch it square to the wicket. Yeah. But in cricket, you can't pick the ball up so easily when you're watching it on the side. Because it's a red ball, it's not that easy to see. Yeah, whereas at least from here, you can see the ball. When they're bowling.
Sometimes not one side on the field. But basically, refereeing these games at lunchtime, you're allowed to bowl on the pitch and knocks, but not obviously not on the pitch.
You can't go on the pitch, you know. Actually, what they'll have to do is walk along here, climb over that area, and they like to play in that section map. They won't be doing it, but probably will. I think what we do is we do that first, yeah.
And then have a little...
Please welcome back your on-field umpires, Ian Blackwell and Tom Lungley.
But look, if you look at the Chelmsford forecast for this afternoon, you think it's coming to quickly. 60% chance at 1 o'clock, 50% at 2 o'clock, 50% at 3 o'clock. Correct. But if you looked at this and you thought, oh, that was good, you know, just thought, oh, that's fine. It doesn't actually get dry until 2 o'clock. That's the way with it. Well, no, it's only got to be there in the
Taking to the field, your Essex team led by captain Tom Wesley.
So the rain delay is over here at Chelmsford. We come back on, what's about 18 minutes on from when we came off, and as a result we've lost 5 more overs, so 7 overs lost in all in the day, with a rescheduled closing time of 6:30, but we have lost more than half an hour's cricket, so therefore that's when the overs start a week away. Play will resume with the score 169 for 2 Warwickshire. They trail Essex by 433. I'm Richard Wilford. Roland Butcher is snaking back into position. See, now with that delay, I don't know whether the guest appearance of Dick Davis is going to end up happening. This is the excitement that we're having to deal with, we're having to contend with. But, well, we'll see. Because I will have to go and do a piece around 1 o'clock on the local stations in the West Midlands. So, I'll tell you what, if nothing else goes wrong, you replace me at 10-2, just so you know. I mean, people want to hear your voice. They want to hear your voice.
169 for 2. And Portable bowl to the left-handed Mosley. Mosley is on 60. And the non-striker is Bamba on 23. As Porter is in now, bowls, and Mosley has to defend a goodish delivery around middle and leg. Comes across and defends it up to mid-on, and there is no run. He stays on 60, and Essex obviously would love to pick up a wicket before the luncheon interval. They've toiled away in the time allotted this morning, albeit a late start, but gone past the edge on numerous occasions. This delivery is driven firmly, and Snater misfields, but at mid-off just recovers in time to stop the single being taken, but that one was pitched up and Mosley just struck it nicely up to mid-off.
Floodlights are still on, although they're not really needed at the moment because the bit of cloud that's above us, the large wedge of cloud that is above us is quite high at the moment and not too threatening, but we do know there's a genuine likelihood of more bad weather to come.
Porter bowls, and that's driven on the onside this time, firmly up to mid-on. Once again a pitched up delivery and positive stroke by Mosley as he comes forward and just looking to punch that on the onside and gets it straight to mid-on, so you can say at the moment bowled into his field, Porter. He's got 2 slips in place and he's now got a very deep gully, a square and deep gully as he bowls now, and this time it's short of a length outside the off stump, and on this occasion Mosley goes back and just plays it off the back foot out to extra cover, and there is no run. So a little readjustment after this break now as these 2 batters look to get themselves back in. With lunch approaching, they would be hoping to be there by lunch, then they can say they would have done a good job. Porter bowls, and that's 4. Lovely shot. Over pitched, and Mosley comes onto the front foot and caresses it straight down the ground between the stumps and the non-striker. Beautiful shot, and the result is 4 runs, showing the full face of the bat there. It wasn't a full flowing bat, full flowing shot. He just presented the face of the bat, and just really a little push drive, but with perfect timing. Porter will respond, and let's see how he does. He bowls, and that's driven for 4. Over pitch delivery this time. This time it bounces in the same area, but into the pitch and past Porter and out to the boundary for 4. So back-to-back boundaries there for Mosley, and really both deliveries were similar balls and played with some authority by Mosley. Gets 2 4s in that over. He goes to 68. Overs completed. It's 177 for 2.
Yeah, 2 lovely shots from Mosley. Second and third boundaries of the morning. That's 6 and 10 fours in his 68. He's been very positive for most of the innings, particularly last evening. But today is knowing that there are going to be interruptions. Sometimes your mindset can become a little bit blurred. But since his recall to the team, I think batting at number 3 is very good for him in terms of the responsibility that comes with the position. He's filling in for Tom Latham, who is A, away on international duty, and B, injured. You can put those the other way around if you like. Wicket for Chris Wokes this morning, which we haven't had a chance to tell you about yet. He's got KL Rahul out, chopped on for 14. 56 for 2, India, on the opening morning of the 4th test at the Oval. 11th wicket of the series for Chris Wokes. The other test match, Zimbabwe have fought back well against New Zealand. Shane Snater begins a new over in towards Ethan Bamber, who gets an outside edge that will whistle down towards third man all along the deck. It wasn't in the air long enough to be a chance for Noah Thane, but it's 3 boundaries in quick succession here. 3 and 3 balls, 181 for 2.
Yeah, Bamber wouldn't mind that. You'll take the 4. Pitched that delivery and thick outside edge. Went along the ground. No third man in place, so he gets another boundary, moves to 27.
So New Zealand replying to Zimbabwe's 149 were 158 for 1. They're now 206 for 6. That's a really good effort from Zimbabwe. And it's Blessing Musrabani who's taken 3 wickets there. When he's in rhythm, he's a very good bowler. Here's Snater into Bamber, angled in towards leg stump. He turns it to a straight mid-wicket. Cox is quick to get to the ball and picks it up, 181 for 2. Good to see Zimbabwe getting a really good dose of Test cricket in the last few months. And that for teams to improve, they've frankly got to play, and if Test cricket is going to survive, you want every nation to get a little bit of a bite of it. Encouraging. Snater into Bamber once more. Pushes him back in defence, slightly slower ball that from Snater.
Just turning Bamber around a little, but still good enough to get the face of the bat on it.
It's really brightened up for a moment here. It's making me squint. Victoria was smart earlier, having her sunglasses with her. I think it's because it's been such a grey morning. When it gets bright, it surprises your eyes a bit. In full sunshine, it didn't make me squint earlier in the week. Snater into Bamber once more, driving, and that's lovely. In front of point for 4, second boundary of the over. Bamber up to 31, 185 for 2. And that time, he got over the top of the ball and put it away.
Boundaries are plenty, and this is probably the best shot he's played. Bamber given a little bit of width by Snater, and on this occasion made no mistake, off the middle of the bat. Lovely shot. He gets another 4.
This partnership starting to annoy Essex, given that it is a night watchman. Bamber was slated to bat at 10 in this match, which is the lowest he's batted for a while. He's the designated night watchman this year for the Bears, succeeding Danny Briggs, who'd held that role for the last few years. As Bamber backs away, Snater was bringing his approach, but Brown, I think it is, was changing his position at mid-off, and Bamber wanted to see where he was going to end up. As this one takes an edge again, it bounces halfway towards second slip, where it's gathered two-handed by Matt Critchley. It's an eventful over.
Yeah, thick outside edge for 4, smashed through extra cover for 4, and now an edge to second slip.
just under 20 minutes till lunch. I think we've got a fair chance of getting through to lunch. Snater approaches once more, and Bamber just covers up and defends up towards mid-on. So this pair have added 47 now for the third wicket. Moseley 68, Bamber 31, Warwickshire 185 for 2.
Yeah, no success so far for Essex. They're toiling away. And the pitch just playing it has played right throughout this innings. Very good for batting. Not a lot of lateral movement. When it happens, it's occasional. It's not a regular situation. So batters confident enough to try and get themselves in. And then once they're in, it's pretty difficult to dislodge them, unless of course it's a self-induced mistake. But to try and make one of those mistakes happen, we've got Critchley coming into the attack now. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Moseley. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. Those are the two catches around the bat. Then he's got a short extra cover. He's going to start coming around the wicket. And this first delivery is whipped away, and he's lucky to get away with that one. Really, it was a loose one. Moseley clips it to behind square on the leg side. There's a fielder stationed in that position, so he prevented the single.
Yeah, it was runs and wickets, wasn't it, when Critchley was in the attack yesterday?
Critchley bowls, and that's a full toss, and it's driven firmly out to long on. So they're going to get the single because there is a long on in place. Returns the throw underarm to Critchley, who immediately switches to go over the wicket to the right-handed Bamber.
That matches Dan Moseley's highest championship score of the season, 69. It's only his 10th innings, third half century.
So it signalled the deep square leg to go in play, slip and a short leg. And this one is edged down towards third man. There should be two there, but the initial movement by both of these batters were a little bit on the slow side, so they ended up just getting the single, but that was a good delivery, bringing the batter onto the front foot, coming off the outside edge, finding its way down to third man. The score now moves to 187 for 2. Critchley bowls, and this one is driven, and a misfield by Snater coming around from that straightish mid-wicket position. All he can do is deflect the ball down to long on.
And that's the 50 partnership between Moseley and Bamber, 79 deliveries.
And a single. So, yeah, that's the 50 partnership comes up between these two, of which Bamber has played his fair share, as this delivery brings Bamber forward and he defends on the offside, and Critchley does the fielding. And this partnership now really starting to frustrate Essex as Critchley bowls, and that's a tossed up delivery and he's defending it. So not a bad over to start with by Critchley, but well negotiated by these two batters, who are now growing in confidence as we have this little session before lunch. They'll really love to be there.
Should we bring Dick in there? He's here to fill in for Victoria while she's away doing some interviews.
So, I will take my leave, or are you taking your leave?
Well, either way, which way? What do you want to do, Roland? I'm happy to move, but it's up to you.
Well, I'll stay. Dick can come, and I will stay. And sunshine is beautiful sunshine now. As Snater will continue as Dick gets himself ready. He's still being set. Not sure exactly what they wanted, but they finally settled on two slips. A gully, an extra cover on the boundary mid-off, leg side mid-on, fairly deep, mid-wicket also fairly deep. It should be a long leg, who we cannot see at this point. Yes, there is a long eye. Slater bowls, and Mosley gets on top of a ball that's around hip height, coming into the left-hander, and it forces it onto the onside. It's fielded there at mid-wicket. Score stays in. 188 for the loss of 2. Good afternoon to you, Dickie.
Good afternoon, Roland. Good to see you again.
Yes, and you too, and no doubt you will have a much longer session after lunch as Snater bowls and Mosley's forward and plays it gently back to the bowler, who tries to flick the ball back at the stumps to catch Bamber unawares. But Bamber much more alert than he expected by Snater. Stayed in his crease and survived. Mosley on 70. He's batted really well, actually. He's attacked the spinners, played some lovely shots down the ground off the seamers today as Snater bowls, and that's a lovely shot. And tumbling stop there by the fielder at mid-off, going around to his right. That was on the up, a drive. He was going away from him, and he had to pull the dive out, which he did successfully. Gets a single, goes to 71, brings Bamber on strike. Bamber's on 32. His score moves to 189 for 2.
Yes,
a few changes for the right-handed batter.
Substitute Nick Brown fielding very well there out at cover point. Oh, sorry, wide-ish long off, mid-off. He's not the, by his own admission, he'd not be the most athletic of players in the side, but he did very well there.
Bamber settles now as Snater comes in now and bowls and beats him outside the off stump. Yep, we've seen that before today, where Bamber has been beaten on numerous occasions, but then occasionally he's played a good shot, and that has added to the frustration of the Essex bowlers.
Yes, they'll be disappointed not to have had more success this morning. At least had 1 wicket and therefore 1 point to their tally in their efforts to avoid too much trouble in the final 3 matches in September.
Snater bustles in, bowls, and that's one. He's looking to turn it on the onside and ends up playing it straight back down the pitch. Went past the bowler. Fielder from mid-on comes around, does the fielding. So obviously hoping that that ball, Snater was hoping that that ball would move away as he was playing into the onside. Then it would have brought the cotton ball back into play, but because of the nature of this pitch and the ball, didn't deviate that much. Snater is in once more and bowls, and this time he's more solidly forward, Bamber, keeping this one out of his wicket, defends it back to the bowler, and at the end of that over he remains on 32. 71 to Mosley, and it's 189 for the loss of 2.
Yes, with another 10 minutes to lunch. We had a late start. We lost some overs at the beginning of the day. Well, we lost more play than overs because there's built in an extra half hour of leeway, so there was only actually 2 overs lost, but then we had a further 5 overs lost, so we've already lost 7. But it's probably going to be that sort of day, frustrating for players, umpires, scorers, and maybe most of all spectators. But not the media, they get used to it. As Critchley moves in, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who reverse sweeps, and it's going to pick up 4 runs down towards the sycamore tree, and sure enough, I think probably Jordan Cox got a hand on it after it had bounced, I hasten to add, but didn't take enough weight off the ball to stop it still going on its way to the boundary. So the score moves on to 193 for 2.
Yeah, totally premeditated.
Yes, and there's a solid forward defensive shot, pushes it out into the offside. And there's a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of the bowler now, Another attempt at the reverse sweep, which is far less successful than the first. Yes, a lot of responsibility on Matt Critchley's shoulders, because with the absence of Simon Harmer, he automatically becomes the leading spinner, bowling his leg breaks, and that's just played defensively and correctly and respectfully. Trickles out on the offside. Critchley again, for an economy of approach, forces the batsman onto the back foot, just plays defensively, trickles out to mid-on where Shane Snater polishes it on the back of his right thigh, probably in anticipation of bowling it in a few deliveries' time. And that's met with, again, stern defence. Trickles back to the bowler. So 193. Mosley 75 not out. And Bamber's 32 not out, really proving to be an obstructive night watchman, which is of course his job. And I know it's a cliche thing to say it, but when a batsman comes in as night watchman, they like to be given the chance to prove the following morning that they're no mug with a bat in their hand. And yeah, more often than not, they prove to be quite a thorn in the side of the bowling team.
Yes, a tight over there by Critchley. Tossed the ball up nicely. Not a huge amount of spin, but the length was good. But battle resumes as Snater and Bamber gets back to the business, and this one is solidly forward to a ball just slightly short of a length and meets it with a full face of the bat and plays it up to extra cover. Can't score. Stays on 32 as we approach lunch, and I think Warwickshire will be quite happy to go to lunch with no loss today.
Yeah, very happy. That
would be a very good start. Snater bowls, and he's forward, and it runs off the face of the bat. It goes out to backward point, and again can't score. Snater just looking to operate just outside the off stump, hoping to draw Bamber into an expansive drive. Give one of those catches behind the stumps there, the keeper, the two slips of the gully, an opportunity. He's halfway through his run up, in and bowls, and this one is flicked away for 4. It's a lovely shot by Bamber. Misdirected delivery outside the leg stump. Easy as you like it, as Bamber just turns it down to long leg. Down to fine leg. There's a vacant position there because the fielder was out at deep square leg. The result is a boundary, so he goes to 36, and with that score goes to 197. So
in fact, that acreage of the outfield was so vacant it was wicketkeeper Pepper who went and retrieved it. Yes. I'm sure he doesn't think that's normally his job.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of deliveries. It was missed a line. There's Snater trying to correct that now, and he's edging this one on the front foot, Bamber, but falling safely as it stopped in the gully. Went soon after hitting the bat, went to ground, so there's no chance of a catch there at the gully. Snater, this is his 9th over. He's currently known for 22. He's got 2 balls left in this over. Bamber waits, and this time he meets it with a full solid defensive push into the offside.
Somewhat disappointing attendance today, but weather-wise it's turning out to be far better than the forecast suggested, which has probably kept a lot of people away. But maybe when they hear that in practice we'll have only lost a total of 7 overs, maybe they'll drift in if they live locally. Oh. for the remaining two sessions.
I would imagine the weather forecast would have had something to do with that. This delivery is cut away and out towards point. There's a fielder on the point boundary, so he'll only get the single. But what he will do is that he will maintain strike at the start of the next over. So Snater goes, so Bamber goes to 37. He's doing his job well. Mosley's currently on 75, Mosley, and I would imagine the two batters will do their best to try and make this the final over before lunch.
Yes, they've got, difficult to see from this angle, the clock on the pavilion wall, but probably 3 minutes.
Yeah, this, if I go on the monitor here, it's telling me 1 minute, but it doesn't matter once the over starts.
Yep.
He takes his guard and he'll delay as long as possible.
And it's Matt Critchley to bowl what will probably be the last over before the break. Bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Bamber, who goes on the back foot and cuts it away, carves it away into the offside, but no run scored. I'm sorry if listeners can hear through the headphones the sound of the radio station. That's just played defensively in anticipation of my 1 o'clock report. As over the years we've tried all sorts of means, or the technical people have, to avoid this coming through, but it can't, unfortunately. As next delivery, and it was a palpable chance. The net result is 4 runs down to third man, but it was a very obvious outside edge which went at catchable height, but well, slightly wide of. Can't quite determine who that is in the slips. I ought to be able to.
Yeah, he went for the cut. He cut hard and got a thick edge.
It wasn't. I would have. He didn't even get a hand on it, and that's just played defensively. Trickles out. Siliminov. No addition to the score of 202. Oh yes, that boundary brought up the 200. 2 deliveries to go, and that's just played solidly defensively. Picked up by Nick Brown, who's now at silly mid-off. A man for all seasons, a man for all locations. And next delivery is just pushed out again on the offside. Again picked up by Brown, and all 13 players and 2 umpires head towards the pavilion for lunch. So it's been an interesting morning. Amidst all the different breaks, then the visitors have added 62 runs. They were 140 for 2 overnight. Haven't lost another wicket. Mosley's moved on to 75 and Bamber 41.
Yeah, they've done well. Job well done. The object today was not to lose any wickets. They've done just that in the process. They've also added some 42 runs as well, so it's 62 runs. So they've had a good morning, so to speak. Yes. On the other hand, Essex have toiled hard, but the good nature of the pitch continues to show that batting can be relatively easy. Bamber's eased to 41, so it's been a good morning for Warwickshire.
Thank you, Roland, and after my 1 o'clock report we'll go and have a bite of lunch as well, and we'll be back up, weather permitting, 1:40.
I was originally involved in laying this track, this original section of track, and when I saw again the state, I knew it had been closed down. I just wanted to get involved in bringing it back to life. I couldn't let it go, basically. One of the story mourners have gathered in Bury St Edmunds for the funeral of the former Conservative Cabinet Minister Lord Teggett, who died earlier this month, aged 94. He was one of Margaret Thatcher's closest allies and was injured and his wife left paralysed by an IRA bombing in 1984. Delivering the eulogy at St Edmundsbury Cathedral, Lord Dobbs said his friend was deeply affected by the attack.
There was a time when you might have become Prime Minister. Perhaps even a great Prime Minister. But not after the bomb. I know you regretted not having the opportunity to try, but I never remember you complaining.
Indeed, Essex Sporting Cricket rain has affected play on day 3 at the County Round in Chelmsford, with the latest on Essex against Warwickshire in the County Championship.
But it possibly hasn't the weather hasn't affected the play as much as had been forecast. We've only lost 7 overs this morning. With the play started late, and then we had a further 5 overs break. And it's been what play there's been. It's been rather disappointing from Essex's point of view because they've failed to take a wicket, and in fact. The visitors have gone on to 202 for 2, so they've added 60 runs without losing either Dan Mosley, who's on 75 not out, and night watchman Ethan Bamburn. That's probably even more frustrating when a night watchman comes in and stays most of the or all of the following morning. He's 41 not out. So Essex have had a disappointing morning, but they'll be looking to get amongst the wickets this afternoon. Thankfully, the sunshine is shining at the moment, and the day has been generally, from the weather point of view, better than forecast. Warwickshire 202 for 2.
more voices we have, the nicer it is for listening. Maybe have a look.
Resuming the Warwickshire innings after lunch, Dan Mosley and Ethan Bamber.
Well, welcome back to the county ground at Chelmsford for the second session of the third day of this game between Essex and Warwickshire in the First Division, which proved to be a disappointing morning from the Essex point of view, in as much as they didn't manage to take a wicket, and every point is vital for them at this stage of the season and this stage of the table. So they'll be looking for wickets this afternoon with added zest. And the other side of that same coin is that Warwickshire have batted extremely well this morning, and we only lost 7 overs through bad weather, a slight drizzle, and so we're set for, could be an interesting afternoon. Essex will be looking to, well, get certainly 3, if not 6, and ideally 9 wickets before the 110 overs are bowled, but at the moment it seems a somewhat forlorn hope, but we've all watched enough cricket over the years to know that things can very, very suddenly change. So it's going to be Shane Snater bowling from the far end, and Richard to describe the action.
Thanks very much, Dick. Yeah, we've seen, look, 804 runs for 8 wickets. You would suspect that it's going to be very hard to bowl the team out twice here, as Dan Mosley receives the first ball from Snater, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. He's on 75, Bamber on 41. They've added 64.
Yeah, I can't really see Essex suddenly getting a hatful of wickets today and tomorrow. I think their main aim must be just to pick up as many bonus points this innings, and in that pursuit they can get rid of as many Warwickshire batsmen in the first 110 overs.
23 overs till the new ball, so Cook and Porter may be kept largely up their sleeve until then. As Snater approaches once more to Mosley, who gets an edge and is taken at slip by Walter, and he bashes his bat against his pad because he's been so comfortable in this innings so far, still targeting that first championship 100 of his career, and he'll feel that he's missed another really good chance here. He goes for 75, a wicket for Shane Snater, and a useful one to pick up with the night watchman still out there as well, bear in mind. Warwickshire 202 for 3.
Yes, that really came. That was a bit of a surprise. Not just the wicket, not so much the wicket, but the rashness of the shot, really, because it seemed to be so out of character as to how Mosley had been batting all morning, and indeed last night. And yeah, no wonder his frustration. But it's self-inflicted entirely. That takes nothing away from Paul Walter, who pulled off a pretty good catch, because the ball was going at some pace. Mind you, it was a nice height. It was about shoulder height, which to Walter is about head height to most people. And so Essex will be cock a hoop. So they've got another point now. They've now got 5 points out of the game so far. We can't really see, with all due respect to the visitors, we can't really see Warwickshire winning this game, so you can add 8 onto that at least for the draw. So Essex have 13 points towards their tally, and that brings
Zen Malik to the crease. So Malik, a first-year pro, albeit at the age of 27, and made a match-winning century last week against Worcestershire. That chase of 393. Both he and Bo Webster brought up hundreds, but his innings of 142 was very much the platform for that success. His second century of his debut season, and he will want to make a good contribution here.
Yes, he will. So that was just the second delivery of Shane Snater's over, and the sun's gone in. It's overcast, but at the moment, I don't want to be too optimistic. At the moment, there's no obvious signs of threatening rain, and the lights aren't on either, so it's not. No, the light's reasonable, and hopefully we can get plenty of play in.
Snater, quite a dependable member of this unit. And wickets that are a bit more sporty than this, when batters are relieved that Porter and Cook have finished their spell, then Snater can bring his own form of devilment. Into bowl to Malik for the first time, and is that another chance? Has he gone first ball? He stands, and eventually he's going to walk off, and it's 2 in 2 for Snater. Now, I don't think it was cleanly taken. It looked like there was a fumble in the slips. It may even have gone through the hands of the wicketkeeper, Pepper. We'll have to look at the replay for that, but a first baller for Malik in the context of the game, quite extraordinary. And Snater takes 2 in 2 immediately after the lunch interval. And Warwickshire now have a spot of bother at 202 for 4. Just looking at it, it's in between wicketkeeper and slip, and first slip is spilling it initially and then holding on to it in the end. Well, well, well. What a development in this game.
Yes,
who could have seen 2 wickets coming like that?
Said Malik was caught by Paul Walter off the bowling of Shane Snater.
And now Snater on a hat-trick.
Yeah, well taken in the end. He did juggle with it, but he's proved himself to be a competent juggler as well as a good batsman and bowler.
Bo Webster.
And it is indeed Bo Webster who makes his way to the crease, formerly of this parish. So both the 3rd and the 4th wickets fall with the score on 202.
So the joys of 4-day cricket is that strange things can happen.
Yes, indeed.
In that nobody previously in the match had failed to get to double figures. But and the other thing is, of course, the night watchman is still out there in Bamber. Barnard and Smith are still to come as batters at 7 and 8. And both of them are top 6 performers. So, but nonetheless, there's a window open here now for Essex that didn't look likely 5 minutes ago.
No.
And we've seen almost comedically the weather skirting around us as well today. you look at the radar and you don't quite understand how we haven't got a drenching.
No. We're in the 58th over, so there's plenty to go.
As Snater approaches on a hat-trick, 3 slips in place here, and the full face of the bat there from Webster, and flicks off the right boot of Snater. And then the round of applause for the fact he came close to the hat-trick. Matt Critchley whirling his arms at second slip, ready to come back in. But Mosley 75 and Malik 0 gone in this over. And the Bears need to rebuild against an Essex side whose eagerness to try and force a result this week will be huge. Will probably pull them out of any concern about going the wrong way in the table. Snater approaches once more to bowl to Webster, nicely in behind it, defends it out into the offside, and there's no run. So for Dan Mosley, the frustration at again being in on a good wicket with a Kookaburra ball and not getting through to 3 figures was evident. See how annoyed he was. He'd done the hard yards. With the weather, I suppose he's had to start his innings 4 times, but to get out in the first over after the interval will really frustrate him, as Webster is again forward defensively. A double wicket maiden from Shane Snater. What a way to start the session. 202 for 4.
Yes, Essex could not realistically have hoped for a better start to the second session of the day, and it is indeed going to be Critchley to continue from this end, the Sir Alistair Cook end, formerly the River end. And occasionally we are prone to lapse into giving the ends the old name. Old habits die hard. Critchley marking out his run-up again.
I mean, it's still a river at this end, and Hayes Close is still at that other end.
Yeah, that's right.
So, technically, you are geographically accurate.
Yes, it cannot be denied. There's a river at this end and a road known as the Hayes Close at the other end. But, Critchley, right arm over the wicket. The night watchman Bamber seems strange to refer to him as a night watchman at just gone 1:45 in the afternoon, and that's nudged down towards fine leg, and a useful bit of fielding there. Saves one run. They canter through for 3 to take the score to 205 for 4, with Bamber not out 44.
That's his highest score since joining the Bears this season.
And Bo Webster yet to open his account as Critchley moves in and bowls to the latter, who's paddled that more than round the corner, such that it goes down towards third man for 2 runs. If in fact he did get back to ball, yes, he must.
Yeah, the top edge there, which
Yes.
briefly you thought Slip running back might be able to get to, and then as they were running, they'd almost completed the first run. There was a delayed appeal for LBW, I think, from Critchley, but it had come off either the edge of the bat or the glove from Webster. Yeah. Not the most convincing way to get off the mark.
But they will count, as plays that with more assurance, straight out to mid-off, where Shane Snater bowls, fields rather, and having polished it a little bit, hands it back to Critchley, who moves in now, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Bo Webster, rocks onto the back foot and plays it square on the offside, down to deep point, fielding in front of the stand, promoting the benefits of a public school in Essex, which has produced numerous cricketers, both for Essex and a few for England. Amongst academic studies, of course, as Critchley moves in and bowls. It's worked way on the onside to a small gap between square leg, where there's nobody except the umpire, and mid-wicket, and they go through for a comfortable, agreed single. Bamber moves on to 45. Webster plays defensively on the back foot, trickles out. Square picked up by Porter. End of the over. Warwickshire have moved on to 209 for 4.
He's been milked for runs, Critchley, but he's also looked like taking wickets. He's got a couple. Snater is 2 for 23. Critchley's wickets have come a bit more expensively than that. He's been going at 5 and over, but he is that point of difference. He is a bowler that they look to attack, and occasionally that can incur errors. But Snater has been rewarded for his good line. If he continues that against Bamber, that will put real pressure on him. He's never got a first-class 50, Ethan Bamber. He's on 45 now, and that could just produce a bit of artificial pressure.
Yes. Yes, leg spinners, you know, like Critchley and numerous others, they're always bound to be a little bit expensive because it is very difficult to control that form of wrist spin.
3 slips now in place, and Brown goes into the gully as this is back of a length, and it's off a thick outside edge, and it will scuttle through the slip cordon and go to the fence for 4. So a highest first-class career score of 49 now for Bamber, as the score goes along to 213 for 4. As much as they've had those setbacks and they need to rebuild, Warwickshire are also very keen to get as many batting bonus points as they can. They only got 1 with the ball.
Yes, indeed. They're 37 away from their first at 213 for 4. Slight adjustment to the field. Sees Jamie Porter come in to save the single at backward point.
Yeah, they're certainly playing for that edge now. That's a good leave. The ball just back of a length outside off stump. Good pace from Snater and carry. It's taken by Pepper behind the stumps, and there's no run. Bamber has faced 72 balls for his 49.
Formerly of Middlesex. Born in Westminster, I just found out looking at the Playfair. Sounds very posh, Westminster.
Well, that's where the hospital is, isn't it? I think as much as anything.
Well, yes.
Primarily, but he is very much a Londoner. So he awaits this next delivery, and he's pushing forward in defence. He was a boy chorister.
Was he?
Ethan Bamber. He went to a school in Cambridge, and they brought out a few albums when he was a boy chorister. One of which has just got him and another young lad on the front, and you can recognise Ethan and his cheeky face very clearly, and he kind of wishes that it didn't exist, that particular photograph.
I think it's rather good.
Snater comes in to bowl to him again, and he looks to turn it off his pads. There's an appeal for a catch down the leg side. He's got nothing on it, and Essex are a little bit surprised that he's got nothing on it. There was a couple of instances yesterday where they've had an appeal and then accepted the umpire's decision. On this occasion, they're a little bit surprised. There was one yesterday that came off the hip. Just looking here, I think that's come off the hip as well. That would be my best guess. So.
Yes, umpires very rarely get it wrong, and we only remember the times when it appears that they did.
Exactly. Snater approaches once more, and this is lashed through the covers for a first-class 50 for Ethan Bamber. He's 53 not out. It's come off 75 balls, and that's a nice little landmark for him.
Yes, it is. Yes, and well played, Ethan Bamber, and quite refreshing to see just a complimentary handshake from Bo Webster. You know, sometimes you see these massive, great hugs and hullabaloos, but no, it's almost nostalgic just to see a handshake.
I mean, a hug for a 50 would be a bit much, but acknowledging the fact that he's not got there before. As he leaves the next ball from Snater alone outside off stump. 217 for 4 of Warwickshire at the end of that over. They still trail by 385 runs.
Yes, 453 is their initial target to avoid the follow-on. So they're not quite halfway towards that. And no, I'm not going to even complete the sentence at start. It was going to start if, counting far too many chickens. They're only 4 down. Critchley to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, the end past which the River Cann flows, and then duly into the River Chelmer, after which the city is named. Plenty of air and drags, well, brings Webster forward, and he pushes out a single in the offside. Snater has to make a few yards to his left to field the ball, which in itself accommodated the taking of that single. Crowd has actually, I'm sure it's no thanks to me wishing it, but the crowd has picked up a little bit since lunch. That's a wristy shot out into the wristy with a T rather than risky with a K, played out into the covers for a single.
Must be strangely freeing if you're a professional cricketer and you're out there now and you've got your highest score ever, you're on 54, you're a tail ender normally, would have been batting at 10 if you hadn't come in as a night watchman.
Yeah.
If you think that every run now is a new career best, he'll be enjoying that.
Yes, of course he will. A lot of oohs and ahs then. I think it may have bounced off Nick Brown. It finished up at cover point and they went through for a single.
Yeah, I think it was an exaggerated ooh and ah situation going on there.
Yeah.
There was quite a lot of that going on yesterday.
Yes, it's professional cricket, they all do it. And similarly, that's just played back to the bowler. Similarly, players are aware of it, they ignore it, umpires ignore it. But it's all part and parcel of this game. An attempted sweep isn't wholly successful, it's not even partially successful, as it just finishes up going off a bottom edge. And I've got a feeling he edged it into his face.
I may have done, so he's going to get a little bit of treatment here, which gives me an opportunity. I'm going to make way because I've got a report to do, and Roland Butcher will join you there.
Right. Thanks, Richard, very much. Yes, I'm sure that's the case, that in attempting that sweep, probably got a top edge, edged it into his face. Yeah, just looking at the replay, that's clearly what happened. Obviously, the The helmet can offer protection against most deliveries, but if it bounces off the bat and sort of comes up towards your chin and Adam's apple area, then yeah, the ball can get through and cause considerable discomfort. Hopefully it is only discomfort and nothing worse. It was Bamber, not Bo Webster. And he is receiving treatment from the one of the team of medics that no doubt Warwickshire have. Most counties seem to have a whole battery of them. Oh, yeah, it has drawn blood on his lower lip. I'm sure you want all these gory details, but nothing more than that. Maybe a plaster. I don't know. And anyway, all seems to be right now, and they're resuming, and Bamber puts his helmet on with the score at 220. That will be a minor irritation when you've just scored your highest score in first class cricket and you're still there on 54. Not out. Welcome back, Roland. Did you enjoy your lunch?
Very good question. I think we'll leave it there.
You've had better. As Critchley prepares to bowl.
Let's put it this way: it will not do much for good health.
Right. They won't be making TV programmes about it. As Critchley moves in and bowls, that's outside the off stump. We're not right behind the line, so I don't think there was a great deal of turn, but what there was would have taken it further away from the stump. Goes through to wicketkeeper Pepper. End of the over. Warwickshire in pursuit of Essex's 602, or 220 for 4, with Bo Webster not out 5, and night watchman Ethan Bamber 54.
Yes, and obviously Essex striking immediately after the luncheon interval, just dismissing Mosley, who was obviously in good nick, and then obviously Malik first ball juggling catch out for a slip, which was dropped, and then Walter hung on to it at the second attempt. So Snater, the bowler, on the occasion, picking up both of those wickets. So the wicket taker, Snater, who now has 2 for 31 off 11, will continue, and he will be bowling to Webster. Snater bowls, and Webster comes forward and defends to backward point, and there is no run. Good length delivery off stump, and Webster is on 5. A lot depends on Webster, a lot of expectations from a player who has come into Test cricket quite late and has been very successful. Now an integral part of the Australian team with bat and ball. Now he has to do it, as this delivery is again on the front foot, and it goes out to point, and there's no run. .220 for 4. On the other hand, other end, Bamber getting his first half century, sent in as night watchman, and really in the context of the game, it's got in quite quick time. He's only faced 80 balls for his 54, so he's done a reasonable job. Snater bowls, and that's a good shot by Webster, driving down the ground. Snater sticks out a hand and just parries it away on the outside, and it's fielded at short extra cover, moves to his right, does the fielding, and there's no run. 2 slips and a gully to Webster, and that short extra cover, those are the catching fielders, and then they got a backward point, fairly deep cover, deepish mid-off, as Snater right arm over the wicket, bowls to Webster, and Webster, that's a lovely shot, gets on top of the bounce and punches it to the left of cover and into the boundary for 4. Just using his height, Webster, he's quite a tall man. It was short of a length, and he was very positive in his stroke play, just gets on top of the bounce and with a straightish bat, plays it backward on the offside for 4.
Yes, he's a tall man. I've just looked him up. 6'7", it says in the book of words.
Snyder bowls, and Webster turning this one from fairly straight out to mid-wicket, straight to the field at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, Webster's had a good introduction to international cricket. Obviously has done well in Shield cricket for a while, elevated recently to the Australian side, and he's played and held his position, and really now is Snater bowls, and he has to adjust as he goes back then forward and defends on the offside. That was the final delivery of Snater's over. He now has 2 wickets. It's 224 for 4, still trailed by some 378. Webster's on 9, Bamba's on 54.
Yes, Bo Webster, while I was looking up, not only did I ascertain that he was 6'7" tall, but he was comes from Tasmania, from Hobart.
Yes, and I'm sure when I was in Hobart playing, he was a little lad.
Yes.
If he was born there at all. Probably not. I would suspect he's...
As Critchley moves in bowls, and that's worked well on the onside by Bamba.
I would think he's between 27 to 30. That sort of age.
So were you playing for an Australian team?
Tasmania.
Oh, you were, right. That's hit with power, but straight to Rothesay at mid-wicket, more or less level with the stumps at the bowler's end. Just see how old. That's just played totally defensively. How old Bo Webster is. Bo Jacob Webster. Don't come across too many of them. That's just played out to deepish mid-off, where Paul Walter, who's taken 2 catches in the slip since lunch, where he's positioned. Critchley again. That's all a misfield, but it doesn't cost runs. As it's that man, Paul Walter, backing him up. Bamba goes to the back foot again, and playing a miss, and finished up in a somewhat ungainly position, but no great alarms nor any reason for Essex to get too excited. End of the over, a maiden over. Webster born the 1st of December 1993, so he's what, 31, big 32 just before Christmas.
Yep, so he definitely wasn't born then. But another Tasmanian making the Australian team and doing very well. Right now he's got to do battle with Snater, who's got 2 for 35. He's in now. Ball to Webster, and Webster's turning this one on the onside as runs here. At least one should come back for the second. The fielder's quickly onto it, but cannot prevent the second run. So with that, Webster, that one was just eased into the onside, so he goes to 11. Score goes to 226. Ball just slide into the right hander, nicely played past the square leg umpire. And as I was saying before, now got this opportunity really through indifferent form by Mitchell Marsh and injuries. Let's wait, as this delivery is nicely in behind it, just stands up straight and defends up to mid-off. Got this opportunity because of indifferent form by Mitchell Marsh, and also injury to Cameron Green. And really the three of them, obviously Marsh not being able to do much bowling these days. Obviously, he started off in the same vein as a medium pace and a batter. Not able to do much. Cameron Green also, now he's been injured as well. Not doing any bowling, so Webster's stepped in. Snater bowls, and Webster adjusts his shot as that one straightens a bit, and he defends it to backward point, and there is no run. And he's also done an effective job for Australia with the ball. He was really one of the main seamers in the recent series against West Indies, where he was called upon to support Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins, and he did it and picked up important wickets. He's now got to do the job as this delivery is driven handsomely into the offside, but it goes straight to that shortish extra cover position. It was a nice juicy half volley. Thought he would have had. He thought he had 4 runs there when it came off the bat, but
yes,
it was a nice bounce. 226 for 4. As got some good weather at the moment. Nice sunny afternoon. As Snater, who's picked up both wickets this afternoon, bowls, and this one is driven on the up. Doesn't quite time it. It's into the ground, and it makes its way out to wideish mid-off. Can't score. Just 1 ball remaining in this over. The 13th for Snater. He's got 2 for 37, so he's done a good job for his team.
Yes, just looking up, because my memory's not very good. Yeah, Bo Webster played for Essex 2 years ago, 2023, and only in limited over cricket.
Right. Snater to Webster, and he's forward as to defend a good delivery fielded at extra cover. End of another over by Snater. It's 226 for the loss of 4. Webster, he is on 11. Bamber is on 54.
And Webster calls for change of clubs. I suppose it's usually hasn't been there very long, but anyway, sometimes a so-called change of clubs is just a smoke screen to get a message one way or the other, but anyway, we'll never know. It's none of our business, really. What is our business is that Matt Critchley will continue to bowl his 17th over. He's bowling from the end from which we're commentating, and our lofty perch, very good position, not behind the arm, as I said, about sort of long on really, to the right-handed batsman, both of whom are right-handed. Webster has a word with Noah Thane, just convivial, I'm sure, no reason for it to be anything else. It's down the leg side, 1 day wide, but it's a 4-day match, taken by Pepper. He's had a good match, had a good day yesterday, got a very good century, got his county cap and a superb stumping. I was gone home by then, but I watched it on the live stream, and it was very sharp work by the wicketkeeper. Slight adjustment to the field, fairly minimal. In again, outside the off stump, and Bamber watches it studiously as it goes through the wicketkeeper. There's one slip keeping him immediate company, although also a short leg close in front. That's played out into the covers. Straight to the fielder, no addition to the score of 226 for 4. Webster 11, Bamber 54. And Bamber, out at the business end, plays again studiously and diligently, and the ball trickles out on the offside. No addition to that score.
Yeah, and Critchley's settled into a nice rhythm.
He has.
The fact that the batters are not attacking him, so he's...
That's slightly short of a length though, but it still only produces a dot as it's chopped down to backward point, where Jamie Porterfields had to make a few yards, couple of yards to his left, but caused him no inconvenience really. That's met with obstinate defence. So another good over, another maidens. I think the previous one was, so 2 consecutive maiden overs, which for a leg spinner, which is notoriously difficult stuff to bowl, is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, Critchley's doing a very good job. Just hold it up at end, and Snater is trying to attack the batter. He's just trying to tease them out, and he's done a pretty good job to date. So just for those people who are now tuning in, just to give you a bit of an idea as to what's happened in this game, Essex in their first innings got 602, 6 wickets declared, as Snater runs into bowl to Bo Webster, and he bowls to Webster, and Webster is adjusting his shot as he comes forward, and as the ball moves he goes with it and just defends the ball out to short extra cover, and there is no run. Webster came in at the fall of the wicket of Malik, who was caught by Walter at slip on the second attempt. First ball duck, and since then obviously now trying to repair the innings. As I said, 602 is that target, as Snater bowls to Webster, and Webster comes forward and gets into a nice position and just defends into the offside nice and tight. Showing he's got a, apart from his array of shots, it looks he's got a pretty solid technique. And he goes forward, he goes right forward. He's a tall lad, we said that. But he does get well forward. I wonder what he's like when the ball is short, the wrong head height. Snater bowls and he drives. He's not going to get a run though, because he just lost his shape a little bit.
Yes.
And the ball ends up to the fielder at cover, who's fairly deep. He's not saving the single, he's fairly deep.
Jordan Cox there in the covers.
Because there's a short extra cover, so cover's behind him. Mid-off now goes deeper and wider. As Snater, he's got quite a long run up for a medium pacer in bowls, and Webster looking to turn on the onside, plays a little bit too early. Lack of pace on that occasion, the ball ends up out on the offside and there's no run. So as I was saying, in relation to people now joining, yep, Essex made 602 for 6 declared, and Warwickshire now 226 for the loss of 4 wickets, as Snater will continue 4 dot balls today, bowls, and Webster is in behind the short ball and plays it to that fielder again at cover. So good over to date, just 1 delivery left in this over, which will be the 14th for Snater, and he's got 2 for 37. Slips, 2 slips and a gully, short extra cover as Webster gets ready, as Snater bowl to Webster, and he has to adjust his position again to a good delivery on the stumps. Back along the pitch, an excellent over there by Snater, a maiden, and it's 226 for the loss of 4.
So the combination of Critchley and Snater are keeping the batsmen very quiet at the moment. It's a while since we've had a run, and very commendably they're performing as well. So 2 more wickets and they'll have another bonus point, but it's not going to be easy to come by. They'll be very, very keen to get full bonus points out of this, but they'll have to work hard for them. As Snater goes off, and I was going to say the 12th man's already on, the 13th man comes on. I can't identify him at the moment. There's Critchley. Going to bowl round the wicket to the right-handed Bamber. The night watchman, albeit the fact that it's just gone 2:15 in the afternoon as Critchley moves in and bowls. That's just played with a dead bat. And it's Jordan Cox, who's now fielding in the solitary slip position, who moves a few yards to pick the ball up. Critchley tosses the ball from hand to hand before delivering it, and that's swept away for 4 runs down towards the hospitality boxes, and indeed
Snater,
the box, yeah.
Snater trying to. It's hard to. I'm going to try and describe this dive.
Yes.
You would have to see it. It was quite funny because he never was ever going to stop the ball.
No.
And diving in that fashion was caught on camera, but the result was a boundary.
So Critchley into Bamber. Bamber just allows him to hit his pad way outside the leg stump, which is inevitable if you're bowling round the wicket, leg spin to a right-handed batsman. Critchley midway through his 18th over, gives it a little bit more air, and it's outside the off stump, and Pepper takes it and feigns to take the bails off, but doesn't need to because the batsman hadn't left his crease. Critchley again. Richard is hovering, so I think it's my cue to depart. So one more delivery, then I'll be gone. And Critchley moves in again, bowls, and that's just, well, he thinks about a run, but that would have been ill-advised at best, and another over comes to its conclusion. Warwickshire 230 for 4, and after a few more words from Roland, he'll be joined by Richard.
Yes, and stay close, Dickie, as the sun now beats down here at Chelmsford, as Warwickshire trying to fight their way back into this game, losing those 2 quick wickets immediately after the luncheon interval. So I'm going to have a change in bowling. Snater, who's had a good session after lunch, he's going to take a break, and Noah Thane is going to take over, and he'll be bowling to Bo Webster, and say good afternoon to you, Richard. So Thane, so medium fast bowler, right arm. He will bowl to Webster with just 2 slips. He's got a short third, he's got a extra cover. Let's see this first delivery from Thane to Webster. That's almost a Yorker, and dug out by Webster, goes to extra cover, no run.
Excellent post-lunch spell from Snater, wasn't it? You know, to get something out of this surface that wasn't really there, putting it into an area where people could make a mistake. Dan Mosley fuming at the way that he got out. Zen Malik, you're vulnerable when you first come in, and he's fished at a ball that he didn't need to play at.
Yeah, I think it's, let's wait for this delivery now as Thane to Webster. Webster's on top of this one and just punches it out to cover point, and there's no run. I mean, I can have sympathy with Malik. I think it was a ball he had to play out at. It was close enough for him to play. You know, that line, you know, you don't want to be leaving that line because the ball could nip back, and then it brings into the LBW or the ball. I think it was a good piece of bowling, if anything, so I'll give the credit to the bowler for a very fine delivery. Thane bowls, and this one's worked into the onside by Webster. He would just get an easy single as it goes out to deep square leg. Taylor comes in off the boundary and he crosses for a single. Webster.
Any bowler getting an orthodox wicket this week deserves some praise. We're 10 wickets at an average of 83 in this match so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on this pitch, really, in the early overs is when, you know, you're most vulnerable if the bowler can get the ball in the right spot. And Malik certainly was. Bowls, and this one is forward and then back. Bamber, and plays it out to backward point. So Bamber's been frustrating the attack since yesterday, and this is perhaps the longest time, I would imagine, Richard, he's ever batted in his life.
Well, it's certainly his biggest score. Next delivery will be the 100th that he's faced. He can't have seen 100 balls very often, if it's all, you're right.
Absolutely. And he's not finished yet. So all credit to the tail ender. He gets his opportunity and he's making the most of it. 10 balls, and that one bounces, and he adjusts his shot quite nicely and pushes it to that short backward point position. Can't score.
I think in his mind's eye he visualised himself guiding that nicely down towards third. But
yes,
didn't quite get the angle.
I think he actually ended up playing the right shot, which was to just defend it, make sure he's still at the wicket. You know, he would realise that he also has his best chance of getting to 100 on this pitch, as this one is short, and he's not messing around with this one. There's no survival in that shot. That's a very good pull shot by Bamber, showing lots of ability here with the bat, not just resilience, but when the opportunity comes to score, he takes it. That was an attempted bouncer, and he just treated it with disdain.
He was up on his toes very quickly to belt that, and you hit it so far in front of square. Tells you how quickly he recognised the delivery. So from a previous career best of 46, he's up to 62 not out. So he'll be delighted with that.
As I said, 100 is there for him on the taking. He's just got to hang around with Webster, and that will be. You have a great opportunity.
It's a long way away, yeah. I mean, I remember seeing Chris Wright getting into the 70s, batting as a night watchman for the Bears, and he kind of ran out of steam. He wasn't used to batting for that long and started playing weird shot after weird shot until he got out, which was very unfortunate. Here's Critchley to continue to Webster, who got down as if he was going to either sweep or reverse, and then watching the line of the ball, just got back up and pulled out the shot and let it go through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he was forward very early, almost getting into that sweep position, as you said.
Next delivery, that's a lovely line from Critchley around off stump, and played watchfully down to the man at Silly Point, Nick Brown, who is very close there by modern standards. He really is in the eye line of Bo Webster. Quicker ball, Webster just covers it up, back to the bowler. Critchley, for me, has got a little bit more of a consistent rhythm in the last 2 overs, more than he's had at any point in this innings so far. He's got the ball coming out of the hand where he wants it to be. This one's just back of a length though, and it's cut by Webster. He's got the protection of a fielder out on the point boundary, so that'll just be a single. Webster quietly on to 13, 236 for 4.
Yeah, short of a length, just giving himself some room. And very strong square the wicket at the offside.
Durham and nearly all out for a second time against Surrey, and they're 175 in front with 1 wicket left. It's worth noting that one. As this ball just short, and Bamber is trying to pull it, and he's, for me, threw the shot a bit early there, and he's lucky that it misses his off stump.
Yeah, this one keeping a little bit low. Bamber saw it short, went back to pull.
Next one he plays a little more reassuringly on the back foot to the short point fielder, just a single off the over. 236 for 4, Warwickshire. And we're looking at the new ball now being just 11 overs away, and I don't see any particular reason to delay taking it when the opportunity comes.
Yes, hopefully they would want that they've taken a couple more wickets, but even if this pair is still there, I'm sure they'll want to bowl with a nice hard shiny little ball. So Webster, he will take straight. He's on 13. And Thane, he's got none for 15. It's about 5 overs to date. He's about to do battle with Webster. In bows, and Webster's forward length delivery and defends on the offside. No run.
Those people who dared to come to the ground today have been rewarded with a lot more cricket than we might have expected today. That's good. At the moment, nothing threatening. Even better.
Yeah, this morning didn't start that impressive. Even before play started, the weather was, I think, would have been something that put a lot of people off this morning as to whether they should come to cricket. There were still the faithfuls here as Thane bows to Webster, and Webster again has to defend a good delivery and goes up to extra cover. And those supporters who were here early and still here now appreciating this bit of pressure that's being put on Warwickshire right now. They're drying up the runs, so that's very important if you're not going to get wickets. It is important to maintain a degree of control. Thane in, ball to Webster. Webster, yes, not a good piece of fielding. Could have been 2 there, and a misfield there at backward point. Really should have stopped that one. It was played into the ground to his right. Nice bounce, but somehow he managed to parry it away, and in the process the batter's cross for a single. Takes Webster to 14. Brings Bamber, who's on 62, into straight. 237 for 4. Same field in place as Thane. Bowls, and Bamber's pulling, and he's going to get runs here, and he's going to get 4 of them. That's a good shot. Much better shot than perhaps the one before. This one was more controlled and pulled into the ground. Picked the line up and the length very quickly, got into position and dispatched that in the manner of a batter. And I would imagine after this innings he will be asking for promotion in the Warwickshire batting order.
Well, I mean,
and on the evidence of what we have seen, he may be justified in that request.
He might be saying, well, look, I've come in at 4. It looks my position. It looks my position there. He's been batting 9 and sometimes 8 this season on the whole.
He may say, I don't understand what the fuss is all about. Oh, and that's a nice drive too. But he's going to only get the single as it goes square the wicket on the offside to a pitched at delivery. He goes now to 67. And he would, really, what is the fuss all about?
Yeah, although, if you're going to say that, you may have to take this wicket and this Kookaburra ball with you. If that's the way that you make any runs, that would be the way to do it. So.
Well, listen, when the opportunity presents itself, and the Kookaburra ball and a good pitch has presented itself, and he is maximising that as Thane to Webster, and Webster drives, and he's only going to get a single. Again, driving short of a length delivery on the up. It's fielded at backward point, so he will take straight because that was the final delivery of that over. So Webster moves on to 15, and the Warwickshire total moves to 243 for 4. Bamber at non-striking is on 67, still trailed by that margin of 359.
Yeah, long way behind, but the 2 things they need to do is take time out of the game and get some batting bonus points. At the moment they're closing in on their first one. Essex took 4. Critchley's going to continue. There's a bit of a brains trust meeting going on at the moment between Westley, Cox, Pepper and Brown. They peel away now, 2 of them helmeted. Critchley 2 for 74, Snater with the other 2 wickets. Those 2 in 2 balls immediately after lunch. So a little bit of darker cloud comes overhead, but I don't think that's going to rain on us. But the weather is kind of coming from behind us, behind over our right shoulders today. Just a slight change of direction from previous days as Critchley floats this up and is driven by Webster. Up to Walter, who's quite deep at mid-off, but they don't contemplate a single. Pitch inspection about now, by the way, at the Oval. 74 for 2 India, no play since lunch there. It's even slower ball. She's driven into Brown and ricochets out and picked up by Pepper. And no run. Less than 10 overs till the new ball. That'll be something that Cook and Porter will be pondering. This is floated up and there's a tempter for Webster, who cuts it, and it's fielded at point by Porter, but they still get the single that they would have got if he let it go through to the deep fielder. 16 to Webster, 244 for 4. At what point does Bamber go from sheer freedom to getting himself back under pressure here? Because every run he scores is a new career best at the moment. If he gets beyond 80, I think that the role turns a little bit. Let's see whether he can as he comes forward to the next ball from Critchley and defends it. He's currently on 67.
I don't think he'd have a problem. I get the impression that, you know, he's decided now really that
it's floated up and he's looking to hit this through square, but he picks out the fielder this time.
I'm getting the impression that he probably feels that, listen, the only way I can get out here today is if I make an error. And he hasn't made too many to date.
This ball full. He leans forward and defends at end of another over. 244 for 4. You weren't saying that when he was wafting at everything in the first 20 minutes this morning.
Well, that was his that was his vulnerable period.
Yeah.
And it could have easily nicked off when he was, as you said, driving at every delivery and missing, but he survived that, and since then he's looked increasingly secure. He hasn't really looked as if he's going to get out.
No.
Which is encouraging.
Well, Victoria is back in the building, I can reveal.
Looking bothered.
She'll have so many tales to tell of her trip to Tiptree. 36 hours out or so from, or 48 hours out from the start of the football season.
So Thane will continue and Webster will take straight. Just the one slip now, protecting that mid-wicket area after a couple of pull shots as Thane bowls and beats Webster with a good delivery outside the off stump. Just feeling for that one outside the off stump. Webster plays inside the line and the ball goes past the outside edge. So a degree of success there for Thane. He's got one past the bat. And he's got number 22 now. He's in over number 7, but that was a good delivery.
And it's past the fully fledged international batter that is Bo Webster, who made some useful little contributions in Australia's Test Series win in the West Indies.
Webster waits now. Thane bowls and Webster's digging this one out. Again, almost Yorker length. Can't beat extra cover. That ball bounces nicely for the extra cover fielder, so Thane, after a couple of short balls in the previous overs, now he's decided he's going to go a little bit fuller. But there's also a danger in that he's removed the second slip, so he's in now and bowls, and Webster's beaten again, just playing on with an open face there. No corrects himself as to show that he should be playing straight, but he was perhaps almost guiding that to third man. It goes past the edge. Luckily for him, didn't touch the edge, so he survives and he's still there on 16. But another nice delivery there by Thane, who's suddenly this over got a few deliveries in the right place. Maybe when he's bowling to Bamber, he gets a little bit excited. He bowls. Webster uses all of his height to stand up and defend that ball into the offside. And he's quite an imposing figure, Webster, even from this distance. He looks big from this distance.
Yeah.
And I could imagine when you're close to him just how big he is. But from here, our commentary position, you can see he's got an imposing structure.
That's definitely the word for it, imposing.
Thane bowls, and he's got a sound defence as well as he comes forward and defends a good ball up to mid-off. So this is a good over by Thane so far. He's got 5 dot balls. And I think the difference in this over that he's not gone back to bowling short.
He's no longer investigating the middle of the wicket.
No, he's bowling much fuller. And just one ball to go and possibly could have a maiden. He bowls, and yes, good delivery, well played again. Ball goes up to extra cover, good over by Thane, and he is rewarded by the spectators who appreciate the effort that he's putting in. And at the end of that over, the score has now moved on to 244 for the loss of 4. Bamber is still there. He is on 67. Webster on 16, and as Richard said, Bamber now in unknown territory, but he's finding his way.
Glorious sunshine at the moment here at Chelmsford. Roland is looking like he's going to take a break. We'll see who comes alongside me as Matt Critchley will continue to wheel away. Play due to restart if there's no further rain at the Oval at 3 o'clock with India 72 for 2. Surrey will need 176 to beat Durham at Chester Street after Durham were bowled out for 344, 5 wickets for Kishore. Notts 325 for 3, trail Somerset by 113. Hamid still there on 166 and Haynes 55. Worcestershire 223 for 5, trail Hampshire by 70. Jake Libby opening the batting is on 84. And Yorkshire on 518 for 8 have a 296 first innings lead over Sussex. Lythe made 115. Revis is 135 not out. Hill scored 75. And runs aplenty up at Scarborough. Critchley begins a new over, bowling to Bamber, who guides this off the outer half of the bat down to short third. And there's no run. Victoria Polly is in the house with her sunglasses on. Are you going to tell me that you've driven through rain showers and all sorts?
Well, I was a bit worried when I left here. It started raining, and then it was lovely in Tiptree, and I thought, is this the same everywhere in Essex?
Critchley floats this up. Oh, and there's a bit of edge about that from Bamber. It bounces a couple of yards in front of Porter at point. Well, we lost about, while you were away, we lost 18 minutes and 5 more overs. Just after about 12:15 till 25 to 1, we were off. Critchley again floats this off, dabbed into the offside, and there's no run. Then we had the extraordinary first over after lunch when Shane Snater got 2 in 2. Mosley caught by a juggling Paul Walter for 75. Malik first ball for a duck, caught by a juggling Paul Walter. Neither catch clean, but both taken in the end. Critchley is cut rather more convincingly this time by Bamber, who adds 4 more onto this career best. He's up to 71, 248 for 4, and that was put away quite nicely.
Yeah, it's been a really nice innings from Ethan Bamber, hasn't it? Considering the first couple of overs this morning, it felt like the bowlers were just having a bit of luck with movement, and the ball was just tempting him to try and play it. But he's been really patient, played really nicely, and is proving difficult for Essex at the moment.
It's been quite the obstruction. This is very full down the leg side. There's an appeal for LBW, but I don't think that would have been hitting leg stump. The angle of the delivery. It's always that difficult thing when if the ball hits him on the full, and that is considered the line that the ball is going to stay on. So if it's in front of leg stump, it would be out. But it always looked like it was going down the leg side, the way that Bamber then turned his body to try and play it. And Critchley in to complete his over and beats the outside edge of Bamber's bat. He's hanging on a bit. He's on 71, 248 for 4. Well, was the Colchester United camp buoyed and thrilled and excited for the new season?
Reasonably so. It's been a bit of a strange summer for Colchester United. They were the subject to a proposed takeover, and so there was a lot of work going on behind the scenes with the thought that there would be new owners in place by the time the new season came around. That didn't materialise in the end. So the current owner and chairman, Robbie Cowling, who's done a lot of work over the 20 years he's been there, is still in charge, but he's given them a bit of a slimmed down budget. So they're lean and mean, as head coach Danny Cowley has adopted the term. So yeah, there's excitement around, and they're ready to, as he put it, defy sort of expectations, etc.
Okay.
So yeah, it was very nice to do the press conference outside, though. There wasn't any threat of rain at that point, and it does look like it might have passed. Just sort of having a look at the weather forecast and around Chelmsford. Noah Thane is continuing from the Graham Gooch end, and he comes to Webster, clips that one into the leg side. They'll just take the single, as that's picked up in the deep. 249 for 4, trailing by 353.
It has been a bit of an anomaly, the weather here today, in that the radar will tell you that we should have caught quite a few of these showers, but we've barely had a tickle, and that's great.
I felt a bit of a fool carrying my raincoat around everywhere with me. I haven't needed it. I was worried I needed sun cream at one point.
You'd have looked after if you got your hood up.
It's just one extra thing to be casting around with me, as Thane's on his way in past the umpire, and he comes to Bamber, who hooks that one, and it is not going to be stopped by substitute fielder Robin Dass, who's out there. So another 4 runs to the total for Ethan Bamber, just hooking that one round the corner for 4. 253 for 4, he's on to 75.
Yeah, 13th man on the field as well. I think it's Charlie Allison who's not out there this afternoon, is it? Or
Charlie
is it?
Allison's down at deep square leg.
Oh, okay, I'll try again in a minute.
We can play spot the missing Essex players. Nick Brown out there as well for Dean Elgar, as he was for yesterday.
That brought the 50 partnership up, that shot, of which Bamber's section has been 34. And the half-century partnership coming up off 95 deliveries. It's been a calm innings from Bo Webster so far. But the first batting bonus point of the game for Warwickshire as well, only their second point of the match.
We have a change in the field, which is just delaying proceedings.
Are they going to feed his pull shot a little bit, I wonder?
Yeah, Tom Wesley's just moved across into the leg side. In comes Thane, and that's clipped into the leg side by Bamber. That will be picked up by Charlie Allison for a single. 254 for 4. Bamber on to 76. So just having a look. I can't see Jamie Porter.
He might be doing some prep ahead of the second new ball, which is 6.5 overs away. Tea, if we are uninterrupted, and we may well be, tea is due at 3:55 today. That's the adjusted time. So there's plenty of time with the second new ball before the interval, you would think.
Thane moving in. He bowls. Webster's up on his toes. He just plays that one to point for no run by Webster, who had success here at Chelmsford when he was part of the One Day Cup side a couple of years ago now. Rather entertaining watching him play.
They fired unbeaten 100 in the victory over Worcestershire last Friday. There was 100 not out when they got over the line.
He's on 17. Thane is in, full of delivery, and it's just right back down the pad to Webster, who was coming to meet that one. And it's way more exciting than it was.
Well, it was again angled down the leg side. He was trying to hit the ball through square. There's always a bit of a yelp on this surface with this ball. If you beat the bat, you're always going to be a bit excitable. But it wasn't worthy of a full appeal in Noah Thane's opinion.
Right, he was back marching off to his mark pretty quickly, and he's on his way in again. Was watched here, 254 for 4. That was played back down the pitch by Webster to Thane.
Called a no ball. Would have been the last ball of the over, but Umpire signal, 256 for 4.
I thought he did, but sometimes he wasn't as extravagant as I thought. I thought, is he just signalling?
Well, it was very quick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And largely because the scorers are about 8 yards to our left, and we can actually see through 2 glass screens, or a glass screen and a door to where they are, and they signalled instantly. So down came the arm.
An extra delivery from Noah Thanes over. He is in. That one's played straight back down the pitch by Webster. Thought about coming for the single. Realised Tom Wesley was coming around to field it. So a dot ball to finish. 256 for 4, trailing by 346 for Warwickshire.
And congratulations to any Warwickshire supporter who had Ethan Bamber top scoring on their coupon, because he's now overhauled Dan Mosley on 76, which is 30 higher than he's ever scored before. Well, right now he won't know quite what to do with himself. I think in a club match that would already be enough that you've got to buy a jug of ale.
Oh, absolutely.
I think probably should still be the case of the professional ranks as well. So Tom Wesley's going to give himself a bowl as we get close to the second new ball. He's going to give Critchley a little bit of a break. It might even be a change of ends, but 6 more overs before they can take the new ball. And with the Kookaburra, unless the ball is turning significantly, and it's not, then there is no reason not to want to take it. So a couple of slightly darker clouds are coming over, but again, they're getting higher, the clouds, and it's really warm outside. When I went to get my lunch, I did quite a few people said, I should have brought my sun cream today.
It's rather humid as well.
Yeah, we actually could do with the storms that haven't arrived, because I think all around the country we've not really had the release this summer. And it is very, very heavy, even at not high temperatures now. Felt that last night wandering around Chelmsford. Wesley to start a new over, or his first of the day actually, and Bamber just watchfully defends him out on the offside. He bowled 4 last night. Makes me sound like a lost soul wandering around Chelmsford, but I didn't quite know what to do with myself last night. You have nights like that when you're away from home.
Yeah, you just end up going for an aimless stroll.
Yeah, that is a very good description of what happened. Wesley once more, and onto the back foot is Bamber. He maybe should have come forward to it, but he's able to stab it out, and Wesley trots to his left to do the fielding himself. The only fielders close to the batter, slip and short leg. Actually snated out a fairly short mid-wicket. Quite a few singles to be had for Bamber. This is into his pads. He turns it wide of Brown, and it's picked up by Snater. There are the customary oohs and ahs because it went close to the short leg, but he wasn't looking at the ball, and it went past his foot, having already bounced. So
Yeah, delayed reaction there from Nick Brown.
yeah, he couldn't see the ball, let's put it that way. He was taking evasive action. Because then it sat up a little bit, and a more proficient batter might have hit it quite hard. As Bamber looks to force it past the bowler, but can't. Wesley fields in his follow-through. I think Bamber is getting to where I see. Now, Rowland wasn't sure this existed, but I think he's getting to this crossover point where it's gone from a lot of fun to suddenly, ooh, I might get 100 here. And that's a very different piece of territory for him as he defends the next ball from Wesley. Because you don't get many chances.
No. And it's it's coping with the mentality of it, isn't it? As well as whatever the bowlers are giving you to work with.
A little bit of the freedom may just have gone. And he scooped a ball through mid-wicket in a couple of overs ago. That might have worried him. Now he backs away when Wesley was on his way in. Don't know whether a fielder was changing their position. It's happened a couple of times today. He just puffs his chest out and takes in a breath. It does feel like it's weighing heavily on him. Final ball of the over from Wesley. And he forces it off the back foot. There won't be a single though, because Critchley's quickly around from mid. On maiden over from Tom Wesley. 75 gone. Warwickshire 256 for 4. The Essex lead remains at 346.
Afternoon to Richard, who's been in touch on the emails. essexcricket@bbc.co.uk says, good afternoon from a very grey Luxembourg. So it's maybe similar weather there as it is here. He says the hybrid pitch and the Kookaburra combo is pretty lethal for bowlers. Hopefully the 3 matches in September will be rather more exciting. Apologies if this was mentioned earlier and I missed it, but I see young Luke Benkenstein scored 197 as captain of the PCC Select 11 against Pakistan. Hopefully I have a good chance to show what he can do in the One Day Cup. Would be good to see him becoming a spinning all-rounder for the club in future years, says Richard. Yes, I saw I think he was 148 not out last night. So good to see him going on and making a good score there, and certainly one of Essex's youngsters that's proved successful in the One Day Cup and the T20, and will have his sights set on being a regular part of the first class side as well. So that Tom Wesley over from the Sir Alistair Cook end was a chance to get Matt Critchley bowling from the Graham Gooch end. 2 wickets for Critchley, taken in the last session yesterday, as his first ball is defended back down the pitch by Webster for no run.
It feels like, I mean, it's probably appropriate today, isn't it, the calm before the storm. It feels a little bit like it because the new ball is so close. And yet Essex will try and take advantage of any relaxation here.
As Critchley is in and Webster is turning that one round the corner, he's picked out the gap and he's found 4 runs. He leaned into that one, got low to it and has just guided it down to fine leg for 4, 260 for 4.
Yeah, lovely soft hands there, didn't try to overhit it at all. Michael Pepper had anticipated and he ran about 3 yards down the leg side by the time the ball went past him. Did everything he could to try and get into position to block it off.
Nick Brown is being stationed in that position on the leg side as Critchley is in. Webster drives that one. It will be cut off by Sam Cook, who comes in off the offside boundary, and they'll just take the 1 run. 261 for 4. Webster moves to 22.
Porter is back on the field. He's at mid-on, so he's back and available. It might just even have been a change of boots for him.
Critchley is in, and that one's wide of off stump. Bamber thought about it, and it's into the gloves of Pepper.
It's funny, you know, that there's such a tempter outside off stump, and that's where Bamber's technique, strangely enough, gets tested.
Critchley in, and that time Bamber does get bat on it. It's picked out in the field though, so dot ball. Remains 261 for 4 as Critchley is in. Bamber looking to sweep that one, doesn't time it, and it's picked up at short fine leg by Nick Brown for a dot ball to finish the over, the 76th over, and Warwickshire are 261 for 4, trailing by 341 runs.
Still, the weather holds. It's lovely. It's. I was talking to the chap at the burger van earlier, saying, how do you judge how much to do on a day like this when there's not so many in and you're not sure how the weather's going to be? And the first thing, is one fewer member of staff than there normally is today because of the weather. And it's probably less than half the number of people in the ground, actually quite a bit less than half compared to yesterday. So I should probably just about get through this over before I have to nip off to do an update. As Wesley continues, none for 9 from his 5 overs, and he's bowling to Webster, who treats a full toss as if it was a grenade. And it hung in the air, and not necessarily knowing quite where a safe place was to hit it, he just cushions it along the deck to Snater at short mid-wicket. Got away with one there, I think it's fair to say. More orthodox delivery is pushed into the offside where there's a comfortable single. 23 to Webster, 262 for 4. So when you were growing up and you started developing a love of cricket and you came to Chelmsford, which part of the ground was the one that lured you?
Well, there's a couple of places I remember sitting.
Everybody has the memories of where they first went into a ground. This is stabbed out to point by Bamber, no run.
I remember coming to a T20 and sitting over in front of the the balconies, with the flats with the balconies, away at the sort of parkway end of the ground.
Yeah, quite a busy part of the ground, quite a bustling part of the ground. Oh, now sensing, I suspect there, Wesley, that Bamber might try something funky, and he would go for a reverse paddle. He's fired a quick ball down the leg side. Well taken that by Pepper. that all went a bit T20. Great reaction from Wesley. Good wicket keeping too. So he approaches once more. Will stand the delivery, cut into the offside, and they will get a single. 77 to Bamber. 263 for 4. Where was the other spot then?
Well, the other thing was when I was a teenager, I made use of I think it was about £12 for a junior membership.
Yeah.
And so I got one alongside my friend. So we were able to sit outside the pavilion. We were living the good life.
On the benches?
On the benches, yes.
Where there are no bare torsos allowed, as we were talking about yesterday. As final ball of the over, Webster leaves that well alone. 263 for 4, Warwickshire, with Bamber 77. Webster 23. I shall vacate. I'll see whether I get replaced or whether I come back. We'll find out in a moment.
That's all right. We'll hold the fort with the sun now shining around Chelmsford, and those 3 overs to go until the opportunity for that second new ball for Essex. So we saw Matt Critchley switch ends, and he's slowly making his way towards the Graham Gooch end to begin a new over. And of course, just talking to Richard there about my favourite places to watch when I was younger coming to Chelmsford, one of the places I spent a lot of time watching Essex as a youngster was at Castle Park in Colchester. So sitting around the boundary edge at Castle Park watching the games that were staged there was always a memory from summer. As Critchley is in, and that was just dabbed into the offside by Bamber. Dot ball to start. Bamber 77 from his 128 in unknown territory here as Critchley is in, and that one's defended by the Warwickshire man for another dot ball. Critchley is in. That one's driven to mid-off by Bamber for a no run. So we've had 3 dot balls so far from this Critchley over. And comes the Essex man. That one's swept by Bamber. He's picked out the gap as well, and he's found 4. He met that delivery from Matt Critchley and guided it into the leg side, finds the boundary. He's moved on to 81, Warwickshire 267 for 4. So he's 19 away from our first class 100, having made his first class 50 earlier on today, and that flurry of activity after the lunch break. 2 wickets for Shane Snater, and Ethan Bamber reaching a career best as Critchley is in. Fuller ball, which is just defended into the pitch by Bamber, and it's the end of the over, 4 from it, and Warwickshire 267 for 4. So we are now continuing the countdown to the opportunity for Essex to take that second new ball. I think we probably will see that, and be keeping my eye on Sam Cook and Jamie Porter as to how much they're limbering up. And as I say that, on cue, Jamie Porter pulls his arm over for a tricep stretch. So I expect in the next couple of overs, when that new ball comes, we will see them. Of course, in the victory against Sussex, we thought we would see Essex take that new ball on the final morning, but in the end they decided spin was going to get them there, and it did inside 26 minutes as Tom Wesley starts a new over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, defended by Bo Webster. Dot ball to start with.
He's never scored more than 46 in a first class innings before. He's getting good support from the experienced Australian Bo Webster. He's on 23. Still a lot of work to do to make the game safe. Warwickshire at 260.
Wesley is in on the back foot. Webster defends that one. Second dot ball. Jamie Porter just loosening up the arms. Not as much animation from Sam Cook out on the boundary as Wesley is in. That one's turned into the leg side pass. Short leg by Webster, and he decides to take the quick single. Gets there comfortably, 268 for 4. He's on to 24. So Yorkshire have just declared on 545 for 9 as Wesley is into Bamber. Just uses the wrists to guide that one into the offside. Robin Dass is back out there again in the field for Essex. He comes round to fetch the ball for a single, 269 for 4.
Yeah, it's a long session this, I think, but a few people are taking the odd comfort break along the way. I think Paul Walter maybe.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing. Wesley is in on the back foot. It's defended by Webster. One of the easy ones to pick out in the field is Paul Walter, so
yeah,
by process of elimination, he's not in one of his usual spots.
Still 50 minutes left in the session, so it's going to be a good spell with the new ball when it comes.
Wesley is in, and Webster's getting forward to that one, plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. Final ball of the over, 269 for 4, trailing by 333.
So I think one of my very first cricket assignments was an Essex game in Essex, but it wasn't here.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the second day or first day of a championship match, and then a Sunday League game, and it was at Valentine's Park.
Oh.
And in those days, the TV local programme, Midlands Today, on a Saturday, would take a phone report from any sporting event of the day. So you had the rather joyous caption with a photo of me holding a phone, looking preposterous, and the caption reading Richard Wilford at Ilford.
Could have made a feature out of that if you'd have been there more regularly.
Critchley with what we suspect will be the final over with this ball unless he takes a wicket. He's driven up towards mid-off. There'll be no run. Bamber, whose heart will be racing now at 82. It really will. But he might have done it in club cricket at some point. Oh, that's a good delivery. Pitches on off stump, turns away from him. He gets nothing on it. And the odd thing about it is, I mean, his individual score is one thing, but if he can get through this over, he's got another duty, which is, as night watchman, to see off the second new ball. Critchley gives this plenty of air, pushes forward, and it squirts out towards point, picked up by Snater. Bit of a game within a game here. I think Bamber's focus is to get out of this over and then see what he can do to support Webster. There's still Barnard, Smith and the debutant Vance Janney, talented young batter, to come. So there are still 3 full-on batters to come at 7, 8 and 9. It is a long batting order for this game, plus the fact that Bamber's come in early. 138 balls he's faced now. That's a week's worth of net sessions probably. Critchley in just back of a length, but he's very watchful, Bamber. And kills the ball out into the offside. I feel the heat coming in through here.
Yeah, it's always this afternoon session where you feel it, but I didn't expect it today, to be honest.
Bamber forward to kill this next delivery. One Essex fielder decides to go with the yelp of encouragement. The others look at him a little puzzled.
Jamie Porter's going through the motions at mid-on, just stretching off.
Yeah, because he'll tend to bowl. Has he bowled from this end mainly? I think he's mainly bowled from this end so far in the game. So yeah, he bowled the first over of the innings yesterday. So this might be Critchley's final ball for now. 2 for 88 he is in the 24th over of his work. And he's got Brown coming in at Silly Point, there are 2 slips, and Bamber hits it into the ground and into the hands of Cook, and Brown rather, and he sees off that over, and there's going to be a bit of a drinks break now for the taking of the new ball. It's clearly a pre-planned one because all the players turned in the right direction simultaneously, and it means we get there with the score on 269 for 4, a partnership of 67 restoring the equilibrium for Warwickshire. But now, Victoria, the interest that is the second new ball.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see how that works for Essex. Obviously, the wickets that we have seen, 2 for Critchley, 2 for Snater, but Porter and Cook have bowled well, and you do feel, as we've talked about in the Essex games with the Kookaburra ball, I'm sure you've talked about, Richard, in the Warwickshire games, is trying to strike early with that Kookaburra before it gets too soft and it makes things more difficult to make happen. So again, I think that's using the term game within a game for Bamber as well. That's for Essex as well, just with this longer session, just trying to make the most of having that new ball and a good chance to try and break this partnership that's building between Bamber and Webster.
This week it's the double whammy of Kookaburra ball and hybrid pitch. And the issue with a hybrid pitch is that they don't tend to deteriorate over the course of 4 days. Hence the reason they left a bit of extra grass on it, and why it looked so green on the first morning and tempted the Bears to bowl first. The new ball being presented to the scorers, and then it'll be dumped into the hands initially of Shane Snater, and the old ball is thrown towards where the umpires are housed down below us. They are unusually about 40 yards away from the players here, and the home dressing room sat in the pavilion. The away dressing room is a mini tented village with a porter cabin shower cubicle by the look of it on the back behind it, which I think is probably a sort of knock-on effect of the COVID year.
Yes, I think once they had that extra space in COVID where they had to social distance, I think Essex decided they rather liked the amount of space they were able to have on the balcony.
I'm sure they did.
It was then changed. We did have a couple of the championship games in the middle of the T20 blast where they were all in one place underneath us.
It's difficult, isn't it? You've got to accommodate a lot now, and with the brilliant progress being made with the women's game and the counties circuit now, and I think the standard of Division 1 has been excellent. I mean, I'm talking to a lot of the players on the Bears pod blast this year. Quite a few members of the Bears women's team have been in to visit, and I think they're even surprised by how high the standard has been this year, which tells you that the timing was right.
Jamie Porter with the new ball from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He is into Webster, and that's down the leg side, collected by Pepper. Bit of excitement in the field. Yeah, we've been keeping up to date with the Essex women, the women's cricket show we've had running through the summer with the Essex players Kate Kopak, Joe Gardner and Kelly Castle. Came to the end of its series last week, but it's been great to get the insight from them, and still available to listen to on BBC Sounds at the moment, as Porter is in over the wicket to Webster, off the toes into the leg side, picked up by Jordan Cox for no run. And I think probably the thing for Essex is there's a emphasis on developing the young talent. There isn't any superstar names in that Essex lineup, and which maybe reflects in the one-day cup table and maybe some of the performances in the T20 blast, but they'll build gradually as Porter is in, and that one is being signalled as a no ball as they come through for the single, and it was a leg by as well. 270 for 4.
It keeps the scorers plenty busy, doesn't it? And no ball and leg by.
Lots to mark off in that box. Oh no, they don't do it that way anymore, but in my head.
There are some scorers who keep a handwritten book next to them still. It's one of the great traditions, isn't it, to have a filled-in scorebook.
Very satisfying.
And you sometimes feel that they're bashing the keyboard of the computer version against the wall, because when something goes slightly wrong, it's then quite hard work to get it right on the scoreboard. And
Porter is into Bambo's wrapped on the pads. Excitement from the slip cordon, but no real appeal from Jamie Porter, who immediately turns back to walk to his mark.
I was very pleased yesterday with the Women's One Day Cup to see Davina Perrin getting her first professional century at the age of 18. She's already sort of in the frame for England.
Yes, high hopes. A lot of pressure on her when I was doing some commentary for the England Under-19 World Cup earlier this year. She's very much seen as the one with potential. As Porter is in, solidly defended by Bambo back to the bowler.
We had her in for the penultimate Pod Blast, which, like your show, you can find on BBC Sounds. If you just search the word Pod Blast, you'll get all 8 episodes from this year. But Davina, very proud Wolfrunian as well, and she likes an orange chip. She will tell you about the delights of the orange chip if you tune into that show. But I mean, they're a young team, the Bears, but they've had a really good year.
Porter is in, and that one's off the hip of Bamba. Just drops out into the offside. And of course, some of them going their separate ways in August to go and play for their respective teams in the 100.
Well, at the 100, I mean, whatever our feelings about the overall tournament, it's been great for women's cricket, and again, that's why I was so impressed by the T20 Blast this year, in that I think the standard echoed that we've seen in the 100.
Yeah, they've had that experience in that competition. As Porter is in over the wicket to Bamboo, leaves that one, and the end of the over with the new ball. It's 272 for 4, trailing by 330.
And Bears were lucky enough to have Laura Harris in their side from Ipswich, Queensland. Sister of Grace, who was playing for Surrey, but she was a real character to have around the team. And one of those overseas players that just lives as much of it as she can, and gives her time to the other players. Got 2 half centuries, one in 17 balls and one in 19. So those games, unsurprisingly, they won.
I saw them greet each other at finals day after the games. I saw a photo of them talking to each other.
Yes, it's the one team they couldn't beat is Surrey in the 3 meetings. They've rather impressively beat the Blaze twice and tied with them once. So the Blaze at times do look like they're the Harlem Globetrotters when they put out a full strength team. Right, Sam Cook is restored from the Graham Gooch end. 2 slips and a gully in place for him as he comes into bowl to Bo Webster, who drives imperiously through extra cover for 4. Just slightly overpitched, a loosener from Cook, but that was dispatched beautifully. 28 to Webster, 276 for 4.
I think maybe the one thing when we talk about women's cricket and Tier 1 and how that's worked is how they now, over the next couple of seasons, look at the gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 and professional v those sides that aren't professional. I think we saw that in the Tier 2 finals day. There was discussion around that.
Short ball outside off stump, left alone. I mean, the conversation is ultimately how many Tier 1 teams are sustainable. So I think there was caution when they went with 8. I thought they felt, because you need a squad of at least 15. And I know that there's been a loan system and ways of doing it where you can let one of your players go and play in Tier 2 and then fish them back for a couple of weeks. It may well be in the fullness of time that they'll do what they've looked at, expanding it to 9 or 10. And that might be a good position from which to work. As this ball outside off stump is left alone by Webster. And if Tier 2 then has to become a bit of a feeder division, that might be the way that is smart for women's cricket going forward. So yeah, I don't think you want 18 counties competing on the same plane.
No, it's got to be sustainable, and they've just got to find the way of making sure that there is that kind of competitiveness. I know that Essex benefited from having Lauren Winfield Hill on loan from Yorkshire, who are Tier 2, soon to be Tier 1.
Forward comes Webster, defends this next ball by Cook out into the offside. It's a bit puzzling when you have a player who played in both second division and first division finals days over one weekend, and Stair Callis did that for Yorkshire and for Warwickshire, for the Bears. That's a slightly puzzling situation, although those people who love a bit of speedway will know it's not that unusual to see riders who not only turn out for more than one club in different divisions, but also turn up as guests for other clubs. It's a sport that's always had that anomaly. Cook again, and he's forced through the offside off the back foot by Webster. Snater gives chase gamely, but the ball is going to win out in front of the Woodland stand for 4. Second boundary of the over. Webster to 32, 280 for 4, and sometimes you do find with a new ball that it does come off the bat that little bit smarter.
Yeah, it's just there's a couple of looseners. Sam Cook just needing to find his length and find some impact with this new ball.
Cook, none for 54. In again to Webster, who defends. There's the end of the over. This partnership has now accrued 78 since the 2 wickets in 2 balls in the first over after lunch, bowled by Shane Snater. Webster 32, Bamber in totally uncharted territory on 82.
Just see Dom Sibley's had to call for a runner in the game between Durham and Surrey. Surrey 30 without loss, with a target of 176 in that one. Now he's obviously struggling.
I suppose that might rule him out of a bit of Royal London One-Day Cup. So if you are going to pull something, this might be the time to do it. But they're careering towards victory there, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been a rather difficult couple of weeks for Durham on the side a bit in Division 1. Jamie Porter from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground is into Bamber, who plays that one out into the offside. Paul Walters back on the pitch, picking up position in the slip cordon.
I mean, Durham have made themselves candidates for the drop. I mean, you fancy Worcestershire are probably going. But the one thing they will have for the final 3 games of the season, I know he's back now and it hasn't quite worked out, but they have got Beddingham back, and I think that makes a lot of difference to their top 6.
Porter bowls, he wraps Bamber on the pad, he goes down in some pain, it looked quite high, and he's on his hands and knees, limping as he gets up away from the crease.
I mean, it's knocked him over, the impact of that ball from Porter. It is going down the leg side. As we found throughout this match as well with the seamers, height would have been interesting as well. It might have been a bit high, but it's kind of gone over the top of his pad and hit him below the thigh pad, and that is sore. And also, bear in mind, he was in the field for a long time, and he's then come out with a score 138 for 2 yesterday. He's not been off the pitch much in this match. He looked a bit world weary. He walked into the ground. He walked past me on the way into the ground this morning, and he did look tired.
Porter is in. Bamber has a waft at that one. It's through to Pepper. 280 for 4.
He just needs to get his head down there. Not worry too much about landmarks. Play each ball on its merit. He's got 2 really experienced new ball bowlers who are going to test his resolve here. But you don't want to give it away, do you, on 82? You might never get this close again.
It's a good opportunity. Porter is into Bamber, who just dabs that one into the offside, straight to the fielder for no run. I remember not 100, but I think there was a situation last year when Sam Cook was night watchman and ended up getting out on 49.
Yeah.
I think that may well still be his career best, but yeah, it's that how long are they going to hang around for question. As Porter is in, Bamber clips that one into the leg side. They'll just take the single, thought about the second, but Cook is out in the deep to pick the ball up. 281 for 4. Bamber on to 83 and gets a bit of a reprieve at the non-striker's end where he can just sort himself out. He still looked in a little bit of discomfort there, but one to shake off.
Well, I mean, I think really I criticised myself. It was at my own expense that he was looking really, really tired, and he walked past me on my way into the ground. He was still 3 times my pace on the walk.
Porter is in, and Webster is up on the toes. Just plays that one into the covers. no run for the final ball of the overs, just a single from it, 281 for 4, trailing by 321.
Notionally still 172 to avoid the follow-on. But if they get anywhere close to avoiding the follow-on, then the amount of time left in the game will be increasingly a problem for Essex. There are 47 more overs scheduled today. If we continue to avoid the weather that has otherwise played a bit of havoc in the southeast, let's bring that a little bit further north has been a blessing. They haven't played at Canterbury at all today, have they? Been a bit on and off at Hove, but they're playing. Oval, they were off a couple of hours. As Cook comes in to bowl to Bamber, who is forward in defence, and pushes it out to Cox, who's at extra cover. A couple of slips and quite a narrow gully where Thane is. There's also a backward point in Snater. Bamber not necessarily consistent with the cut shot. He's played the pull pretty well in this innings. If the weather is going to come in, it'll be slowly, because the trees are not showing any real sign at the moment. They're pretty still. Cook full again, Bamber defends. The trees are so still that any cricket-loving squirrel perched high up is going to have a solid and stable view. There must be some animals who like watching cricket. There must be. Well, it's, you know, if you've got a dog at home who sits and watches the test match with you, yelps if Chris Wokes takes a wicket. I mean, I don't know, there must be.
But if they do watch it in real life, sometimes they just come and try and take the ball.
Yeah. That's going to go past the edge of Bamber. He tries to withdraw the bat. Good delivery from Cook, taken low down by Pepper. Yeah, I mean, look, any dog who comes and tries to pinch the ball, it's hard to tell whether they're a cricket lover or just whether they're excited and want to join in.
Yeah.
And it could be good in the field. Not going to take too many catches in the deep.
You'd probably have to shout fetch at every delivery, wouldn't you?
I think there are a few human players for whom that's true. Bamber waits for Cook once more, jabs him out into the offside. It's Cox who approaches to do the fielding, and there's no run. Half an hour till tea. 2 long sessions this afternoon, scheduled 2¼ hours for each one, with a view to getting through today's overs by 6:30, the extra half hour coming into play, because we've lost nearly an hour of time today. We've lost 7 overs from the game. First time we've lost overs, despite a couple of delays in the first 2 days. Bamber watches the approach of Cook, and that's a good leave outside off stump. Cook 1 ball away from a maiden. Plenty of encouragement coming from his colleagues. As England have taken a 3rd wicket. Shubman Gill is out for 21. Run out. 83 for 3. That is a cheeky way to take a wicket. All the onus, of course, on India to try and get the win to level the series. Cook to Bamber. Bamber guides it through vacant mid-wicket area, because the fielder is out in the deep, and gets through for a single. He's to 84. Warwickshire 282 for 4. Who have we got in the back row now? We've got Roland available at some point. Which one of us is going to duck out, Victoria, at this point?
Well, I feel like I've probably not done enough today. So,
well, to be fair, you were away in order to do work.
Well, that's true. Yes.
But I'll give Roland a chance to come in between now and tea.
Thank you very much, Richard Wilford, with us at Chelmsford. 282 for 4. So yeah, just under half an hour to go now until the tea break. Slightly later due to that rain we had earlier on, where we lost a few overs. And Jamie Porter, he's on his way in from the Sir Alistair Cook end to Bamber, who just dabs that one into the offside. Dot ball to start the over from Porter. bit more of a breeze at the moment. The sun is still trying to make itself known here. Does feel like it's got slightly darker. Those Porter is in, full of delivery, off the toes into the leg side from Bamba for no run. Bamba on 84. Porter is in, and he's just on the front foot defending that one. So I guess the question for him is, can he find himself a maiden first class 100? And if he can he do it before the tea break? There'll be a very nervous 20 minutes for him if he's still in and not at that milestone by that point. But that's still a good amount of time for Essex with the new ball before tea. Porter is in, and Bamba comes forward to meet it. Can't time anything with it, and that's 4 dot balls so far. Porter bowls, Bamba gets bat on it, but he didn't look comfortable with that delivery from Jamie Porter. There's a bit of nerves around for the Warwickshire man, 282 for 4. Porter is in, he just catches Bamba on the pad, but on the leg side. So that is the final ball of the over from Jamie Porter. That's a maiden from the Essex bowler, and Warwickshire remain on 282 for 4, trailing by 320 runs. And Roland Butcher is back with us.
Yes, Vicky, and a good partnership being developed here between Webster, Bamba. Bamba's been there all day. I would imagine he's never batted this long before. He's now faced 162 deliveries.
Yeah, yeah.
And would have taken over 2 sessions.
Takes a huge amount of concentration.
Bowls, and is forward Webster, nicely into position and presenting the full face of the bat and defending that back along the pitch. Webster's on 32. 282 for 4, and it's nice when you bat and you don't have to worry about your partner. I don't think Webster has to worry too much about Bamba, because he really has been the mainstay of this innings. So Webster can just concentrate on his game. 2 slips in the gully as Cook runs towards us, bowls, and he's caught that slip. A very good catch. That went quick. He was playing off the back foot. Webster gets a thick outside edge. The ball went very quickly to second slip. Up went the hands and grasped that one in. So Cook makes the breakthrough. And just as I thought that these two were looking very secure.
Yeah, regulation catch in the end for Matt Critchley there, just holding on to it outside the line. Bo Webster probably didn't need to play at it, but he was tempted into the shot, and Critchley catches. And importantly for Essex, with the new ball, they've got the breakthrough. They've broken the partnership between Webster and Bamba, and they've picked up a 5th wicket.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed, Webster there. He was playing well. Just forced to play at that shortish delivery. It actually bounced, and in the end ball went very quickly to a second slip. Catch taken, so the 5th wicket goes down. 282 for the loss of 5. Still trailing by 320. So still a lot of work to do as the new batter, which is Barnard, makes his way to the wicket.
So we said it was going to be important for Essex with the new ball and the time that they had before the tea break to try and find that wicket. Sam Cook, who probably at the start of this spell just wasn't quite getting his length right, a couple of boundaries in the first over. He's third over now with the new ball, and it's the second of those deliveries in which he has found the wicket of Bo Webster.
Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce, extra pace. Webster forcing off the back foot. A smart catch taken by Critchley at slip. The ball was literally past him before he got his hands up, but got him in the right place and held on to it. So Barnard comes in now, and he has got to start afresh after that partnership between Webster and Bamber was broken. This Cook bowls and he's striking on the pad. That's a good shout for LBW. And my word, the umpire thought about that one. He got a half stretch out. He didn't stretch fully forward. Let's have a look on the replay to see whether that was doing too much, but that's a good shout and a good delivery first ball to get. Yeah, probably just doing too much and would have ended up going down the leg side. So good decision by the umpire, but apart from that it was an excellent delivery.
Yeah, more promising signs there from Sam Cook's bowling. He would have been delighted if he'd managed to pick up 2 and 2.
Cook bowls outside the off stump, and this time Barnard has enough time to have a look at that and offers no shot. Ball goes through to the keeper and there's no run. So Barnard yet to get off the mark, and Bamber, he's there on 84, doing a sterling job for his team. But Cook all fired up, having got that wicket. Just ready to run in and run in hard as he's halfway through his run up now, and bowl to Barnard, and Barnard again allowing that one to go through wide outside the off stump and playing no shot. I think that first delivery from Cook was full and straight. I think early on against the batters coming in on this pitch, that's probably the best thing. The last 2 balls have been too short and too wide, which has given the batter a free look at the delivery. Let's bowl it straight at the stumps as Cook is in, bowls, and a glorious shot by Barnard. Authentic extra cover drive on the up. That ball was slightly wide. It wasn't a half volley, but trust in this, the bounce on this pitch. He's just gone through the line and the ball's come off the bat sweetly and gets simmer boundary. So the over comes to an end, and he gets off the mark at the end of the over. It's 286 for the loss of 5.
The tea at 5-4 today with the changes that we've had with the weather, which actually, considering the forecast this morning, I think we've done very well to get the full afternoon session in so far, because it didn't look as if we would at one point this morning. A bit of a conference going on over the ball. Tom Wesley, the captain, hands it back to Jamie Porter. He's got Ethan Bamber on 84 for Warwickshire to bowl at. In comes Porter, and that one's just played nicely and gently into the offside by Bamber for no run.
Yes, Bamber showing good defensive technique, getting onto the front foot and just pushing that gently into the offside. Even with this harder ball, Bamber's looked very much at ease. A little bit more responsibility on him after the fall of that wicket.
286 for 5. Porter is in, and that one's driven through the offside. The two fielders after it. Will they get there before it reaches the boundary? Good sliding stop by Shane Snater, but all he can do is divert it onto the boundary rope adjacent to him, and it's over the rope for 4 more to Bamber, who's on to 88, 290 for 5.
Yes, nice push drive there by Bamber. Just really using the pace of the delivery and the pace of the pitch. Just pushed it through the offside and was looking perhaps for 3, but Snater sliding into the rope presented him with a boundary.
In comes Porter to Bamber, who defends that one. He's got the short sleeves on now. He did have his jumper on this morning. But it's a bit of a breeze, but it's not cold. It's just those slightly threatening grey clouds that we've had that have been the issue. 4 dots so far in this Jamie Porter over as he's in. That comes off the bottom of the bat from Bamber into the leg side and picked up by Jordan Cox coming across from mid-wicket. Dot ball.
Yes, going for the drive again. On the up. Played a little bit too early and ended up tagging it on the leg side.
$290 for 5 remains the score. This one's cut away by Bamber. No one there to chase that one. 4 more runs to his score, and he feels like he's racing along now. 92.
Yeah, that was hit with tremendous power. Gave him some width, and he accepted the challenge. And you could hear the sweet sound off the bat. There was no stopping that. So he eases closer to a maiden 100.
$294 for 5. Porter is in, and Bamber defends that one. Final ball of the over, the 87th over, and Warwickshire 294 for 5, trailing by 308, and Ethan Bamber is on to 92.
Yeah, a couple of very good shots in that over from Bamber. No, in the 90s, creeping towards.
Well, I said the question would be whether he could get there before tea. He's 8 away with 15 minutes to go, so we'll see how much of the strike he gets as the sun makes its presence felt again here at Chelmsford. The warmth just initiating a couple of people in front of us to stick the hats back on.
So Cook will continue. And currently he has 1 for 59, the Cook. That was the wicket, the important wicket of Webster. Barnard prepares as Cook bowls, and he's forward looking for a single, but there isn't one. It goes out to mid-wicket as he plays a 4 defensive shot. Played a lovely shot in the last over of Cook. Cover drive on the up was sweet to see as Cook looking to try and pick up another wicket just before the tea interval. He's bowling with 2 slips. He's got a gully backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary as Cook approaches the umpire now and bowls, and Barnard is struck just high on the thigh pad as that one's just turned him around a little. Extra bit of bounce and pace, and no chance of an LBW decision. But a little bit of discomfort. He is on 4. It's 294 for 5. Nice breeze coming across the ground, and conditions good for cricket at the moment as Cook to Barnard bowls, and he's edging this one down to 3rd man for 4. A bit unlucky Cook there. just came off the outer half of the bat, all along the ground. So it was very safe, but he gets a boundary, and Cook not at all happy with that.
Yeah, just found the gap in the slip cord, and like you say, all along the ground, so it was safe. It isn't as if it would have been in danger had they managed to have that third slip in, but just picking out the gap, finding the 4. Barnard getting in on the action with the boundaries.
So the result is that the total moves on to 295 as Cook bowls to Barnard, and Barnard is looking for a single as he comes forward and can't get it as the ball is knocked into the offside to short extra cover. But his initial movement was to take off for the single, but then realizing the ball was traveling a little bit too quickly, regained his composure and got back into his crease. So he's on 8, 2 boundaries, 1 lovely shot, 1 involuntary edge. But they all count to 98 for 5. He waits for Cook. 2 balls left in this over, and Cook bowls to Barnard, and he has to defend a good delivery, and he does well. Gets right in behind it, plays the ball to Kelly, and there's no run. Run rate currently 3.39. Still got 42 overs after this one remaining in the day's play, so there's still a lot of cricket to play. They're trailed by some 304, so it's a day in the session to go. Things will have to move, and move quickly, as Cook is into Barnard and bowls to Barnard, and he's in behind the short pitch delivery. A little bit too short, plays it with ease to where a forward short leg would be, so the over comes to an end. Players run into their positions quickly. They want to try and get as many overs in as possible. At the end of that over, it's 298 for 5.
Yep, still the opportunity then before tea. Essex looking for a 6th wicket. Warwickshire looking to add the runs on the board, and more importantly, Ethan Bamber with his sights set on trying to make that maiden first-class century. So still, no matter what the final outcome of this game may be by the time we get to the end of day 4 tomorrow, there's still these little battles going on within the game for each side to try and reach. Porter's on his way in to start a new over. That one's left alone by Bamber, through to Pepper for no run.
Now Porter's decided to protect that cover boundary. So he has a man back on the sweeper, But if Bamber plays in that area, he'll just get the single.
$298 for 5. As Porter is into Bamber, full-length delivery, driven straight back down the ground by Ethan Bamber. That's going to be 4 runs. He's inching ever closer. He's on to 96, and Warwickshire past the 300 mark, on to 302 for 5.
Yeah, good little straight drive, full-length delivery, and he's just hit that with a straight bat on the onside of the pitch, and on this very fast outfield. The mid-on had no chance of getting it wrong, so he moves within 1 strike of the century, and Richard will be jumping from the rafters if he gets it.
Porter into Bamber. Oh, it's streaky, but he's done it.
Yes.
Ethan Bamber's found a gap in the slip cordon, and it's run away to the boundary for 4 runs. He can hardly believe it as he holds his glove to the front of his helmet. He gets a hug from Ed Barnard at the non-striker's end, and it's a maiden first-class 100 for Ethan Bamber in 171 balls. He came in last night with his side losing a late wicket, and he's hung around for Warwickshire today. Ethan Bamber makes a century.
Yeah, excellent innings of grit and determination, given the opportunity to come in as a tail ender last night, and the people will be looking for the tail ender to perhaps get out early this morning. No such thing. He's gone on to make a very, very good 100. He's now taking guard again, so Richard, he's probably thinking of a second one, and it's been a good innings.
Some of those nerves can be shaken off now by Bamber as Porter is in. That one's driven back into the ground and towards the bowler for no run. Barnard was just ducking out the way. He wasn't sure where that one was going to go.
Yeah, very good knock. You know, he's been really the main contributor today. Which is interesting that the night watchman will be the main contributor. Started off this morning with Mosley and he just hung around and it's paying dividends.
306 for 5. Porter into Bamber. That one straightens up as he defends that one into the pitch. So he's done it with 6 minutes to spare to the tea break, so can enjoy that in peace as Porter is in. That one's just dabbed towards gully by Bamber. And the end of the over. 2 boundaries from it for Ethan Bamber as he reaches his century. And Warwickshire 306 for 5, trailing by 296.
Yes, and Bamber and his teammates should be delighted with this effort. It's really showing all and sundry how good a pitch this is and how difficult it is really to get batters out. And Bamber, he hasn't batted like a tail ender. I think he's looked a lot better than a tail ender, and especially at this time now he's looking a lot confident. Cook to Barnard and bowls, and Barnard is turning this to square leg. He should get a single. The return is at the stumps, misses, but or does it? It's probably clipped the stump. I think a bail is off somewhere, but batsman safely home for a single. So Bamber even picks the bail up, puts it back on, save the umpire that walk into the stumps. Barnard moves to 9. It's 307 for 5. Bamber comes on strike. Waits for Cook as Cook comes charging in and bowls to Bamber, and he's trapped on the pad, and that might be a bit high, I would imagine. And it could also be going down the leg side, but we'll have to look at the replay. But what we do know is that the umpire has said not out. A little bit of discomfort for Bamber at the moment. He just walks away. Haven't been struck by this delivery. Bit hard to see from this angle as to where that ball was going. You need to see it really face on. But what we do know is that he's still there. He's on exactly 100 as Cook bowls, and he's beaten by a beauty. This one is cut back at a high pace, and a very good take by the keeper as Bamber was on the front foot. And this ball was right through him. .307 for 5. Cook just cranking it up a little just before the tea interval because he would like to pick another one up as he charges in on bowls to Bamber, and Bamber gets on top of a short pitch delivery and just defends into the offside, and there's no run. Works a 307 for 5. Barnard 9, Bamber 100. Still in bright sunshine as Cook in bowls, and he beats him again with a good one. This time it goes past the outside edge of the bat. Bamber just indicating that that one is straightened a touch, but the result is he didn't get an edge, so he survives. And Cook has really put some real effort in since he's come on to this spell. He's always a willing bowler, just runs in hard as he's in once more to Bamba bows, and this time Bamba's right forward and meets it with a full face of the bat. Defends up to mid-off. End of a good over by Cook. It's 307 for 5.
Yeah, so we should get one more over in from this Alistair Cook end, and I'm just wondering what Essex are going to do here. Matt Critchley is going to come onto bowl, so we're going to see some leg spin. We've had 10 overs now with the second new ball for Essex. It's produced 1 wicket for Sam Cook, that of Bo Webster, and Matt Critchley is going to try his luck before the tea break. It may well mean that we might get 2 overs in. It depends how quickly he gets through these. Matt Critchley taking 2 wickets earlier on in this Warwickshire innings. He's got his sunglasses on, as is usually the case when he bowls. 307 for 5 on the board for Warwickshire then. Critchley into Barnard, who gives that one a bit of width, hits it out into the offside. It's fielded in the deep by Charlie Allison, who's patrolling the boundary, and they'll come back for 2. I think Barnard felt he'd got enough on that one to find the boundary, just tips his head back slightly as he finishes the second run. 309 for 5. In comes Critchley, gives that one a bit of air, and that's pushed out into the offside. This time he will find the boundary, races away for 4 runs, picked out the gap in the offside. And he is on to 15.
Yeah, that's a glorious extra cover drive. Just nice step out, good use of the hands, and perfect timing.
And there's a ball just disappearing under the covers, so Paul Walter's been sent to find it and get it back for Essex as the sun just goes in again and the breeze picks up at Chelmsford. Although, if you believe the weather forecast, those threats of heavy rain may well have passed us by. We've still got the evening session to go though. Critchley's got the towel tucked into the back of his trousers, just wipes a bit of moisture on them. Is into Barnard, who is forward and defending. Get some full name encouragement from the team and someone in the field. $113 for 5 as Critchley is in, and that one is just dabbed down into the ground by Barnard. In comes Critchley, and again Barnard is forward and defending that one, so we have 1 ball to go, and that should be tea here at Chelmsford on day 3. Critchley in over the wicket on the back foot. Barnard hits that one to point, and that's a dot ball to finish off the afternoon session, in which Essex have taken 3 wickets, 2 for Shane Snater in a flurry of activity after the lunch break. 2 in 2 for him. Ethan Bamber has made a century for Warwickshire. Sam Cook with the new ball getting the breakthrough for Essex, taking the wicket of Bo Webster. And we haven't had the weather interruptions we might have expected here at Chelmsford, which means at the tea break, 313 for 5 on the board for Warwickshire, trailing by 289 runs. We'll be back to take you through the evening session on day 3 in around about 20 minutes' time. I'll update the BBC Essex listeners in the 4 o'clock news, but we will speak to you very shortly.
the next two games here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. Next week, when the men resume or start their Metrobank Cup campaign with away trips to Nottinghamshire and Hampshire, the women will be here for a one-day game on Thursday the 4th of September. Apologies, no, the next game here is actually Nick Brown's testimonial match on Friday the 8th of August, where the game starts at 6 o'clock. Nick's team, including former players, so Alistair Cook, Ryan Tendescarter, Ravi Bopara and David Masters, will be taking on an Essex 11 in a T20 match. Tickets for this game are available, so please contact either the ticket office today or through essexcricket.org.uk. And Essex men return here in the Metrobank Cup on Sunday the 10th of August when they entertain Worcestershire with an 11 o'clock start.
Yeah, Warwickshire continuing to battle away with the bat. Tea has been taken with the visitors 313 for 5, trailing by 289 runs. We have had a flurry of activity though in this afternoon session. It started just after lunch. Shane Snater taking 2 wickets in 2 balls for Essex, but the thorn in Essex's side has been Ethan Bamber for Warwickshire, the night watchman who came in last night. First of all, beating his previous career best of 46 to reach 50 just after lunch. He has now moved on to 100 for Warwickshire. His maiden first class 100, which is rather proving a resistance for Essex. They did get the breakthrough though with the ball. Sam Cook with the second new ball taken around 10 overs ago. Sam Cook getting the wicket of Bo Webster. So Essex have taken a wicket just before this tea break. They'll be looking to continue that in the evening session. Warwickshire 313 for 5 at tea. Oh.
And on to the final session of what has been an unexpectedly busy day so far here at Chelmsford. Welcome back to our coverage live on the BBC website. Victoria Polly will be back with us very shortly. Roland Butcher is about to sidle into position. I'm Richard Wilford. And Warwickshire will resume on 313 for 5. It's been a good effort in the field, particularly during that medal session by Essex. 2 wickets for Shane Snater in the first over after the interval. And then when the second new ball was taken, Sam Cook getting out Bo Webster. The one mighty obstruction they've found all day is night watchman Ethan Bamber, who previously had never registered a first-class 50 and finds himself now unbeaten on 100, racing from 84 to 100 with 4 boundaries in quick succession. He's found support from Ed Barnard, so he's on 15. And the duo have so far added 31 for the 6th wicket. And the second new ball is 11 overs old. And it's going to be, I think, Shane Snater who's going to continue the attack and see if he can repeat his feat of earlier today with wickets in the first over after an interval. The deficit is 289. There are 39 overs left today. The scheduled finishing time, 6:30, will go beyond that if we get the 39 overs in. And for whatever reason, the county ground at Chelmsford has proved to be one of these extraordinary places where every single rain cloud goes round it, pretty much, because we have lost only 7 overs today. We're able to take, of course, half an hour to make up for some of what was lost, about 58 minutes in all. But we have lost 7 overs, and we will see what the final session brings. Obviously, still, Essex need 15 more wickets to try and win this game with the Kookaburra ball on this surface, and this ball at just 11 overs old, Roland Butcher, is rather precious at the moment.
Yes, and a good recovery by Warwickshire. I think they'll be quite happy with it, having got up to 313 for 5. So still 289 behind, but at the moment they are moving forward.
And Snater comes in to bowl to Bamber, who guides it down towards gully. Thane fields, throws it lying flat on his back up in the air for Critchley, who then picks him up using his shirt, rather gingerly actually, because that might not work too well. Thane pretends he's going to fight back. The slips are kind of at first and third at the moment. Walter, who's taken 2 catches off Snater today, both of them he juggled, and Critchley, who took the catch to dismiss Webster. All 3 wickets have fallen to seam from the far end today, in a match that's only seen 11 wickets fall so far, as Bamber plays just inside this one from Snater.
Keeping a little bit low. And Bamber looking suspiciously as the ball went past the outside edge.
I wonder what his mindset's now. Apart from the fact he's probably very weary, he's also overjoyed with getting 100. But quite how he concentrates on his batting there. It's fun.
Just more of the same. Doesn't have to do anything different. Doesn't have to change his mindset. Doesn't have to get after the bowling.
Next ball just back of a length, defended by Bamber, gets in behind. I don't think he's very often had the experience of doing what he had to do in that interval, which was to put his helmet and gloves and everything else out to dry in the sun. But, it's not a day that he's going to forget anytime soon.
182 deliveries he's faced to date, so
he'll relive every one of those tonight. Especially the ones that have hit him on the thigh. Snater in again, outside off stump. He swings and misses at that, and it wasn't far enough up the pitch for the drive. That was wrong on length. I don't think he's cramping at the moment, but he does look stiff in the legs.
A lazy shot, just didn't move his feet at all. It was just through the hands at the wideish delivery. Didn't cover the ball at all.
I'm not sure he's going to keep us for long in this session, Ethan Bamber.
Well, he started off like that today, didn't he, with a number of plain misses, but as he settled in, he batted quite well.
Couple of balls still left in this Snater over. He'll keep probing that off stump, and well, this was well outside off stump, and Bamber has rather unnecessarily reached for it. It was full and wide, and he flaps at it, and I think it just feels like he's going to try and hit anything that he can get to. I think he may not be at the point of measured batsmanship here.
I think that break has just got his legs a little bit tense. He's got to get moving, get those feet moving, and then he'll be fine.
Yeah, they're a bit rooted at the moment. Let's see if he can survive the final ball of the over. In fact, he's going to lash that into the offside. There is a boundary rider, Sam Cook. So Bamber gets to the other end, again a little bit tired in the way that he's running, and then realises that he's just kept the strike. He's 101, it's 314 for 5, and it looks like it's going to be a change of ends for Noah Thane. It'll be the first time he's bowled from this end.
I think Bamber's got to realise that the team still needs him to continue this contribution. Okay, it's been a magnificent contribution to date, but you know, he's not out of the woods yet. The team is not out of the woods yet. So he's just got to keep working, keep believing, and I'm sure the others will stay with him. He can't just get careless and give his wicket up. But he'll have to face Thane now, who's currently has none for 30. He's only bowled 8 overs, Thane.
In terms of batting points, the Bears have 2. They may be looking at a situation where they're only going to be interested in getting to the 350 in the 110 overs. I don't think they're going to get to 400. They'd need 86 in 18 overs, and I don't think they're going to score at that rate. Essex want to at least get 1 more wicket to get their second bowling point.
So Thane with us. That's driven firmly up to extra cover, and Snater does the fielding. So he's got a first slip, third slip, and the gully. Those are the catching fielders behind the bat, obviously, and the keeper. And he's got protection on the offside, and a deep point, extra cover and a deepish mid-off, as Thane ball to Bamber, and Bamber goes onto the back foot a little suspiciously, but ends up playing it to Snater at extra cover. Then he's got a mid-on, he's got a mid-wicket, fielded down on the long leg boundary, so he'll be concentrating primarily around the off stump, because he's got 3 catches in that position. First slip, third slip, and a gully. Thane passes the umpire and bowls, and a lazy shot again by Bamber. No footwork. I think that's his issue right now. He needs to do a little bit of skipping to get those feet going. He's playing with hands at the moment.
I'd be more inclined to call them tired shots than lazy shots. I think he'd love to be on his toes right now. But
I think probably that 10-minute, 15-minute break of sitting down, and you lose the momentum, and especially if you're not used to be batting that length of time. You've got to start again. You've got to start the engine up again, and that's what he needs to do. Right now he's just using bat only, and there he goes again with the bat. And the result of that is another miss.
But he's had 150 overs in the field. He's now been batting for more than 50 overs. And that compressed into 8 sessions is a lot of work, and more work than he's familiar with.
Absolutely. But in saying that, you know, his mind should be firmly set on, you know, the next target. The next target is 150. He doesn't know when he's going to pass this way again. So do the best that you can, as Thane is in and bowls, and that's better. He gets right in behind that one and defends solidly up to extra cover.
He also bowled 26 of those 150 overs, and he is an energetic bowler. And it'd be interesting if he can get through the next 5 minutes. He might just find he can get those legs going again.
I think if he can run a couple of 2s and 3s just to get warm again, that's what he needs to. He needs a bit of some running. Thane bowls, driving, bottom hand comes off the bat. The ball ends up out on the extra cover boundary, gets a single, and will keep the strike.
He's pinched the strike again. Ed Barnard hasn't faced a ball yet in this session. It's 12 balls in. Bamber protecting the batters to a new level. Still 2 batters to come. 2 of the young bucks coming through the system. Kai Smith, who played very well last week against Worcestershire. He's having a decent season. The young wicket-keeper. He's 367 championship runs at 33 in his first championship season. Is very decent, along with what he's done behind the stumps. 28 catches in the stumping. And then the debutant, Vanch Jani, who will find himself probably coming in at 9 for his debut, but he's a specialist bat, 20 years of age, coming out of the Saka programme. As Barnard is in behind the first ball of a new over from Snater and defends it out into the offside.
But why would you want to send a batter in, or pick him as a batter, and then you bat him at 9?
Yeah, it wasn't the plan to bat him at 9. He probably would have been at 7 or 8. They wanted to reinforce the batting order this week. They feel they've had a long tail, and so maybe they're protecting him, but it's a long way down, isn't it? So this next ball is lashed into the offside by Bamber. Infielder may have got a little touch on it, Cox, but it goes out to Cook on the cover boundary for a single. 103 to Bamber, 316 for 5.
I'm sorry, Richard, but you don't protect a professional on his debut. You let him go, and
the circumstances have not turned out the way they might have done, to be fair. But he probably would have been coming in at 7 or 8. And they're exposing him to the first team for the first time, and then with a view to playing him, I think, rather more regularly in the 50-over format to get building on that experience. This ball short, left alone on height by Barnard, the first ball he's faced of the session. But I know what you're saying. I think at this point he's probably very excited to get himself into a position where he's going to have the opportunity to have a bat. And he hopefully won't be under too much pressure when he comes out. The notional target to avoid the follow-on is a further 137 runs. The moment they get there, that would kill off the game. Snater back of a length defended into the offside behind square by Barnard, picked up by Thane. Just bowling back of a length at the moment, Snater, but he's getting quite a decent bit of pace out of this. This ball in its 14th over. I don't think when we turned up today we were expected to see the players casting shadows at 4:30. But that's the way it's turned out. Fuller delivery this time. Forward outside off stump to defend is Barnard. Sprightly piece of fielding from Cox, bounding in from extra cover.
Just a bit of a lull in intensity at the moment.
I think Warwickshire would take a lull at the moment, but they are also mindful of what they want to get on the board score-wise, as this is driven square by Barnard. There's a chase for Cook. They should be able to come back for 2 as he cuts it off a couple of feet inside the rope in front of the Warwickshire watchers, onlookers, playing staff in front of their tent. 318 for 5. Barnard up to 17, and 36 overs scheduled to get through today.
So Bamber will continue his fight. He's on 103.
Essex still on top in the game, still with an opportunity to try and force something. But you do get the impression, Roland, they don't necessarily believe it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think they just want to bat, get as close as possible to that score, just chip along take as much time out of the game as possible. Feint, bows, jumps in behind that delivery Bamba and defends it back along the pitch. Fielded by the mid-on fielder, and there's no run.
Wisps of blue sky above us now. It looks like the threat is largely gone for today, whatever the forecasts say.
Yeah, it's a lovely afternoon now, as Thane runs away from us and bow to Bamba, and Bamba gets in behind a short pitch delivery again, just on top of it, plays it out to extra cover. Can't score, stays at 103.
To add further context to it, he's now been batting for 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, really good effort. Not anticipated, but he has achieved it. Thane bows, and again he's on top of the short delivery and just rides it, plays it into the gully region.
Who did you score your first class 100 against?
Gloucestershire.
Lords or?
Bristol.
Bristol. Yeah. Fulfilling moment?
It was. Obviously your first one, and it just so happened to be against the club where I started as Thane bows, and that ball comes back in to the right-hander, who shows good defensive technique, covering up and playing it up to mid-on.
I bet knowing you, it was scored at a decent lick as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. 143.
When you're building up a career like that, there must be a sense of proper joy to get over that line for the first time, because it's kind of, you know you belong then, don't you?
Yeah, it makes you believe as Thane bows, and this good, solid defensive shot as he comes onto the front foot, Bamba, and defends back to the bowler. Yeah, you know, it makes you believe that this is where you belong, that you can score runs here.
Mm. Opponents will start to view you differently as well. They'll see the danger in you. Of course, not as much analysis in those days as well. So it would hopefully take them a bit longer to work out if there was a flaw anywhere. I'm sure you were flawless, Roland.
A good coach, as this delivery is again short and it's defended to extra cover and there's no run. Final delivery of the over stays on 103 and it's 318 for 5. Now, I mean, you don't need hours and hours of film to, to pick up. You watch a player 1 or 2 balls and you can, you get the picture then.
Yeah.
As to how this player can play, if he can play, if he can't play. What are the challenges that he has. You don't need all the analysis, trust me.
Snater to continue. Barnard on strike, leaves that alone, I think, on height as much as anything. The ball was fairly short and carried well through to the wicket keeper. Snater put so much energy into his work. He's into the 17th over that he's bowled in this match. He's 2 for 41 at the moment.
Yeah, this whole data, I think it's at times goes a little too far. The game is still a very simple game.
Plenty of little nuances to it, as this is driven nicely by Barnard for 4. Lovely straight drive on the inside of Tom Wesley, over pitch, that one by Snater, and Barnard moves into the 20s. He's on 21. It's 322 for 5.
Yeah, that shot would give him a lot of satisfaction because it's a textbook drive really, and you see a shot like that and that tells you whether a player has got what it takes. And that was a lovely shot. I mean, it was effortless, technically very good.
And he awaits Snater again and gets in behind the ball defensively. Snater, a slightly awkward looking stop with his outside of his boot. No run.
So as I said, Richard, the game with all the technology and data and everything, it's still a very simple game. It's a contest between bat and ball. You the batter, the bowler with the ball. Right.
Yeah. And experience.
And every ball
shows you how to find weaknesses, doesn't it?
And every ball plays, play each ball on its merit.
Slater bowls, defended out into the offside. Even at the average, bog average level that I played at, whether it be school cricket or club cricket when I was a teenager, there was one lad I remember who was quite a decent batter, but was hopeless at keeping out Yorkers. For whatever reason, I think he got under his eye line. And every year, a fixture would come along, and you think, we've got to get a Yorker in here. And sure as eggs, he'd always get out to a Yorker. You think, one year he's going to work out what to do to change his balance and his stance or his eye line or whatever it is. But no, he was still... It happens at all levels. Sometimes somebody's floor is somebody's floor. As Barnard's a bit lucky there as he chops the ball past leg stump. I'll come back for a couple. Trying to cut a ball that wasn't quite there. 23 to him, 324 for 5.
But it would happen more often at club level because club players don't have time to work on their floors.
Yeah.
It's if they get a 20-minute hit in the entire week before a game,
they'll be lucky. Yeah,
they're lucky. So during that period, it's not about working on any technical issues that you might have.
No,
you don't have enough time.
You're just feeling bat on ball, really, aren't you? In those sessions. Slater bounds in again, and Barnard is offering it that, and it goes past the edge, and he looks thoroughly annoyed with himself. Slater has bowled as well as anybody today. He's taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall on day 3. Warwickshire 324 for 5. It means so far we are at a combined 926 for 11. And trust me, with those sort of numbers, it's quite hard to find a positive result.
Yeah, and there's still some more to come. But at the professional level, once a flaw is identified, I mean, you as a player, I don't need a coach to tell me what I'm what I'm good at and what I'm not so good at. I can work that out myself. Playing in bowls, and he's forward, a solid defensive stroke up the straightish mid-on, and there's no run. So all I need now is, having identified what I put in place what I want to practice to eradicate it, and I just need assistance with a player or 2 players or a bowling machine or whatever, and you work on that until you fine-tune it.
If you had a coach that said, I know how to get rid of that flaw, would you listen to him?
Shot, and that's a lovely pick-up. He's only going to get a single, as Thane holds his head as if to say that was off the stumps. But it was off the stumps, but it was in the middle of the bat, so he gets a single. It goes to 104. No, I don't need a coach to tell me that.
Okay. You just need to practice the resolution.
Yeah, I need a coach to come and work with me and set it up and let me work at it. Fane once more. Outside the off stump, and Barnard had nothing to do with that. Swayed. Thought about the cut shot, but that was after the ball had gone through to the keeper. He stays on 23. It's 325 for the loss of 5.
Elsewhere in the Championship, a double 100 for Hasib Hamid today for Nottinghamshire against Somerset. He was run out for 208. He may have been weary. Notts 426 for 5 are just 12 behind Somerset. They'll do well to get a result from that match, I think, at that point.
Thane is in. And that's a lovely drive, but he's going to get only the single as it goes to wide mid-off. Does the fielding, throws at the stumps, misses. And Barnard gets a single, brings Bamber back on straight.
Surrey needing 176 to beat Durham, a 108 for 3. A couple of wickets for Callum Parkinson. Dan Lawrence, 13 off 7, is having a bit of a go to try and win that quickly. Trying to get the job done.
All I want a coach to do, Richard, is to start to identify. I'll come back to that after this delivery, as this one is played nicely off the back foot and an attempt to field at extra cover, but he doesn't make contact, so he'll get a single. And he goes now to 105. It's 327 for the loss of 5. Over a period of time, I just want the coach to identify that the fact that my head is falling over could present a problem at some point.
Yeah.
It may not be at this time, but it will at some point. So to point out to me that, let's wait, as Thane in now and bowls, and that's nicely struck down the ground. That should be pulled up just inside the boundary, which he does very well. In the meantime, the batter crossed for 2, but that's a nice push drive straight down the ground by Barnard, brings him 2, and the over comes to an end. Yes, I just want the coach to say, Roland, I've noticed the last couple of innings your head is falling over to the off stump. When he tells me that, I know the dangers involved with doing that. I can play around a straight ball, or I can, you know, by falling over, I can clip the ball in the air on the leg side. So when he tells me that, I can start working on my balance, keeping myself, stop getting my head in line instead of falling over. Now that sort of information would help me to get my game back in order, so that slump doesn't come.
Tom Wesley's taking a break from the field. Robin Dass has come out. He's fielding on the cover boundary. As Snater begins a new over. Bowling to Bamber, a short ball which he tries to pull. There was an appeal from second slip, but there was nothing on that. Bamber's feet have started moving a little bit more, but I think he's quite stiff in the lower back. I think he's in a little bit of discomfort as he walks around the crease.
Well, that was a good surprise short ball. I don't think he was expecting that. The danger with coaches telling you things, Richard, is that he then starts to see only faults.
Yeah, okay.
And that's a problem.
Snater advances, driven by Bamber, wide of mid-off. He has to move to his left of field, so he chugs through for a single. 106 to Bamber, 330 for 5.
Yeah, nice shot there. You know, when the coach starts seeing faults, right, that's an alarm bell to me, because I can't work on 3 different things at the same time in a session. That is pointless. So if there's one area to work on, let me work on that.
Once you find it out, see how it goes for a bit. Yeah. Snater, a strong man, in another short ball, pulled by Ed Barnard out towards the fielder at deep square for a single. 331 for 5.
Yeah, good control, pull shot by Barnard.
He's got 27 off 31. Almost a run of ball, but quite quietly. You see what I mean? Hasn't chased the ball. Snater bounds in. Pull shot from Bamber this time. And it's in the air for a while, which led to some squeals, but it's bounced a couple of times before it reaches the fielder, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Ethan Bamber and Ed Barnard. They've added 50 in just over 12 overs, 74 balls in
Yes, and that's one of many 50-run partnerships in this game. That milestone has been celebrated on many occasions.
And then an edge from Barnard that drops short of Walter, who does get a finger on it, but it goes through for 4. Barnard berates himself. Snater looks understandably frustrated by that.
Yeah, with the sloppy work really by Walters, they should have stopped that. This level is not a difficult ball to stop, but it's just very late in getting down.
336 for 5. They're just 14 runs now away from a third batting bonus point, which means in a draw, the Bears can salvage 12 points from this game. From Essex's point of view, they got the 4 batting bonus points. They've got 1 bowling bonus point, and they'd love to claim another one here. Another short ball, and he's almost played onto his stumps there. That was really odd. It got too tall on him. He still tried to play the ball, and it's like a miscued tennis smash that knocks it down just past off stump. And Barnard got himself into a bit of a pickle there. Real energy ball from Snater, who may be close to the end of a spell here. 336 for 5, Warwickshire at the end of the over, trailing by 266.
Yeah, didn't get himself into a particularly good position to help that one around. Could easily have played it into his stumps.
We're going to see the return of Matt Critchley here. I think we are. Helmets are coming onto the field. It's not easy to prize wickets out. I think Essex have given the cause absolutely everything here, Roland, to have taken 5 wickets in the overs that they've had in 98 overs. But the reality is it's taking about 23 overs a time to take a wicket in this match.
Yeah, it's hard work for a bowler. As you can see, spinners, not a lot of turn. Pitch is still playing very true, so you need a bit of luck to pick up wickets. Hence, most of the batters can get a start in, and then once they're in, it's difficult to get them out. So Critchley, with 2 for 94, will start his 26th over, and that ball is forced off the back foot. He won't get a single as it's out to extra cover, and there is no run short of a length, and Bamber just punching it to extra cover. He's on 107, 336 for 5. Critchley to Bamber, and he's out. Tame dismissal then. That's the dismissal of a third man. He just really, he could have hit that ball anywhere. He just used his hands to whip it in the onside. It's gone straight back to the bowler, who takes a straightforward catch. So he gets his 3rd wicket, Critchley. And Bamber's long vigil eventually goes. He's bitterly disappointed, but his footwork let him down once again. But he will get a round of applause from this knowledgeable crowd here at Chelmsford.
It's nice,
opposition
actually.
Or not, he will still get the applause that he deserves for a very good maiden first-class 100.
But as he leaves the field as well, Tom Westley is coming back on, having taken a break, and he shakes his hand as well, which is really nice. He got a handshake from Ed Barnard, then from Kai Smith on his way out to the crease, but also from Tom Westley. And as you know, as annoying as it will have been to Essex today that Ethan Bamber has held them up for more than 50 overs, credit where credit's due, and that's a career best by 61.
That was a proper innings, and you know, it's had to survive last night, had to survive this morning, got through to lunch, got through till tea, gets out in the finals session of the day. You know, you're not just lucky there's a degree of skill as well. So he's thoroughly deserved that 100, and he'll be disappointed with the mode of dismissal because it was not a particularly good delivery that got him out. But Critchley, he won't mind. A wicket is a wicket. So Smith comes to the crease. Barnard is on 31. It's 336 for the loss of 6.
Lovely, lovely evening. It was, many things today have defied the expectations. Kai Smith coming in now, and Bears just have to be a little bit careful. They're 6 down and still 266 behind. 117 needed to avoid the follow-on. If they get those 117 runs, then there's not going to be a lot doing in what remains of the match, you wouldn't have thought. So we might reach the point where tomorrow lunchtime, if there was a gentle rain shower, they try and spread it over the square. But no, I mean, no ground staff would do that, but you know what I'm saying. The fourth day could set up to be dull. However, Essex have opened a window again, and their persistence has brought its reward. 3 wickets now for Critchley. It's his second catch of the day. You just have to be so patient in the field, don't you, on these wickets with this ball?
Yeah, you've got to wait. You've got to expect that wickets are going to come not quickly. You're going to have to bowl a lot of overs. Critchley's first delivery is driven for 4. Yep. Just a little sighter to start with, over pitched. And Smith jumps into it and screams it through the offside for 4.
I mean, that's a great example of the mindset of Kai Smith, who in the big run chase last Friday, when they still had quite a lot of overs left to try and get there, he smashes, I think it was like 46 not out of 43 balls to see them over the line quickly. It took any of the element of risk out of things, or the danger of being caught short.
And a repeat. Same delivery, same ball, same shot, same result. Through extra cover for 4. He goes to 8. The score goes to 344 for the loss of 6.
2 beautiful shots. Essex having just picked up their second bowling point. They've got just north of 11 overs to try and get another one, to take 3 more wickets. But Kai Smith trying to get Warwickshire at least past the 350 quickly.
Critchley again bowls. That's a quicker delivery and flatter. And on this occasion, Smith comes forward and defends on the onside. There's a slip and forward short leg in place. And Critchley not going to throw that third one up. He decides not to. He does now, and Smith pushes it back along the ground. A successful over by Critchley. Even though he went for a couple of boundaries, he still picked up the important wicket, his third. He's also now gone for his 100, so he won't be celebrating that though. He's now got 3 for 102.
Right, I'm going to go to do another report, so Victoria will be rejoining you in a second.
344 for 6. Barnard 31 and Smith on 8. As Snater will continue. As Victoria, welcome back.
Is it me? Am I on? Shane Snater is in from the Graham Gooch end, and that one's just played out into the offside by Ed Barnard on 31 now. Set batter, having seen Ethan Bamber dismissed for 107. And that will be the wicket that Essex would have wanted in this evening session. Matt Critchley picking up his third of the Warwickshire innings, helping Essex along to a second batting point as well. Warwickshire 344 for 6. This man has 2 wickets as well. Snater, who's in, that's driven up to mid-on by Barnard, straight to the fielder, which is Sam Cook, for no run.
Yeah, Snater's got 2 and he had 2 and 2. 2 very important wickets as well.
The deficit 258 for Warwickshire. Snater is on his way in. And that one is pulled by Barnard, not timed though. There is a fielder out there in the deep, and he'll just get a single, 345 for 6. He's on to 31. The scoreboard's gone off.
Yeah, Barnard having to reach for that short ball. It was quite high. He managed to keep it down. So the man at deep square leg comes in now to the mid-wicket position.
Yeah, Charlie Allison just being moved up. Still got 2 sub-fielders out on the pitch for Essex. One being Nick Brown, who's been there for the whole of this Warwickshire innings. Robin Dass out there temporarily at the moment as well, as Snater is in. That one's defended by Smith into the leg side. Charlie Allison on his toes, comes in from mid-wicket to pick the ball up, no run.
Smith's played 2 lovely cover drives off Critchley just to get his game going.
Well, it was a smaller crowd here at Chelmsford today. Many people, I expect, put off because of the weather forecast, but I'm pleased that those who have made the journey have hung around into the evening session. Very dry as Snater is in. That one's clipped and he's gone. He clipped that one to mid-wicket, a diving catch from Charlie Allison. Wasn't sure if Smith had hit that into the ground before it reached Allison, but he turned, he was on his way. Essex pick up their 7th wicket, and Warwickshire are 345 for 7.
Yeah, Smith just guilty of falling over on the leg side and just clipping that ball easily into the onside, and Allison taking a good catch. Nice height. And a wicket for Snater. Really, he'd be very disappointed to have been out to that particular delivery, because it was down, pitching down the leg side. And he would have thought that's a ball that he should be hitting for 4.
It was a good height for Charlie Allison. He just had to dive to his right-hand side to grab hold of it. And Kai Smith is departing for 8.
Yeah, so Snater gets another one. He's had a good day, Snater. He's now got 3 for 55 in his 19th over, so that's a good effort.
Well, he might be eyeing another 2 from 2, which we saw from him earlier on today. Vanshjani is the new batter to join Ed Barnard, who's on 32.
Yep, just 19 overs in on this pitch is a good effort. If you go only for 55, then you can be quite happy with that performance. So Johnny Snater's not ready yet.
Michael Pepper is swapping his gloves as well, so we've got some changes going on. Chance for Johnny to just take stock. Shane Snater is ready and waiting on his mark. So Warwickshire trailing by 257. Essex looking for an 8th wicket now. Snater is into Jani, drives that one nicely, straight to the fielder though. So it's a dot ball, and that is the end of the over. 1 run from it, 1 wicket importantly though for Shane Snater. We've reached 100 overs, Warwickshire 345 for 7.
Yes, another wicket for Snater. He's put in a really good shift for his team today. So he's got 3, Critchley's got 3, the 7 wickets to 4. The other one going to Cook. So what does Barnard do now? Does he just hang in there? Trust Johnny to do his bit? I think taking the pitch into consideration, he should address that. Concentrate on your game and let Johnny play his, as his first delivery is cut away down to third man. They should get two. It's pulled up 15 metres from the boundary and a pretty wide return aiming to the wicketkeeper, but ends up at the bowler's end. In the process, Barnard gets 2, goes to 34. It's 347 for the loss of 7, and we're in over number 101 as this delivery is full and is driven hard but out to long off, where they'll get an easy single. He goes to 35. Now it's 348 for 7. Johnny will take his first ball from Critchley, who has 3 for 105 right now. Slip and a forward short leg and a short mid wicket. The extra cover from the boundary comes out to cover point. Critchley bowls short and he's onto the back foot and strokes it pleasantly up to extra cover. Can't score. Johnny waits and this one is up and he's forward, and that ball just comes off the outer half of the bat, runs all along the ground to point. That one was tossed a little bit higher, as this one is there. It's a little bit of turn. It's well played by Johnny. He gets right forward. No asking for a bat pad on the offside, and he's going to get it as the forward short leg is moved across on the other side. Critchley bowls and Johnny drives, looking onto the front foot. That's a nice looking push drive. He can't score it. Well fielded by Critchley. He completes another over. He's got 3 for 105. It's 348 for 7.
Yep, so Essex going to continue with Shane Snater. Took a wicket in his last over. And this has been positive for Essex, finding the wickets when actually we weren't even sure at one point how much play we would get today. So it's been good that they've had some joy with the new ball for Essex. Shane Snater is on his way in. Barnard waits for Warwickshire. Bowls, and that was just dabbed into the offside, into a gap, which means they can come through for the single as Essex do the fielding. 348 for 7. 349 for 7, I should say.
Yeah, it's an easy single, just dropped into the offside. Immediate response from Johnny.
Got Shane Snater on his way in, and that one is out straight to point. Here with the diving stop, Sam Cook. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, Johnny thought he was off the mark there. He's forcing it off the back foot.
6 deliveries face. Still waiting for his first run as he just has a look and surveys the field. Looks to see what gaps he's got. On 2 slips and a galleon for Essex. As Shane Snater is coming in from the Graham Gooch end bowls, and Johnny defends that one back to the bowler. Warwickshire hovering on 349 for 7, looking for that next batting point. Snater bowls. Johnny just turns that one into the leg side. It's a dot ball, so still looking for that first run. At the other end, Barnard's practicing his shots.
Sun disappears for the moment. As
the breeze just picking up again around Chelmsford, but we do have a bit of blue sky above us. The Snater is in. That one's dabbed down by Jani again. No chance for him to come through for this single. Another dot ball. Tidy bowling from Essex's Shane Snater. Signed a new deal with the club ahead of this game. Been a really key part of the bowling attack in recent years for Essex.
yeah, and he's done well today. He's really worked really hard today.
Snater's in, bowls. John defends that one. Dot ball to finish the 102nd over, 349 for 7, trailing by 253. There's bad light at Chesterless Street, just as Surrey are looking to close in on victory. They did have thunderstorms forecast there as well, and it looks like the weather is about to take hold, whereas at Canterbury they really struggled with the weather all day in the game against Leicestershire there. They've been off since before lunchtime, but it does look like if they don't have any more rain, they are going to get on at 5:30. So it's been a long day of waiting for the players and supporters in that game in Division 2. I'll take you through the scores from elsewhere shortly, but as always, Matt Critchley, I expect will get through his over quite quickly, Roland.
Critchley bowls. Barnard drives, floating up to long off. They will walk a single as the field is right out on the boundary. He comes in to meet the ball. So the 350 up for Essex, for Warwickshire. The 350 for 7. It's taken 102.1 overs. Field now comes in closer for Jani. Slip and a bat pad on the offside. And Jani drives, and he won't beat the fielder, who has to stretch the right hand out from extra cover. He's run all the way across, puts hand out. Does the fielding, throws the ball back to Critchley, who prepares to bowl once more to Jani. In, he bowls. Jani drives and will get off the mark. It's a lovely shot, and it's a tumbling stop there at mid-off. Had to move to his right, so that's a nice flown off drive, so he gets off the mark. Brings Barnard back on strikes. It's 37, the lead. The trail now by 251. It's 351 for 7. Field spread for Barnard. The short bat pad and the offside one comes out, and that's a fluent off drive straight to long off. Easy single once more. Barnard has played that shot well. His driving has been of a very high quality, as Jani will have to do battle. Critchley bowls. Jani square drives and a misfield, and that's gone for 4. Really a regulation piece of fielding there at backward point. He's very annoyed with himself. I'm sure Critchley's annoyed as well, because that should have been stopped and should have been no runs, but the result is that Jani gets a boundary. He goes to 5. Score goes to 356 for 7.
Wicket in the Test match. Josh Tongue getting the 4th for England. India 101 for 4.
And that one's worked into the onside. A quicker delivery, that final delivery, and he gets an easy single as it's out to square leg. So Jani goes to 6. 358 for 7.
Yeah, it's got that evening session feel about it, but certainly glad that we have got cricket. As the light, it's not darkening, but it just does feel like we're getting to the point where the evening is drawing nearer.
Yeah.
We've lost some overs earlier on in the day with the slight rain we had. We've got a minimum of 27 overs. The conference going on between Tom Wesley, Shane Snater, who is going to bowl this next over from the Graham Gooch end. Johnny waits as Snater is in. He dabs that one into the offside. He's already thinking about setting off for the single. They come through for it. And Warwickshire move on to 358 for 7.
Yeah, excellent running, good judgment. Trusted the call. Response from Barnard was good. And a single.
He was determined to get that one in, get away from facing Snater. 3 for 57 in his 21st over. See the breeze rippling the shirt of Michael Pepper behind the stumps as Snater is in, and that one's left alone outside off stump through to Pepper, who collects. Dot ball. Couple of noisy motorbikes in the distance. It's probably about rush hour time now, isn't it? Although thankfully always a little bit quieter in the school holidays.
And the sun makes another appearance.
In comes Snater, left alone by Barnard. Pepper picks up. Makes a difference in the holidays to the traffic in the morning and in the evening coming out of Chelmsford, but I expect, hopefully, it will be a clear run by the time we're finished here this evening. I've just got to try and think of some things for Richard to do in Chelmsford tonight. I was trying to wrap my brains as Snater is in. That one's driven by Barnard, and an outstretched hand from Snater is what stops it being a straight drive back down the ground.
Well, Richard's got a few books to read. he has started.
Do we need to find him somewhere to read the books this evening? Somewhere he can hole up and... He said there's nothing good on at the cinema, so that rules that out. Snater is in, and that one is played into the offside straight to the fielder by Barnard. I don't know if there's any... there's often some good live music on around Chelmsford. There's plenty of venues for that. I wouldn't be able to tell you what's cool though, probably. It's not... Might be a karaoke night somewhere, maybe. No, he's put his hands over his face. He wasn't into that idea. Snater is in, and Barnard defends that one. Final ball of the over, 358 for 7.
Yeah, another good over by Snater, just the single off that, so he's getting through some good work here. So is Critchley. He's got 3 for 113, Critchley, but he's done an effective job. So he will continue, and Johnny will be the striker. Johnny's on 7, it's 358 for 7.
I guess it's just a case now for Essex to see what they can do for the
Critchley
last
bowls, and that's turned into the onside. They've gone for 1. No thought of the second, as the fielder comes off the deep square leg boundary, and easy single there to Johnny, brings Barnard on straight, so they brought in a short extra cover there for Barnard now. And just a slip, so his drive-in has made him bring that, but Barnard decides drive-in was the last over. He's not driving anymore. I'm going to sweep, and he swept, picked up 2. That one went fine, and a lot of work done there for the fielder out at deep square leg. He's had to run some 30-40 meters as Critchley's in once more and bows. And looking to scoop that one. The keeper read it. He was down the wicket, but the ball ended up at slip.
Yeah, Michael Pepper's moving across. He predicted that last ball, and then he was ready for that sweep shot.
This one, he sweeps it on the full, and it goes down to deep square leg. Return is a strong one, and almost caught Johnny by surprise. But he regained his composure quickly enough and got back into his crease. So it's 362 for 7. That single takes Barnard to 41. He bowls. Johnny cuts, and he cuts well. Ball goes out to the deep point boundary. It's a good piece of fielding, but in the meantime, excellent return to the keeper. But in the meantime, the bat is crossed for 2. So Johnny goes into double figures with that cut shot. He waits once more for Critchley, who bowls, and he's just pushing that back along the pitch. Fielded by Critchley, over completed, and at the end of that over, it's 364 for the loss of 7. Barnard is on 41 and 10 to Johnny.
Yeah, so it's a case now for Essex to see what wickets they can take between now and the end of today's play on day 3. And for Warwickshire, it's just looking to keep piling these runs on the board. Still trailing by 238. It was a big lead that Essex put on, batting well into day 2. Centuries for Tom Wesley, Charlie Allison and Michael Pepper. For Warwickshire, it's Ethan Bamber who scored a century for them, 107, having come in as night watchman last night, and he has top scored so far for the visitors. Noah Thane is the change of bowling at the Graham Gooch end, so Shane Snater is off. Noah Thane returns, as does Richard Wofford.
Quite a spell that was from Snater. He's put his back into that. He got the reward of the wicket of Kai Smith. So 3 for him, and 3 for Critchley, 1 for Cook. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yes.
Gosh, that was quite simple maths, really, but, you know, it's deep into day 3. My legs have gone like Ethan Bamber's.
In comes Noah Thane from the Graham Gooch end, and the siren's wail in the distance. That's left alone outside off stump by Barnard.
The prospect of doing karaoke, that would empty a room, trust me.
I was just trying to think what I know happens in Chelmsford, and I know there's a few places that I've walked past and heard karaoke.
Yeah, there's some places where I've noticed a couple of music venues not far from the railway station.
Yeah, there's Hotbox down there, isn't there?
Yeah, I walked past there the other day to get to Radio City Social. There are other taverns available.
Not under the arches, though.
No, there is at least one more tavern under the arch. Yeah.
Thane bowls, and that was just dabbed down to 3rd by Barnard. Snater's been posted out in the deep, so he will get round to it. So they just take the single, 364 for 7. I'll get there again. 365 for 7 even.
Snater threw that to the bowler's end. Thane was on his way back towards his mark. He realised he might be in trouble, put his hands over his head, and it hit the back of his left leg. He wasn't thrilled, understandably. So now, if you said there's a venue that does stand-up comedy on a Thursday night, now then I'd be in for that.
I think that was going to be my next suggestion, but then I can't follow that up with, I know there's comedy on a Thursday night. Feels like a good night for comedy, I think.
It would be, but I can't find any, because I did look before I came down, because that is my obsession.
Well, if anyone knows of any, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk, as Thane is in. That's dabbed down by Johnny, and he's going to send Shane Snater chasing this one out of our view. That's gone, though, for 4, out of our range over by the Tom Pearce stand. There's 4 runs to the score for Johnny, who's on to Well, that's just a bit off the screen now. 14.
Yeah. It's a good busy start from the youngster on his debut. Obviously coming in well down the order. He was going to be low down the order anyway, but further because of Bamber as night watchman. But the other significant thing is that the Bears are eking their way. They're 84 short of avoiding the follow-on. And that now has become the really significant figure, hasn't it?
Thane is in. That one's defended by the Warwickshire man.
I don't think they're going to launch themselves at the 31 in 25 balls that they need to try and get to 400 in the 110 overs for another batting point. I think they'll decide that preserving the wickets is more important. Nonetheless.
Yeah, avoiding the follow-on would be the main objective, you would think. Thane is in, and that one's just played gently out into the offside. Mid-off comes round at a stroll to field it.
Looks like we're going to probably get through here to the close as well. There's still 24 overs after this. That's quite a long time. We are now looking at something that's a bit more like 5 to 7, aren't we, for the finish tonight? But the clouds, the direction they're coming from behind us, from sort of over our right shoulders, they're not looking too bad at all.
No, it's been a rather still afternoon as Thane is in. That one's pulled by Jani, guides it into the pitch as it's fielded in the deep on the leg side. He just managed to get it to gently roll into the ground from that shot at the end of the over. 370 for 7.
Yeah, he's going to get rid of his jumper now. So
I'm surprised with the sun coming up.
I probably need to go cold turkey on the comedy. I've seen 5 stand-ups in the last 2 weeks, so that's probably enough to be going on with, isn't it?
Not tempted to have a go?
Yeah, really tempted, but too scared. And it's too. I say it's too late in life. That always sounds.
Never.
That sounds more morbid than it is. But I really admire the art, and I studied the art. But I think you kind of have to do it. I think you need it to be your career, to really develop it. And I am in awe of those people that I see doing it. In the last couple of weeks, I've seen Chloe Petts is just fantastic. She's a Londoner, or from Kent actually. Technically, it's on outside off stump from Critchley, first ball of a new over, swiped at by Jani. Doesn't make any contact, but she did the Edinburgh that she's just taken up to Scotland now in Birmingham a couple of weeks ago, and just the quality of the writing and the confidence of the performance, just a joy to watch. This is floated up, dabbed into the leg side and no run.
Think of the anecdotes you'd have though from all the places you've been.
But that's more like after dinner speaking, isn't it? Yeah. Unfortunately, the comedy I write is not for a family audience when I try and write stuff. That's the other difficulty. This is full and driven. One bounce back into the hands of Critchley. So I think I'd rather just be a consumer. It's my midlife crisis is watching comedy, and it can be a very cheap habit. As Critchley approaches once more, a little bit of slow turn, dab down towards short third. Porter picks up and no run. So when you go to somewhere like the Bill Murray Comedy Theatre in Islington in London, you can get a show for £9. This one he cuts rather more forcefully and it beats Porter. That's a lovely shot from Jani. That's another boundary to add to his score. He's up to 19, 374 for 7. And he's been pulling up some trees in the second 11, having signed from the Saka programme. Just like Zen Malik this year, the second player that the Bears have brought through who were on that programme. And that was a lovely shot.
Yeah, really nice, really confident as well.
A controlled back cut, now he just defends the next delivery. End of the over, 374 for 7. The Bears need 79 to avoid the follow-on. There are 3 overs left for Essex to pick up 2 more wickets to get maximum bowling points.
I've got a sort of analogy to make between county cricket and comedy, but bear with me.
Go on.
Well, one of the things that always used to fascinate me watching cricket growing up, and particularly county cricket, was that you could rock up sometimes to a club game on a Saturday and you'd find one of your county players just turning out for their local team, and it was like amazing. You're seeing someone that you can watch play professional cricket, just in your in your local area, which is always something that I was really fascinated about, and maybe the difference between cricket and football is that Noah Thane's just making a change in the field. Matt Critchley's coming out the slits into the leg side, and I feel like that is something you get in comedy as well, depending on where you watch it. As Noah Thane is in, and that is just edged down into the offside by Barnard. He finds a gap, he gets a single, but he hasn't got full connection he wanted on that one. 375 for 7. I remember when I was doing my dissertation, I did it around comedy. And, it was at a time where there was some controversy over the lack of female comedians on bills at festivals and things like this, and I would go around various comedy nights in London and the southeast to chat to different comedians, and you could be in the back room of a pub in the middle of London and you'd have people like Joel Dommett on the bill as Thane is in. That one's pulled by Jarni. He's found the gap and he's gone for 4. On 1 foot as well. He's got his eye in now as Vance Jarni, and he's moved Warwickshire on to 379 for 7.
Yeah, very attractive innings so far from Vance Jarni. Yeah, you do, and and you see mixed bills because comedians have got to practice their material.
Exactly, yeah.
And sometimes they're happy to get 5 minutes somewhere, whether it be above the Camden Head in London. That's a classic place for it, where you don't have to pay to go in, but you pay what you feel you want to pay when you leave.
Thane is in. Jarni plays that one back to the bowler.
Was it the night before Birmingham City were playing at Wembley? I took a couple of friends who hadn't been to the Bill Murray, and it's a mixed bill, and you don't know when you book who's going to be on. But the headliner there was one of the best up-and-coming female comedians in Britain, Anya Magliano, who's going to be on the new series of Taskmaster, which is a huge booking for her. And I'd already seen her do an hour in Birmingham earlier in the year. Great storyteller. And actually, you just don't know. For your 8 or 9 quid, suddenly you see one of the top flying acts, who's up-and-coming acts.
Thane is in. Jarni plays that one up to mid-on for no run.
And the 20 minutes she did there, none of it was in the hour that I'd seen her do in Birmingham. And that's the extraordinary
that's good
thing.
as well. You've not seen the same material. So yeah, that was my.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a comparison there between going to see cricketers play club cricket and comedians rocking up to test the material out at various pub comedy nights.
I think it stands up to closer inspection, that theory.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm glad it. When I said it out loud, it wasn't silly, as Thane is in, and Jarni defends that one. It just pops up into the offside and rolls gently out to point for no run.
And there is something about seeing comedy in a room of 60 or 80 people. I wouldn't go to an arena anymore to see a comedian. Because it takes too long for a laugh to hit the back of a room. And they're on to the next joke and the laugh's still going back. It's like, oh no, can't be doing with that.
We're very lucky around Essex that often some of the smaller venues get the comedians coming to test their material out for the bigger tours. As Thane is in, that one's defended with a straight back by Jarni. Final ball of the over, 379 for 7, trailing by 223.
Important session of cricket this, and Essex understandably now are quite weary because they've had 108 overs in the field, and all the bowlers have got quite a lot of running in their legs. I think Snater has been the pick of them today for me, for sure. But in these 22 overs, the Bears could knock off the runs that are required to avoid the follow-on, at which point we really haven't got a match tomorrow. Equally, if Essex take the 3 wickets and enforce the follow-on, it's going to be an exhausting experience for them, but they still have a chance of victory. The deficit is at 223 at the moment. Just to let you know, by the way, Roland bids us farewell. I will tell you where, but he's somewhere he needs to be.
Okay.
So he's dashed off. It's been good to have his company for the last 3 days. And Critchley is going to continue. 12 balls to take 2 wickets to extricate another bonus point out of this. I don't think the Bears will crack on to the 21 runs. So this is back of a length from Critchley, cut out into the offside, and there's no run.
I think I said about half an hour ago that I was going to look at the other scores from elsewhere, and I never did. think we had a wicket which may have distracted him.
Yeah, I'll give you a moment to look them up. Critchley to bowl to Jani, 380 for 7. Oh, this turns past him. The bails are whipped off. It's a lovely ball, but he's neither hit it nor has he dragged his foot out of the crease. Tidy piece of work though by Michael Pepper, who got the stumping late yesterday evening to dismiss Warwickshire skipper Alex Davis. Jani is safe on 23. Barnard 44. And Critchley in again, and Jani plays it defensively with a full face of the bat. These two have already added 35 since the dismissal of Smith. Nine balls to take 2 wickets. Critchley, slightly quicker run up that time, cuts, and that almost wrong foot's Porter with the spin, and then he holds the small of his back. I think 'cause he might have rolled on it. Yeah, I've got a feeling he's rolled on the ball there. He looks a bit stiff. That wasn't the sort of twist you wanted to have to give when you've been in the field for a long time. Next ball just flicked towards short mid-wicket. Snater comes across to do the fielding. Critchley in his 31st over of the innings. 3 for 124. 7 balls to take 2 wickets. They've given it everything. You've got to admire that. As that beats the bat on the outside through to the wicketkeeper. Critchley looks up at the slightly greying cloud above his head, and that's the end of the over. 109 of the 110 for bonus points gone. Warwickshire 380 for 7.
Oh, there's a balloon just floating above the pitch. Don't know where that has appeared from. A blue helium balloon has appeared, and off it goes towards the river behind us where the sunshine is. They did briefly go off for bad light at Chesterless Street, but they are back on, and Surrey are just a couple of runs away from victory now in that one. They just need the 2 runs, and they have 5 wickets to play with as well. So victory inevitable now for Surrey in that one. Elsewhere in Division 1, what have we got? Nottinghamshire 368 for 5. They lead Somerset by 31 runs in that game. Worcestershire and Hampshire had a delayed start earlier because of wet weather. Hampshire are 79 for 2, leading Worcestershire by 123 runs. That's in their second innings. And Yorkshire, having earlier declared on 545 for 9, have Sussex 75 for 3 in their second inning. As Stain is in to start a new over to Barnard, who drives that one, stopped by the bowler for no run.
Just while you're on Division 1 there, Surrey's victory means that Somerset and Notts look like they're going to play out a high-scoring draw. I mean, there's a slight chance that Notts might be able to force something tomorrow, but you'd suspect not with the Kookaburra. So Surrey are going to be building up a little bit of a lead this week over the 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, interesting movement, and of course with the Durham defeat, it makes things interesting at the other end of the table where Essex fans will be looking. Estain is in. That one's driven by Barnard. He's setting off for the run quickly, and Essex get the ball in to try and put pressure on that single. And Barnard just stretching out the hamstring at the end of that run. Don't know if it's just a bit stiff.
With that, assuming they don't take 2 wickets this over, with Durham only taking 3 points, Essex will be at least 12 points ahead of them after this set of fixtures. But Yorkshire look like they're probably going to win, so they could well leapfrog Essex. So interesting, but Durham do increasingly look like candidates to go down with Worcestershire.
Yeah, and it makes it very interesting for the next county championship match here in September, which is against Durham. So that sets us up for quite an interesting tie. 381 for 7, Estain is in. It's dabbed down by Jani for no run.
Well, it'd be a Duke's ball. It may not be a hybrid, and that would be very much a case of win and you're safe. And once you get safe, it's not a huge gulf from there towards the top 2. It's really, the table is quite compressed because nobody has got a huge number of wins. I mean, that's only Surrey's 4th win in 11 games. And they've been moaning a bit that they're playing on very flat pitches away from home. Well, people will do something to counter you, won't they?
Yeah, we've got to try and find a way. Stain is in. Johnny turns that one into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket for no run. And in the test match, India are 123 for 5. The latest wicket, was that another one for Josh Tongue? I think it might have been. Yes, there's a couple of wickets for Josh Tongue.
Jadeja, prize wicket, out for 9. Very, very dangerous player.
Johnny's on 23, Estain is in, and he defends that one. Just had the single so far from this over.
I mean, there's no rule that says all the rest of the First Division have to put their hands up and wave Surrey through to the title. You've got to find ways of challenging them one way or the other. And I think people have made a better fist of it, but their strength in depth looks like it's going to win out again. It's not a foregone conclusion, but they're going to be in pole position with 3 to go.
In comes Stain, bowls. Johnny turns that one round the corner. There's a fielder out in the deep, but he won't get there. That's 4 runs to the score. Noah Thane kicks the turf in frustration. 385 for 7. Johnny moves on to 27 at the end of the over.
So that's it for bonus points in this game. So Essex have done pretty well. They've taken 6 bonus points so far. Warwickshire just the 4. So the minimum number of points Essex will take from this game is 14, because they're not going to lose it. They could yet go on to win it, and the key number that stands at the moment is how many it is to avoid the follow-on, and that stands at 68 right now. Will that be resolved today? Well, there are 20 overs remaining. It's perfectly plausible that it will be. And it'll just be interesting to see what Tom Westley does in terms of bowling now. He's got some weary pace bowlers. Critchley is going to the well again and again and again for him. He's used himself sparingly. So having a conversation with Paul Walter now, whether Paul Walter is going to make a rare foray into the bowling attack. I don't know, but he's been very sparingly used in the Championship. None for 46 for the season. There's a lot of nodding. I think it might be a little bit more planning fielding positions here. Long shadows being cast by the floodlights across the playing surface. This ball is short and it sits up to be whacked into the offside, cut away by Barnard well in front of square, and they'll come through for 2. Good throw in from Allison, who batted beautifully yesterday for his 133. Barnard now to 47, 387 for 7. Barnard is averaging 50 in the Championship this season. And he's driving this wide of Paul Walter to complete another half-century. Terrific knock this from Barnard, coming in with a little bit of pressure on his side. His 4th 50 to go with 200s. And it's come... Oh, how many deliveries was that? Was that 57 or 67?
57.
57 deliveries, that's pretty good.
6 4s.
I find that scoreboard easy to read if I go look through the glass over here. There you go, 51 or 57, I can see it now. I don't know why that should be the case. The sun seems to reflect off it when I look at it this way.
Someone's changed my channel on the TV. I usually have the...
Oh, the scoreboard?
Yeah, but I can't see it
Well,
from...
when you say somebody, it was me.
Oh, well...
And it was because it meant I could see the replays when I was sitting in the back.
That's probably fair enough. You're at the wrong angle
yeah.
When you're sitting at the back to the TV screen.
391 for 7, 62 to avoid the follow-on. And it's kind of the only number that matters at this point. Critchley floats this up, and dead bat placed on it by Barnard, who is beyond 750 Championship runs for the season now. Similar number to Michael Pepper, who's in the mid-700s after his century yesterday. It's a good return for a wicket-keeper batter. He's making himself pretty indispensable to Essex, Michael Pepper. There's an attempted sweep here from Barnard. There's an appeal for LBW. It's not got a lot of merit because the ball's pitched outside leg stump. I think Critchley deep down knows it, but you've got to try.
Not the most animated appeal I've seen from him. But
he wasn't getting a lot of support from other members of the team, let's put it that way. He's in again, and that's a short ball that Barnard will cut out into the offside for a comfortable single. He's 52, 392 for 7. 7 runs so far off this over. If you're Tom Wesley, you're wondering who's the partnership breaker here now, because these two are starting to get annoying.
I think his answer is me, the way in which he's stretching off.
Floated up to Jani, who drives it in front of point for another single, 393 for 7. He's up to 28 on his debut.
Of course, Simon Harmer, who's missing for this match, has bowled a huge amount of overs this season. Probably hasn't taken as many wickets as he would have liked, and as we've seen previously from him in other seasons, but he can often come on and find that wicket when you need it, and Essex haven't got that option in this game. So Tom Wesley has been bowling more.
Looks like Sam Cook's going to have another go.
Yeah, Tom Wesley's going over to chat to Sam Cook, but just when he was in that mid-off position, he was sort of going through the motion. So whether the next over from this Alistair Cook end, we might get the off spin of Tom Wesley. We are going to get the seam bowling ball back into the attack. Well, a change in the bowling at the Graham Gooch end from the seam bowling of Noah Thane to Sam Cook.
The Seagulls have made their emergence now. It's getting close to 6 o'clock.
You know it's time.
Yeah.
They're not as noisy as last week in Hove, though. They woke me up very early in the morning outside my window.
Nice stroll along the seafront to get to the cricket ground.
Yeah, it was very nice. Sam Cook is in, and that one's turned into the leg side, chased down towards deep square leg by Charlie Allison as they come back for 2 runs. Warwickshire move on to 395 for 7, and that is the 50-run partnership between Barnard and Jani. 68 balls.
30 of those runs come into the 20-year-old on his debut. This is becoming another red letter day for the South Asian Cricket Association. The great work that SACA do to give young cricketers a second chance, and Jani's taking this on his debut.
Cook is in, and that one's defended by Jani. Back to Cook. You'll be sport for choice on who to interview, won't you?
Oh, well, I mean, assuming that they can wheel him out, and you know they may genuinely need a wheelchair for it. And surely Ethan Bamber's going to want to talk. He's a lovely lad, Ethan. So it was on the pod blast a few weeks back. I mentioned earlier to Dick Davis that he was a boy chorister. He didn't enjoy me touching on that subject, disappointingly.
Oh. You're going to a duo with Alistair Cook, as Cook is in. That one's defended by Jani.
Where was he in the choir?
Well, he was, I think, don't quote me on this, I think at Bedford School. There's as well as playing cricket, he was... Yeah, there's some kind of story there. I'd have to dig out.
He's got the cheeks for it, hasn't he? You know what I mean?
I just remember this image from times gone by. It might even been an autobiography of him in the choir outfit. As Cook is in, Sam Cook that is, and that's defended out into the offside by Jani.
You can imagine that sort of crimped neck
yes.
around him and a white
rosy
gown.
Cheeks.
Yeah. Well, the photos of Ethan Bamber in his choir boy days, he has rosy cheeks. I don't think his cheeks are distinctly red today. What a performance, though. Magnificent, memorable day for Ethan Bamber. Batting as night watchman, making 107. I've been trying to find instances of Warwickshire players scoring a century as a night watchman, and I'm struggling at the moment.
Cook is in. Jani defends that one.
John Edwards on X. I don't remember to call it X. That was something. So can you recall a Bears night watchman going on to score a ton before? I can't. Regards from Thailand, says John. Oh.
We've been very exotic today. Thailand, Luxembourg.
Yeah, and the people of Luxembourg, let me tell you, the people of the Royal Duchy would be very, very excited to hear it being called exotic.
In comparison to, we'll big up Chelsea.
I've been through the edge of Luxembourg in a car once, but that's as near as I've come.
Cook is in. That's driven well by Jani, past the diving fielder in the covers. Lovely shot for 4 runs. 399 for 7. He moves on to 34 at the end of the over. I wasn't lying. He was in the choir at the prestigious St Paul's Cathedral boarding school. There we go.
Okay. Lovely. What does he do for karaoke? The snowman.
You joke, but I have asked that question before. I can't remember the answer.
Oh. You find out all sorts of things on the podcast. I think around 75% of male cricketers list as their favourite film The Shawshank Redemption.
If they're not playing cricket, they're playing golf.
If they're not playing cricket, they're playing golf. That's absolutely true. They almost all prefer fish and chips to a Balti.
I don't know that I've ever asked that one.
And they almost all prefer Netflix and chill to a trip to the cinema. Who was it that was the real exception to that? Who's very... Was it Davina? Or was it somebody else? No, I think it... No, it was Chloe Brewer, who's missed most of this season through injury, who was on the last episode. And she part of the cinema for her is going to the supermarket on the way to get the snacks so that you're not paying cinema prices.
Practical.
She was very good. She warmed to the theme very much. And she'd been to, what's the controversial film that's been out where, based on a true story that may not have been terribly true. She'd been to see that.
Ooh, I'm not sure.
I'll get there.
You're asking the wrong person when it comes to films.
Oh, I know very little about movies. Very, very little about movies. I do know on Richard Osman's podcast they talked about it the other day, so I will, by scrolling down, I will work out what it was.
While Richard's doing that, Tom Wesley's been getting ready to come on to bowl, so we are seeing a change at the Sir Alistair Cook end as well as Essex look for this 8th wicket. In he comes to Barnard. He turns that past short leg, but declines the single.
The salt path.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, it's been the controversial hit of the summer. Yeah. Because people like the true story to actually be true these days.
Yeah.
Which is ironic given what they'll swallow on social media.
Score remains 399 for 7. In comes Wesley with the spin. It's driven to long on, who comes in off the boundary, Matt Critchley. They'll take the single to bring up the 400 for Warwickshire in the 113th over, which gets a ripple of applause from around the ground.
53 more runs to effectively kill the game is what we're looking at here. And then we'll spend much of tomorrow morning talking about the new law of cricket that I've been proposing for 6 years and nobody will take up.
As Wesley is in, and that one is turned into the leg side. Robin Das out on the pitch as well. They come through for a single. Well, the unlikely song that kept coming up when we spoke to the Essex team. This was probably about 2 or 3 years ago now, and it's been back at the forefront of my mind this week as Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, is into bowl. That one's knocked up to long on. They'll chop through for a single.
You're kind of hinting here. This is going to end up being an Oasis song.
It's not, no.
Oh.
So the song that the Essex play, I don't know if they still do, I haven't asked lately, the song that they used to sing when they won was One Call Away by Charlie Puth. As Wesley is in, that was defended back down the pitch by Jani. Are you familiar with that?
Is that not the most random selection?
Yeah, I don't know how it happened, but so when we asked them about the song with a good memory, almost all of them came up with that song. As Wesley is in, that one's driven gently into the offside, and that's the end of the over. 3 singles from it, 402 for 7.
The Essex men's cricket team are into Charlie Puth.
Well, they were, at least 2 to 3 years ago, and it was always Nick Brown, who's out as a sub fielder at the moment, who would lead the singing.
Lead vocals.
So we did get him to give us a performance live on air. And the reason that's back in my mind is we're celebrating 10 years of our cricket show on BBC Essex this season, Around the Wicket. It's been going for 10 years, so we were looking back at some of the best moments and deciding what we do with that to celebrate this season. And I said, whatever we do, we'll have to have the players' playlist and some Charlie Puth in there to remember the, I think it was 2021, I'm going to say.
Sam Cook to bowl to Ed Barnard on the back foot, dabs it down, hoping for a single through to third man. It's a scrambling stop by Paul Walter. It was inelegant, but it was efficient. They're in fits. They're in fits of laughter at the way he stopped that, but he did the job.
Yeah,
Charlie was halfway down the wicket, wanting to run.
Wasn't the most orthodox way. He sort of didn't elect to dive, put a foot out, and then ended up falling over it anyway.
He looked every inch is 6'7" then. Yeah. But he made the stop, and the runs are precious at the moment. 51 needed to avoid the follow-on. And in comes Cook once more, driven square on the offside. Is that Das, the substitute fielder? Another single to Barnard, takes him to 55. 403 for 7. See, Don't Look Back in Anger appears to be a bit of a sports person's karaoke classic. It revolves a bit of actual singing there, doesn't it? You have to be able to hold a note in a couple of places.
But I think it's a tactical choice because you can get. It's a song that the crowd will know. That's
it's a crowd pleaser. Yeah,
one way you can just.
They'll join in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Avoid singing it as much as possible.
Cook in, short ball down the leg side. Johnny swings, misses. There was a work Christmas party at BBC Radio WM many moons ago at the Botanical Gardens in Birmingham, and the tail end of the night was karaoke, and the sports team, many of whom are shy, we do like to hide our light under a large bushel, were forced by the station manager to sing, which was a bad thing to do, except that the song that he forced us to sing was YMCA, and that is a safe bet that the entire room joins in. Cook back of a length, and this time Johnny does make contact with the pull along the deck towards the deep mid-wicket fielder, who's in the beautiful sunshine. He's getting a bit of a squint into the sun there. They get through for a single. 404 for 7.
It's not really one that's renowned as a karaoke song for singing.
It's a party song, isn't it?
You've got to do the dance.
And trust me, it doesn't take a lot of singing either.
I'll remember that next time I'm forced to do karaoke.
Even for somebody with my exceptionally low level of ability, it's okay. Cook back of a length, forced out into the offside, just dinked short, and it rolls towards point, and there's plenty of time before Snater comes in for Barnard to collect his 56th run. 405 for 7, and the target to avoid the follow-on continues to drip down. It's down at 48 now, and that's where the life in this match will be totally drawn from it. But tantalisingly, only 3 wickets to go, and 2 tail enders to follow, albeit Rockacholi's a bit low at 10. Cook full, dabbed into the leg side, not space for a run this time though. End of the over. 405 for 7. I will disappear briefly during the next over, but I will be back, because the fine burghers of the West Midlands and Warwickshire need to know what's going on.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't like to let them down.
Like you say, there's still things to be decided, and it's a race between these two sides as to who's going to get to their target first.
Still an hour's cricket left today, by the way, so do make yourself another cuppa. Well, it's probably about it too late for a cup of tea.
Well, I was just looking at the time. Maybe a decaf.
Yeah. I think it will be. It's going to be a trip to the supermarket and back to my book tonight. I can see it coming.
Oh.
Book two of the trip.
That is good going.
I've gone double Bob Mortimer. If anybody missed the news yesterday, yeah. So the Satsuma complex, very good. Giving it a 7.5 out of 10. Now on to Hotel Avocado, which is set on Brighton seafront. You might have stayed in Hotel Avocado last week.
I may well have done.
Did it have an avocado outside, luminous, and a squirrel?
No.
Oh, perhaps not then.
Although it did have a salsa dancing class on the front.
Nice. Did you bailar?
I did join in. I just watched.
Oh.
Wesley is in, and that's just guided down to third. I'm not sure how much he meant that, Barnard, but they'll come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, I think it's an edge, but it's an edge with soft hands, wasn't it? So it went straight down.
Richard's going to briefly leave us to update listeners in the West Midlands. You're listening to Victoria Polly from BBC Essex alongside Richard Wilford as Wesley is in, and that one's just knocked into the offside. The point picks it up, so no chance of a run for Barnard. 407 for 7. Barnard is on 58. Jarney at the other end on debut on 36. Wesley is in, and that one's turned into the leg side, or square leg by Barnard, who gets through for a single. So all the while Warwickshire looking to knock off these runs to avoid the follow-on, and Essex searching for the final 3 wickets of this first innings to try and set up the game for the final day. Matt Critchley's been brought up from long on to mid on. As Wesley is in, and Jarney defends that one on the front foot, back to the bowler for no run. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk to get in touch with us. As Wesley is in, Jarney's on the back foot. There's hands on heads behind the stumps at that delivery from Tom Wesley. He had Jarney back in his crease trying to play that one. Wesley is in, Jarney goes down on one knee looking to sweep it, doesn't get any contact. It's through to Pepper behind the stumps for no run, and at the end of the over, Warwickshire are 408 for 7. Barnard is on 59, Jarney is on 36, and they trail by 194. Still a bit of activity around the ground here in Chelmsford. Some fans deciding that 6 o'clock is their cut-off and making their way towards the exits, but still plenty who have sat here today, maybe prepared for some wet weather, are enjoying a bit of evening sunshine. Those grey and slightly threatening clouds have almost completely disappeared now. Still a bit of cloud around, but there's blue sky as well as Sam Cook begins a new over from the Graham Gooch end. That's pulled away by Barnard, and there's a race towards the boundary for Charlie Allison, who won't get there, and that's 4 runs to add to Ed Barnard and Warwickshire's score. He goes on to 63. Warwickshire on to 412 for 7. Shorter delivery from Sam Cook, put away by the Warwickshire vice-captain. Cook bowls, Barnard off the hip, trying to turn that one around the corner. He does get bat on it as he just rubs his hip at the non-striker's end. 64 for him, 413 for 7 for Warwickshire. In comes Sam Cook for Essex bowls. Jarney defends that one. Solid display from him on debut. Frustrating Essex. They search for those final wickets. So to confirm elsewhere then, Surrey have beaten Durham by 5 wickets. So Essex will be clear of Durham no matter what the outcome of this match is, having picked up the 6 bonus points. As Cook is in, and that one's just knocked into the leg side, and a quick single taken by Vance Jarney. 414 for 7 on the board for Warwickshire. He's on to 37. Nottinghamshire 510 for 6, leading Somerset by 72 in their game. Hampshire 93 for 2 in their second innings. They lead Worcestershire by 137, and Sussex 102 for 3 in their second innings. They trail Yorkshire by 221 runs as Cook is in, and that one's just dabbed down into the pitch by Barnard, but it's in enough space that they can come through for a single and keep this scoreboard ticking over. 415 for 7, he's on to 65.
Talking about their Nottinghamshire school there, I really like the way they've played their cricket this year back in Division 1 and just been really, really positive. I say back in Division 1 after struggling a bit in the last couple of years. They've scored runs quickly. I mean, they've given themselves a chance there against Somerset by getting a wriggle on, but I think they've had a really good year.
Yeah, they've certainly been one of the contenders towards the top of the table as Cook is in, and Jani puts that one into the leg side. Better delivery from Sam Cook. Single to finish the over. 416 for 7. Jani's on 38 and Barnard's on 65.
Yeah, I think that might be a spell for Cook. I think he's got through 4 overs in that spell. I think he wanted to leave the field there, but I'm not sure there's another substitute fielder available at the moment. He's having a stare and puts his cap back on somewhat reluctantly. I think he was hoping to be able to leave the field. We'll see whether he does shortly. It's 37 to avoid the follow-on now, and it does feel like that could happen today if they don't lose the wickets. Just 14 overs, they've got a wriggle on. Jani, that last shot is one of those where a bowler thinks you're in the game because he's on target and he's playing it across his pads, but he did it with such comfort on a wicket that's not particularly quick. And so you've got a bowler who thinks he's bowled a great ball and a batter who thinks he's played a perfectly fine shot, and the truth is somewhere in between the two. It's the sort of things people get kidded that they might get Sam Hain out at times, and when they're not likely to. I think the problem Cook has got, there's already 2 substitutes on the pitch. They might be struggling to find a third. There's somebody who's moving towards the steps now.
Yeah, Jordan Cox is up there on the balcony. I think he's just briefly been off the pitch.
First ball of a new over from Wesley, pushed into the offside for a single by Jani, goes to 39. This is a very mature innings for a lad making his first-class debut. And I know the conditions are fairly benign, Kookaburra ball, flat surface, tiring attack. But he came in when the team was in a little bit of difficulty. And they've added 72 now for this 8th wicket. Malik and Smith, the other 2 young players in the team, didn't get it right today. As Barnard off the back foot can't find the angle he intended through extra cover, so he jogs round in a circle, a bit like Grandpa Simpson in that meme. Finds himself back in front of the stumps. Wesley, fairly flat ball. This time he does find the angle to hit it wide of Walter, who with a tumbling stop and then an agonising lift back onto his feet there. I think everybody who's been playing in the first 3 days of this game feels Paul Walter's pain there.
Yeah, he's looking a bit awkward, isn't he, as he gets up. Been a long day in the field.
Batted well on the first day, made 86. But now, yeah, he's been in the field for 116 overs. There's, a big inside edge there from Jani. Rare false shot from him. He was reaching for that. And Wesley, I think, has probably deliberately bowled that full and wide. And it gets him out of shape. The inside edge wide of the stumps. Barnard tells him there's no run there. 35 needed to avoid the follow-on. Wesley with the sun on his back. In and bowls. It's pushed up towards mid-on. So it's romantic to say sun in the back, but the sun's on his front when he's coming into bowl, isn't it? 'Cause it's sort of over... Well, actually it's over to our right. Yeah, it's yeah.
Probably on the right side of his face.
Yeah, but actually you can see the sun behind the floodlight away to our right, which means I can barely see this next delivery from Wesley, which is down the leg side, and a big waft at it from Jani. He gets nothing on the ball, but nor does Michael Pepper, so it whistles through to the fence for 4. Very useful runs as Warwickshire look to reach their target by the end of the day of avoiding the follow-on, which an hour ago didn't necessarily look like it was something they were going to get done today, but 422 for 7, they need another 31.
Yeah, now what are Essex going to do here? Because that felt like it was the end of Sam Cook's spell.
Critchley
in that
again.
previous over, and it is going to be Matt Critchley to bowl from the Graham Gooch end. Just felt a bit flat from Essex at the end of that over, with the last delivery going for 4, the way in which Tom Wesley was disappointed, but he'll be there. The captain trying to G up Matt Critchley to bring another wicket around. He's done so 3 times in this Warwickshire innings. Can he do it again? 422 for 7.
I mean, tomorrow might not be the most engaging prospect if Warwickshire are still 7 wickets down at the close of play today and able to bat a bit on, because... And also, what on earth would you set as a target if you're Essex batting again? Elgar presumably wouldn't be able to bat unless it's at the top of the order, as he's not fielded, and unless it's an impact injury. It may well be that he's not available at the top of the order. Not really. I don't think there's been an official bulletin as to what the situation is with Elgar.
Yeah, it's something I will do my best to investigate for the listeners.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I've just edited myself.
Oh. As Critchley is in, and that one has just edged out into the offside by Barnard for a single. 423 for 7. Oh.
That window wants to attack you.
I know. I really could do with something to hold these windows back in here.
Yeah.
We'll
have to come up with a method for tomorrow.
As Critchley is in, and that one's driven by Jarni out to the man on the boundary by the pavilion for a single.
Is it where Paul Newton wedges his effects microphone? Holds the door open, holds the window open. That's all I'm saying.
As Critchley is in, and that one's driven by Barnard. They're keeping Noah Thane busy out on the boundary. He won't get there this time. That's 4 runs to the score for Ed Barnard. 71 on the board for him, and Warwickshire move on to 428 for 7.
Mr. Reliable is at it again. 71 now to Barnard. Another tremendous innings. And he's come in, he's been positive, he's been bright against a tiring attack, and he's taken advantage.
Critchley is in. That one's driven by Barnard. Stops in the covers by Shane Snater. Dot ball on that occasion. Well, I was being health and safety conscious by using the clamp so that the microphone is in a sensible place. It's positioned nicely for the noise as Critchley is in. Slightly more width on that delivery, which is cut away by Barnard. Picks out the fielder in the deep for a single. But I do take your point of that it does mean that there's nothing stopping this window hitting me.
It's a nice piece of kit, that clamp.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm quite covetous of that clamp. If it goes missing, you'll know now, so I'm not going to be able to take it, but, you know, the magpie in me. Oh, dear.
429 for 7. As Critchley is in. That one's driven by Jarni, and there's a good sliding stop by Shane Snater, which almost catches Ed Barnard off guard. He was setting off for the single from the non-striker's end. Saw Snater get down to it and has to make a hasty retreat. 429 for 7 at the end of the over.
2 very sharp pieces of fielding in that over by Shane Snater. I've got a lot of admiration for him as a cricketer. He's bowled beautifully today, but he's always active, always positive. A really good guy to have on the field. Your engineer was down yesterday briefly.
I was going to say he is very much the reason I have some of the snazzy kit that I have.
Yeah,
I appear in his office and I say, I need something that does this or this, and he goes into his magic box and out comes some equipment for me.
He was looking at the setup here.
Yes.
Looking at it, and he came up with a really exciting idea.
Did he?
Which I don't think you'll get the benefit of until next season. As Tom Wesley comes in to start a new over, bowled into Barnard, full outside off stump, driven through the vacant short extra cover for a single. 23 now needed to avoid the follow-on. Barnard has 73. Because he feels that what you need is a microphone off the front of this stand with a connecting point in here.
He did tell me
plugs
this,
in.
yeah.
He was... I mean, I've worked with engineers. Engineers are the most important people in radio, everybody. And that's the first thing you learn at college. As this ball is flighted up to Jarni, he tries to play the same shot, but he hits it too close to Paul Walter.
They keep us on air.
So there's no run. Exactly. And they can take you off air. But he was very excited at the thought of doing that for you. So you obviously wield your power well.
And make him tea.
That's how you do it. Flighted up outside off stump, just waits for it. Plays it late and down into the ground as Gianni, and no run.
If I say I need something at the cricket ground, all I need to say is I need you to go down to the cricket ground while there's cricket on, and
Yeah.
he doesn't need to be asked twice. If there's a chance to get out of the office and come down and do some engineering while there's cricket on, he will fully take the opportunity.
He accidentally hit the interval, or actually there was the rain break as well. As pushing forward as Gianni, and there's no run. He seemed very affable, and I say very excited. He came up with a plan. You just need to remind him to execute it there.
Yes, I'll go to him with my list.
Yeah, is it walking distance as well?
It is, yes.
Ah.
Yeah, I walked back down today.
Very good. Wesley in, that's full, driven by Gianni, and doesn't get it beyond Walter, who dives again. Let's see how he gets up. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's all right. I'm up. No run. Saves the single. 23 to avoid the follow-on. 3 wickets needed. Partnership of 85 for the 8th wicket. Wesley in to Gianni on the back foot, fires it up towards the long on. Robin Das for a single. 431 for 7. Gianni on debut has 41. End of the over.
And 11 overs remaining in the day. And what will be the situation come the close of play on day 3? There's various conversations going on. There's Gianni's tiny shoelaces. Critchley is chatting with the umpire. Not sure what the issue is.
Despite the forecast suggesting monsoons and such like today, we have only lost 7 overs of cricket. And those people who turned up have been richly rewarded in terms of the amount of playing time, and by some real effort from the Essex bowlers and fielders, who've stuck to their task throughout.
Critchley from the Graham Gooch end into Gianni, who defends that one down the pitch. Dot ball.
I saw a memorable moment for Ethan Bamber, who emerged as night watchman last night with a career best of 46 not out. Went back into the pavilion absolutely exhausted with 107.
Critchley is in. Gianni turns that one up towards mid-on for no run. Shane Snaith is going through some stretches. He's either just keeping himself occupied in the field or about to see him return to the bowling attack for Essex. As Critchley is in, there's a big appeal and he's given. Struck on the pads. Gianni has to go for 41, but what a confident innings it's been from him on debut. Essex get a vital wicket in their quest to get this game with something to play for on the final day, and Warwickshire are 431 for 8.
Keeps it alive. Another little twist. Good debut innings certainly from Gianni. He would have wanted to see them over the line here because it does put them under threat. The replay is going to be from the wrong end, which will make it quite hard to judge. But umpire Blackwell didn't have much of a thought before giving it out. It's I want to say it's tight, but probably out. Critchley has his forfeit. It's just a question whether it might have hit him slightly outside the line. But in comes the entertaining Corey Rockacholi, who's a decent enough bat for somebody who's coming in at 10. But he and Ed Barnard have got some important work to do. You don't want it be down to my good mate Ollie Hannon Dolby. Coming in at number 11, trying to avoid the follow-on. That would ideally be avoided. It's my co-host. So you were mentioning the 10th anniversary of is that a programme you do on summer Saturdays?
So we used to do it on a Saturday during the off-season for football, but after COVID it moved to Wednesday evening. So for 4 years now we've been on a Wednesday evening, but originally, and that means we can go all the way through the cricket season, but originally, yes, it was what was there when there wasn't football.
I think I've been on as a guest.
Yeah.
I have been on as a guest. It was good. It's always good to get involved with things like that. Rockacholi has one first-class 50 to his name. Average is 17.6. And he's going to get a lot of close company now, because this is the window of opportunity. There will be a little bit in the back of the mind of the Essex attack, thinking, oh crikey, we might have to bowl again all day tomorrow. Oh. But you've got to give yourselves a chance, because a win in this match would go a massive distance towards securing top flight cricket for next year, whatever that looks like. That's a whole different story.
Well, yeah.
That may be a debate we may have a lot of room for debate tomorrow.
No, start making a list, so we've got some notes.
There's only two of us. We'll know our opinions on everything by the time we get to the close tomorrow.
Rockacholi waits then. Critchley is in, and that one is cut away. Oh, and he's going to get a boundary for his first delivery as Rockacholi. That's racing away in the offside, and that's a good start for the Warwickshire man, which helps them along to 435 for 8.
18 needed to avoid the follow-on. 2 wickets to be taken. I'm going to try and ramp this tension up now. Like it's a tight finish in a T20 game. I mean, it's all happening rather more slowly than it would in a T20 game. Took a while to get the ball back.
Critchley, sunglasses on, is into Rockacholi, and he's turned that one past short leg. Comes through for the single. 436 for 8.
Johnny will be frustrated that he didn't reach 50 in his debut first-class innings, the 20-year-old. Again, just to spell out 2 players in the Warwickshire 11 in this match who've been fished out of the Saka programme, designed to give cricketers of South Asian heritage another chance. Some of whom chose to go through studies rather than joining counties when they were younger, others who've come out of the system.
Critchley is in, and Barnard defends that one into the offside. And that's the final delivery of the over, in which Matt Critchley's taken his 4th wicket of the game. Warwickshire 436 for 8.
Yeah, the question here for Tom Wesley is, does he want to do something different with Rockacholi now at the crease rather than bowling himself? He's bowled 11 overs for 23. He's been tidier than anybody. And 17 now needed to avoid the follow-on. 10 overs left today. Just a question of whether one of the seamers has got a burst in them to try and take these 2 wickets or not.
It looks like he will continue, the Essex captain.
Wesley tossing the ball from one hand to the other. Field is a lot closer in now. Trying to save the single, keep Rockacholi on strike. Tall man, flexes his knees once and then twice. And he's in a crouch position as he receives a ball outside off stump. It's very full. And he just pats it up towards mid-off. Paul Walter is grateful to do a piece of fielding that doesn't require picking himself back up off the deck. He's taken 2 catches today. Wesley again on the back foot. Rockacholi waits for it and defends, and then scrapes at his guard. Seems to have very white pads, Rockacholi. Playing the last of his 4 games that he was brought in for, the 4 Kookaburra games. It's his back of a length, and he plays it straight back to the bowler. He scored 55 championship runs now this season, including the 5 he's got today. High score of 28. This is floated up to him again. He defends. Wesley not getting a lot of grip or turn, but he's got control. Not making it easy for the Bears to get over the line, with 17 more runs required to avoid the follow-on. This is floated up, and it's going to be launched by Rockacholi, back and into the stand below, as the umpires might find that amongst their kit. Rockacholi takes 6 of the 17 runs required to avoid the follow-on in some style. Just as I said that Wesley had control. 442 for 8.
The commentator's curse there, but that does make things difficult for Essex now. More pressure with Rockacholi hitting the ball like that.
Mid-on goes to long-on, extra cover goes to deep extra cover. They'd be quite happy to let him have a single here, and it's floated up, and he drives it beautifully for 4 through a straight extra cover. 4 more to Rothesay. He goes to 15. It's 446 for 8, and Warwickshire are 7 runs shy of avoiding the follow-on. And Matt Critchley is sent back to his position because I think they're going to give the ball to Shane Snater to try and knock these two over.
Yeah, difficult job for Shane Snater to come in at this point. Rothesay there just playing with some freedom as he looks to get Warwickshire over that line to avoid the follow-on. But Shane Snater, we saw earlier, 2 in 2 for him, so not out of the question that he can make things happen with the ball for Essex.
For a batter who's in his late 20s with a career best of 50, those are 2 rather good shots in the last over from Rothesay, who isn't a million miles out of the thoughts of the Australian selectors after 2 very good Sheffield Shield campaigns. And Nathan Lyon, like the rest of this extraordinary Australian test bowling attack, cannot last forever. Or maybe they can. There's something in the genes of that quartet. Yeah, they seem to be.
446 for 8. Barnard's on strike. Shane Snater bowling from the Graham Gooch end for Essex. He's in, and that one's driven by Barnard. Picks out long off for a single.
6 runs needed to avoid the follow-on. I'm wondering
Rich is
whether
on countdown duty.
Will there be a cheer from the... I'm going to call it the Bears' balcony. It's a rather grand description for the area in front of their tent.
They're all out there watching.
They are. They were there in big number for the tail end of Ethan Bamber's innings as they watched him get over the 3-figure threshold.
In comes Snater, and that was turned into the leg side by Rothesay. An important dot ball for Essex.
If they avoid the follow-on and they're still batting at close of play tonight, I'll make a list of things to talk about tomorrow.
We have to have them in a jar, and then we have to pick them out.
Random. Gosh, it could be quite a sterile day's play. It isn't for sure yet, and Snater's trying to avoid it.
He's on his way in from the Graham Gooch end bowls, and that was defended by Rothesay for no run. I mean, we have been spoiled with day 4s here at Essex this season from points where they've looked like they're going into them with defeat. They've managed to hang on for draws against Yorkshire and Hampshire, so we have had games that have gone right down to the wire from that sense. The sensitive screen has gone off. 447 for 8 as Snater is in. That's hit into the offside by Rothesay. Thought about the run, decides against it when Cook gets down to the ball quickly. And we're back.
When you switch it on the screen, mentions an eye care product. I'm thinking, why? How have they got it fitted so it does that? It's not one I'd ever heard of, but you know. Don't take care of my eyes, clearly, but...
Well, maybe being able to see it is the test.
Yeah, 40 years of wearing spectacles.
Snater is on his way in. Rothesay comes off the bottom edge of his bat into the offside, having hit the 6 and the 4 in the previous over. Runs are just becoming harder to come by against the bowling of Shane Snater, who's got 3-4-58.
I haven't seen him strike those 2 blows. I would like to point out that he's got no maker's name or sponsorship on his bat. I mean, there's a window of opportunity there for the up-and-coming Corey Rothesay.
Snater is in, shorter ball, which is pulled but not timed, and that's just going to dribble out into the leg side for no run at the end of the over. 448 for 8.
It's not happy, this screen.
No, it's very sensitive. All it takes is a little knock on the back by the window and it likes to go off. But treat it kindly.
I'll have to adjust my angle here. So, 5 more runs required for avoiding the follow-on, and Critchley's going to come back to this end now to have a bowl. And Charlie Allison is running from one side of the field to the other. He's largely patrolled the area in front of the flats with the small balconies and the occasional pointless Juliet balcony. Yeah, that's what I could go and serenade somebody over there. That would be a bit like doing karaoke, though.
I'm not sure how welcome that would be.
I'm pretty unwelcome, as I understand it. I think I'm going to hazard a guess. It's, oh, nice picture of the seagull flying, for those who can see the stream. Look at that. Handsome things when they're not eating your chips. Big beaks. Oh, and then they parade in front of our window as well. That's nice. Light is closing in a little bit at the moment as Critchley floats one up and is driven straight back at him, and Rothesay is caught and bowled, and the 9th wicket goes with Warwickshire still 5 runs short of the follow-on, and Matt Critchley, with a change of ends, takes the 5th wicket of the innings for him. He's 5 for 144. He's been going for 5 runs and over, but it doesn't matter. He's been claiming wickets and he's kept the game alive. Rothesay is gone for 16.
Yeah, good catch for Matt Critchley to hold on to. It was back at him with some pace, and again it just provides us that little twist, that little sense of drama between these two sides in this game, and the light is just disappearing here at Chelmsford. Essex need one more wicket. What are they going to do first?
Coming better for Warwickshire, Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Well, Oliver Hannon-Dolby is a genuine 11. He has a great history of being able to stick around, but he also has a bit of a history of being undone by spin. His most memorable innings was 3 years ago when he didn't score for his first 66 deliveries against Surrey, and then denies that he got anything on the 67th. He thought it was leg byes. He will be surrounded. The umpires talk to each other. They won't want to pull them off here. There is a really dark cloud that's just going in front of the sun, which will cast a bit of darkness. They've still got the floodlights potentially to put on. But what comes first, the 10th wicket or the 453rd run? Hey, told you.
Keeping us entertained until the end.
The countdown was key.
Yeah.
Hey. That was well taken by Critchley. His 3rd catch of the day, 2 caught and bowls, and 1 at slip to get rid of Bo Webster. So Rothesay went a long way towards doing the job. If he got that up as high as he wanted it, he probably would have chalked another 4 on the board, but he didn't. So Ollie Hannon-Dolby is going to be very much surrounded. There's certainly going to be a short leg and a silly point. There's going to be a slip. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a leg slip in a minute. He will be, you would think, in defensive mode. There are 5 balls left in the over. Ed Barnard at the other end is unbeaten on 74. Hannon-Dolby, the veteran of this Bears team, the chair of the PCA no less, to face the man with the 5 wickets, Matt Critchley. In, round the wicket to the big left-hander, who takes it on the pad. It bounces out towards Porter. There's some oohs and ahs, but I don't think there was anything other than pad on that.
I think Porter might have dived if he thought it was.
Sort of an ooh, a quiet ooh from a couple of the fielders. Critchley just having another think about where he wants his field, and he decides that rather than a silly point, he's going to have a leg slip now that he's seen that Hannon-Dolby is willing to use his pad. 4 balls left in the over, 5 to avoid the following. The weather's starting to close in a little bit, just to add to the drama, and he blocks this one back down the wicket. It's a slightly odd position he got himself into. Now silly point is going to go back to being silly point. Paul Walter is going to run 35 yards so he can go to leg slip. Sam Cook's going to come to mid-on. 4 close fielders and a wicket keeper around him. 3 balls left in this over for Critchley to put pressure on. Barnard helpless at the non-striker's end as he floats this up, and it's full and it's killed by the bat of Hannon-Dolby.
It's a interesting defensive position he's taking to fend that off.
Unorthodox, certainly.
Yeah.
but he's kept it out so far. This one a bit fuller again, and he angles it out. He's 3/4 of the way towards doing the splits almost there. One ball left in this over, and he sends the close infielders deep because they'd like Hannon Dolby to take a single. Ed Barnard probably wouldn't like Ollie Hannon Dolby to take a single. Final ball of this over, bowled by Critchley, and it's left outside off stump. There's an appeal for something, but he hasn't got a bat on it, and it's actually a good save by Slip to avoid it going for 4 byes. It is the end of the over, 448 for 9, and for those of you who've waited all these hours on the BBC Cricket website listening to this, you're getting a bit of pay dirt here. It's a dramatic end to the day.
We've got 7 overs remaining. That was a wicket maiden for Matt Critchley as well, which got a bit of an applause from the crowd. That sunshine is doing its best to fend off those clouds. Matt Critchley is coming down to field in front of the Tom Pearce stand, which is why there was another applause. So he's down at 3rd for this next over from Shane Snater, where Ed Barnard will get the chance to knock these runs off that are needed to avoid the follow-on.
6th Indian wicket down. Must be close to close. 168 for 6. Wicket for Gus Atkinson. Dural out for 19. Atkinson 2 for 23 on the day.
448 for 9. Shane Snater, and Barnard was looking to ramp him there, came across his stumps, doesn't get there, through to Pepper for no run.
Yeah, I mean, first ball, I mean, can't try that again now, but first ball, Snater would not have been expecting that, and that would have taken 4 off it straight away if he'd made contact. And he is very good at the ramp, Ed Barnard, who's had an exceptional summer in the T20 as well. And a couple of times he's come out and played the ramp first ball and hit a 6. Walter is now going down to long stop to prevent that shot. And there are singles everywhere. There is nobody other than on the boundary.
Is he going to risk a single as Snater is in? He defends that one, and Snater will go and do the fielding off his own bowling for no run.
A game within a game. There might be the odd 2 on offer, but that's a risk. Finding a 4 is going to be difficult unless it's gun barrel straight. And again, that's probably with an element of risk. And Snater's bowled really well today.
3 for 59. He's bowling his 23rd over of this Warwickshire innings as Snater is in, and Barnard dabs that one. Critchley's coming in off the boundary at 3rd. I mean, he didn't need to come that quickly because there was no chance Barnard was taking the single, but nice to see the enthusiasm.
Nice to see the left arm throw as well. It didn't look a natural left armer's throw, that's for sure, but
he got it where he needed, that's the main thing.
He was making his own entertainment.
Well, I think you have to, don't you, when you're in the field for coming on to 124 overs now across the game. It's keeping the mind active as well as the body, as Snater is in, and that one's dabbed down by Barnard. They will take the single from the 4th delivery. So it's down to 4. 449 for 9. In come the fielders.
There are those who don't get the charms of Championship cricket and Test cricket, but there are just so many little moments, aren't there? So many little challenges and periods of play. And they've stuck at it all day, Essex. And just at the very last, they've still got this chance of enforcing the follow-on. Now, there are some weary limbs out there that are thinking, really, we've got to try and bowl them out in 80 overs and give ourselves something to chase down. But you want to take that chance.
Well, the Warwickshire batters are coming to the middle to have a conversation while Essex continue to make their changes in the field. And Tom Wesley's moving Matt Critchley to, well, not quite sure, he doesn't know
leg slip, I think. And it's a very fine leg slip where he is at the moment. Slip, leg slip, short leg, short mid wicket. I don't think they're going to run a single come what may. They might as well have a silly point in as well.
Still in conversation, Shane Snater and his captain Tom Wesley.
Hannah Dolby will try and leave anything he can leave, and if he has to play it, he'll play it with as dead a bat as he can.
Now Sam Cook's come across because he's got an idea, the vice captain for Essex.
Skipper, I've got a plan. So he is short square leg in front of square. Wesley's going to come in as a short mid wicket. And they might just go at the body of Hannon Dolby here. You've got 4 fielders quite close in an arc.
Jordan Cox has moved in close as well. Snater is eventually on his way into Hannon Dolby, goes for the shorter delivery through to Pepper.
That was a disappointing delivery from Snater in that it was too short. And Hannon Dolby's just got to get his head out of the way of that. There's no way he's lifting his bat in the air. He's certainly not going to try and play a pull. He needed that to be either at the throat or just below. Chest is really the height. Chest and straight forces him to do something with the ball. Round the wicket for the final ball of the over.
Score remains 449 for 9. In comes Snater. Oh, and that's turned into the leg side by Barnard. Everyone around the bat going up to see where that landed. And at the end of the over, there's a single from it. And Warwickshire still need 4 runs to avoid the follow-on.
Well, they've got Barnard on strike now, and Critchley will have all the field out again, and we'll probably have a similar scenario where he won't want a single until the 4th ball. And against Critchley, he might at least test to see whether he can find a gap, as long as it's a low-risk shot. Long conversation between Barnard and Hannon Dolby. The appeal for LBW did not have a great deal of merit, as the ball was from round the wicket, angled into the pads of a left-hander, and would have missed another stump and a half down the leg side. But you've got to have a shout. So all the field is deep apart from a slip. I quite like that they've kept a slip in. It's Cox who stands there. And Critchley approaches to bowl to Barnard, defends it back to the bowler. 4 runs to avoid the follow-on, 1 wicket remain. This is one of 6 overs remaining today. Critchley in again. Barnard drives it firmly to see if he can find a gap, but Snater will cut it off, no run. See, a gentle push in the same area, you might genuinely be able to get 2. But Essex are staying in it. Flighted ball off an outside edge, and they won't take a run there either, as it's picked up at 3rd by Porter. The people here have gone very quiet. There's been a lot of chatter all day.
Feels quite tense.
So quiet. Critchley in, Barnard defends. That was the 4th ball of the over. Hannon Dolby comes down the wicket to talk to the Bears vice-captain. Field will now come in. I think Barnard is gambling on trying to hit a 4 or a 6 off these final 2 balls. So the field, whilst it's come in, it's only come in to sort of 3/4 distance. They still want to allow a single. So in fact, Critchley says, well, let's have a long off anyway. Snater is going to come in shorter, extra cover. It's a bit of a mixed field. And a mixed field tends to suggest a slightly blurred thinking here. Are you going to allow him the single, or are you going to give him areas to... I mean, there's going to be risk, though, to try and hit a boundary. Barnard has a look around the field, checks where everybody is. 3rd's going to come up from the fence now. Boundary rider at extra cover at long off, at deep square leg, at deep mid wicket. Barnard looking to cut, can't get it past Porter. If he had done, that probably would have been the 4 runs. 1 ball left in the over. Mid wicket comes in closer because they do want to save that single now. But there is going to be a single available up to long off. Would that force Critchley not to bowl too full? Comes to consult Tom Wesley. Walter is staying back. He's looking quizzically at his captain. Every angle being considered. 4 to avoid the follow-on. 1 wicket to be able to enforce it. Critchley in. It's a faster ball and it's slapped towards mid-wicket by Barnard. Has it got enough on it to beat the field? It's a chase right along the rope and a scoop and a pick-up, and they come back for 3. 3 runs to Barnard. It's 452 for 9 at the end of the over. 1 run to avoid the follow-on. 1 wicket remaining. Barnard on strike. He's on 78.
I know Thane did really well to get round to that one, but we had so much deliberation about the field and what they needed to do. You're in a difficult position where it's didn't really want to give him the single, but also didn't want to give him the boundary, and in the end he's got the 3 and gets the strike. So this is what Warwickshire will want, a chance for Barnard to face Shane Snater.
Yeah, I think it's just really difficult for Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley to know quite what to do. I think you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And I think they probably got it about right, and there was an element of risk. It was a bit of a force, the shot in the end, wasn't it? It comes down to this, doesn't it?
Yeah, 1 run required to avoid the follow-on. This is the next milestone for Warwickshire to reach, as Snater is in. That's driven by Barnard, and it's a good stop in the covers by Nick Brown, who gets a high 5 from Sam Cook for his troubles.
All the field are, as we would say if there was a white ball, inside the ring. The easiest place to find a gap on the deck is between mid-wicket and square leg, but Snater will try and bowl off stump and outside to make that risky, and in fact they're closing that gap now. Tom Wesley is listening to us, clearly.
He's got the earpiece in.
Allison is moving just in front of square at square leg.
452 for 9. Snater is in. Barnard dabs that one down. No run.
I have to say, 10 stars for effort from Essex today. With the Kookaburra ball, with a hybrid surface that's very flat and good for the batters. They have given everything in this day in the dirt. And plenty of Warwickshire players that can hold their head up very high with their performances too.
Snater bounding in from the Graham Gooch end to Barnard, dabs that one down, picked up by Noah Thane, no run.
3 balls left in this over. Barnard doesn't want to have to pass the responsibility on to Hannon Dolby, who's fiddling with his bootlaces at the far end.
Sky's darkening as well.
Snater has put in as much effort as anybody. It's his 24th over of the innings.
Barnard is on 78. He's waiting. Snater is in and bowls. That one's driven into the covers, stopped by Brown. No run.
Oh, it's a teaser, isn't it? It's like you've been binge watching a box set and you're coming towards the end of episode 6 and you're not entirely sure who the killer is and it's about to be revealed.
Just drawing in the drama for those supporters who have been rewarded for coming out despite the weather forecast and have had a mostly dry day here at Chelmsford. Snater is in. Barnard drives that one for 4. That is the follow-on avoided for Warwickshire. And Barnard moves on to 82. There was a cheer from down to our right from those visiting supporters and the players and coaching staff in the marquee, and that is the cue for a couple of Essex fans to call it a day.
The guy just in front of him, he's left like his team has just conceded a 4th goal before half-time. And he's like, no, well, I'm not having that. No, it's what a great effort from Essex and a great effort from Warwickshire as well. It's never easy to knock off these runs to avoid the follow-on.
Snater is in. That's past the outside edge of the bat to Pepper, and that's the final delivery of the over. So 456 for 9 on the board now, and the deficit down past the vital point to 146.
Cricketers are human beings, and there will be a very small part of Sam Cook and Jamie Porter and Shane Snater and Matt Critchley that's thinking, oh, won't have much bowling to do tomorrow, if any, now. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. Let me get off to the 100, or let me go off to play some 50-over cricket. It is pretty dark at the moment. The umpires may ask for the floodlights to be put on. We've got 4 overs left in the day. Warwickshire would like not to have to bowl an over before the close. Although I suspect with the light that we've got at the moment, you wouldn't be surprised if the final wicket fell here, they might decide to call it for today, particularly the circumstances in the game now. 146 the lead for Essex. Now they have got the option tomorrow, of course, of trying to slam the ball around everywhere to try and get a big lead, but I don't know what you'd want to set as a target. I'm not sure you would at all. Critchley floats the ball up to Hannon Dolby, who gets an inside edge that goes wide of leg slip. Porter runs alongside the ball for a while before picking it up, but Hannon Dolby is off the mark with a single. 457 for 9.
It wasn't far away from the diving Paul Walter.
Now, the only remaining subplot today is whether Ed Barnard decides that he wants to try and get through to 3 figures. He's only got Hannon Dolby to support him. He's on 82. He has 2 championship hundreds so far this season. As Critchley comes in outside off stump, and he lashes this through the offside for 4. That was a really good looking shot off the back foot through extra cover from Barnard. He's 86. 461 for 9. And that may be a message of intent in the final few overs. Might as well go for it when he's batting with the number 11. Critchley is quick to come in again, hangs this up, trying to guide it wide of slip there was Barnard, but it's fielded on the bounce by Cox. Looking to run it down to 3rd, would have been a couple on the inside of Porter. Critchley again pushed into the offside. He thought about a single, but Walter was there quickly enough. Now with 2 balls left, they'll bring the field in. Any disappointment at not being able to enforce the follow-on. They're continuing to be very professional here, Victoria. Critchley into Barnard, looking to cut it, and that's 4 more wide of the right hand of Porter. Takes him to 90, Barnard, 465 for 9.
Now he's navigated what he needed to navigate for Warwickshire in terms of avoiding the follow-on. Ed Barnard can accelerate towards trying to make that century.
I wonder whether he'll try and find an area where he can push a single here. Won't be easy. Final ball of Critchley's over. Off the back foot, and it bounces up nicely for Porter. Point, end of the over then, 465 for 9. Essex lead by 137, and on come the floodlights for the final 3 overs.
Final 3 overs of day 3. And the question is, can Essex find this last wicket of the Warwickshire innings? Matt Critchley, a just in bowl, has found 5 of them. Shane Snater, who's going to continue from the Graham Gooch end, has got 3. The other one picked up by Sam Cook with the new ball earlier on this afternoon.
1,068 for 15 in the first 3 days so far.
Oof.
There's plenty, isn't it?
That's more than enough. And you've done more than your fair share.
Ah, well, that's why Paul Newton gave up after 2 days. No, I haven't finished his placard as well. Newton says no to Kookaburra. I'd stopped doing it. I said to him, yes, I've stopped doing it because we're not allowed to campaign with the BBC. And he says, it's not a campaign, it's my opinion.
Snater's coming in around the wicket to Hannon Dolby. Has a waft at that one, but it's down the leg side to Pepper for no run.
Yeah, it's been a long old day. We've only lost 7 overs, but it's if all the balls are bowled today that are due to be bowled, it's going to take us beyond 7 o'clock.
You won't need anything to do by the time we're finished here.
No.
It's time for bed.
No. The decision is to have an ale or not to have an ale. That is the big question. I don't genuinely know the answer at this point.
Snater is in, and that one's defended by Hannah Dolby for no run.
I need to phone home, get an update on what my daughter's up to. She's on her first overseas holiday with just friends.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a big milestone.
It is. It's a big, scary milestone.
.465 for 9. Around the wicket comes Snater. Shorter delivery, which Hannah Dolby swivels out the way of.
There are pros and cons to the technology that, when you've still got a teenage daughter, lets you know where they are, but not entirely what they're up to. And now that she's an age where she can go to a club, she's having the phase where she likes to go to a club. So normally you're awake at 4 o'clock when she's out, working out where she is and does she need you to come and get her.
Snater comes around the wicket this time with the shortest delivery, which Hannah Dolby gets out the way of.
But I figure it's what you sign up to.
Well, yeah, I think despite being well past my teenage years, I think I still get a message from my mum if I forget to let her know I'm back safely.
Well, that barrage of short deliveries, I think, is going to bring us to an end for today, because the umpires have intervened saying that the light is too poor. For that, they've taken a reading, and the players will trudge off the field, and I very, very much doubt that they will be back this evening. So I suspect that will be the day, with Warwickshire on 465 for 9, trailing by 137 runs. Ed Barnard seeing them over the line, avoiding the follow-on with an unbeaten 90. Ollie Hundolby 1 not out. They've added 17 for the 10th wicket. 5 wickets on the day over the innings for Matt Critchley, who bowled very well. Shane Snater, I thought, would bowl even better. He took 3. A memorable century for a night watchman, 107 from Ethan Bamber. Dan Mosley made 75. Vance Jani 41 on debut. But Ed Barnard, as is so often the case for the visitors, has been Mr. Reliable with an unbeaten 90 that's got them into a position where they've got a great opportunity to take the points for a draw from this game, which going into today's play was probably all they could realistically hope for.
Yeah, and we'll be back, as it looks like that will be that. That is officially the end of the day's play, so we will be back with you from 11 AM on the final day tomorrow to take you through whatever unfolds. Hope you can join us then on the BBC Sport website and app.
Will close in 30 minutes' time.